to me and watch me crumble. You will see me come undone. Faithfully, I will look over. There I'll find what you've become.
living in. Let me tell ya. And it's a world that man can eat at all. When things are big that should be small. Who can tell what magic spells we'll be doing for us? And I'm giving up my life to this world, only to be told I can't see, I can't breathe, no, my will will be. And nothing's gonna change the way we live, 'cause we can always take but never give. And never things are changing for the worse. See, what
Gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, welcome. My name is Neve Spencer. I'm a broadcaster here in London. I do the afternoon show on Magic FM, which I won't be doing for the next 2 days because it's my pleasure to be your host with you today. Welcome officially to WBF 2024 London. Thank you. The premier event where the worlds of business, law and technology converge in the vibrant and slightly chilly city of London. I'm thrilled to stand before you today as we embark on this transformative journey together. This year's WBF 2024 London is more than just a conference. It's a convergence of business law and technology, redefining the way we perceive and navigate the global marketplace. Organised and curated by World Law Alliance and World One, this multidisciplinary platform brings together legal, tech, and tax professionals from around the world. As we gather here in London, we are poised to explore the dynamic intersection of law, business, and technology. Over the next 2 days, we will delve into a rich tapestry of discussions across various thematic blocks, each addressing key issues and opportunities shaping the future of our interconnected world. Our agenda is packed with insightful sessions covering a wide array of topics, including international tax, arbitration and mediation, global immigration law, intellectual property and legal tech, blockchain and fintech. These sessions will feature solo presentations, panel discussions, and special presentations offering diverse perspectives and actionable insights to our esteemed audience. I am also particularly excited to announce the closed-door meeting of the founding members of the International Court of Mediation, a pivotal moment in our quest to promote peace, collaboration, and dispute resolution on a global scale. This exclusive gathering will lay the groundwork for future collaborations and initiatives that will shape the trajectory of mediation worldwide. In addition to our engaging sessions, I want to highlight 2 special events that promise to add excitement and value to your WBF 2024 London experience. Firstly, on the evening of day 1, tonight, we have an exclusive networking dinner at the iconic Shard in London. This is a fantastic opportunity to connect with fellow attendees and enjoy really breathtaking views of the city. If you haven't already registered for the dinner, please approach Miss Gatry or any of the other WBF volunteers at the registration desk to secure your spot. Hopefully you'll be joining us for dinner. Secondly, on the evening of day 2, we will host the prestigious awards ceremony where we celebrate and honour outstanding achievements in the legal industry. This includes awards for women in law, promising start-up law firm, and legal luminary. It promises to be a memorable evening filled with recognition, inspiration, and celebration. I encourage each of you to attend and be part of this momentous occasion. In closing, I invite each and every one of you to fully immerse yourselves in the enriching experiences that await you at WBF 2024 London. Let us seize this opportunity to learn, connect, and inspire one another as we chart a course together towards a brighter, more prosperous future. Thank you, and let the journey begin. I would now like to introduce some very special people to the stage, starting with Suman Arora. Please join me in welcoming Miss Aurora to the stage, a visionary in the legal field who dares to push the boundaries of convention and explore new horizons. As a co-founder and director of World Law Alliance, Suman Aurora brings a fresh perspective to the legal landscape, challenging traditional norms and paving the way for innovative approaches. With her unwavering commitment to reimagining the future of law, Suman Aurora inspires us to think beyond the ordinary and embrace new ideas that have the power to transform the legal industry. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Suman Aurora.
Hello, very good morning to all. Dear friends, esteemed colleagues, and cherished guests, with immense gratitude and heartfelt warmth, I extend a sincere welcome to each one of you here at WBF London 2024. As we gather today in this vibrant and illustrious gathering, I'm deeply grateful for the trust and confidence you have bestowed upon us. Your presence here is a testament to your unwavering commitment to excellence, innovation, and collaboration. And for that, we are truly thankful. Today marks not just the beginning of an event, but the dawn of a new chapter in our collective journey. It's a momentous occasion that fills us with hope, excitement, and a profound sense of purpose. Together, we stand on the threshold of greatness, ready to embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. For all of us who are part of World Law Alliance, World One Alliance, and its myriad initiatives, this conference signifies the start of a great adventure. It's the first step towards a future filled with boundless opportunities, profound connections, and transformative experiences. As we come together in this shared space of learning, collaboration, and innovation, let us extend a hand of friendship to our fellow colleagues and partners, and open our hearts to the wealth of knowledge and insight that awaits us. Together, let us cherish this moment, this beginning, with all the warmth and joy it deserves. Let us celebrate the journey we are about to embark upon and the countless possibilities that await us. Once again, from the depth of our hearts, thank you for being here. Your presence enriches our experience and fuels our collective aspirations. Welcome to WBF London 2024. May this conference be the start of something truly extraordinary for each and every one of us. Thank you.
What a wonderful and warm welcome that was. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the stage Mr. Kulpreet Yadav, the director and co-founder of World Law Alliance. Kulpreet is also an acclaimed Indian author with a literary portfolio spanning 15 books across diverse genres. Before his prolific writing career, Kulpreet served for 2 decades in the Indian Coast Guard, achieving the distinguished rank of Commandant. Besides his literary pursuits, he's made a notable contribution to Bollywood as an actor. Today, he represents World Law Alliance, an organization driving transformative initiatives in the global legal landscape. Let's give a warm welcome, everybody, to Kulpreet Yadav.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of legal fraternity, entrepreneurs, and innovators, good morning to you. And welcome to the future of law. Welcome to the World Law Alliance here at WBF 2024 London. Today, as we stand on the cusp of a new era, it's time to break free from tradition and embrace the boundless possibilities of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the generation of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and blockchain revolution. Our practice of law, therefore, must reflect the dynamism of this new age, the agility of the existing digital landscape, and the relentless pursuit of excellence that defines our very generation. At World Law Alliance, we are not just another legal organization. Our mission is simple, yet profound: to redefine the future of law, reshape the global legal landscape, and empower our members like all of us here, to lead in this transformative journey. The world has now started experiencing excellence through the collaborative innovation of our members worldwide. As you must have seen, this is already happening. Our global network spans continents, industries, and practices, offering trusted partnerships from navigating regulatory environments to handling high-stakes disputes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are more than just a network of law firms. We are displacing incumbents on complex, high-stakes work, building a modern, integrated international practices of law across, hold your breath, 80 plus countries in the world. Here at WBF 2024 London, we are witnessing the dawn of a new legal landscape, seamlessly integrating law, business, and technology. Organized by World Law Alliance, or WONE, that is W-O-N-E, WBF 2024 London and its ongoing connected engagements are a catalyst for collaboration, innovation, and global connectivity. WLA events extend beyond the venue. They create ripples of connections, ideas, and partnerships, driving innovation and progress, as you would see over the next 2 days. Gathered here in London, we are not just witnessing the start of a movement, we are laying the foundation for a new era of collaboration and excellence, where boundaries indeed blur and possibilities are practically limitless. So, let's seize this moment, embrace opportunities, and come together as a global community to drive change, foster innovation, and build a brighter future for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Law Alliance. Welcome to WBF 24 London. Welcome to the future. Be a part of us. Together, let's shape history. Or let me rephrase the last part. Together, let's create history. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kulpreet. Such inspirational words there. Now, finally, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Sanjeev Ahuja, President of Solutions and Resolutions Forum and founder of Missing Bridge. Among the esteemed initiators and founding members of the International Court of Mediation, Sanjeev brings a deep-seated commitment to nurturing effective dispute resolution mechanisms. Today, we are honoured to have Sanjeev with us and for him to grace the stage. Please, everybody, give him a warm welcome.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I too am carrying a paper so that I know when to stop. Otherwise, the topic which I'm going to share with you is something where I can go on and on, so somebody needs to kind of, pull the plug. So anyway, making it a bit formal. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates and advocates of transformative change, welcome to the historic gathering at WBF 2024 London, where we are not just witnessing the future, but actively shaping it. Today we mark a momentous occasion at London's as we set the stage for history to unfold. So I stand before you as one of the founding members of the International Court of Mediation to introduce a groundbreaking initiative that will redefine the landscape of dispute resolution. We're going to speak about a court, get involved in designing a court which would not have a judge or a lawyer. All it would have would be mediators, facilitators, conflict managers, negotiators, and communication specialists. The premise of such a court is a non-adversarial and cooperative approach to solve and resolve, and wherever possible, dissolve the dispute. This has been a need of the hour and was waiting to happen, and I'm thankful to the suggestions and ideas floated by everyone at the founding group meetings for the last few months. The idea of ICM, the International Court of Mediation, just clicked, and we knew this has to be the beginning. So today, as I stand before you and as we set out to discuss the future, we also would be making the history. It's my honor to announce that this event will host the closed-door meeting of the founding members of the International Court of Mediation. This meeting signifies the birth of a new era in conflict resolution, one that is rooted in dialogue, collaboration, and mutual understanding. I mean, we're putting a hashtag dialogue first. The International Court of Mediation is more than just an organization. It's going to be a movement towards a world where conflicts are prevented in the first place, else resolved peacefully, where disputes are seen as opportunities for growth, and where mediation is embraced as a cornerstone of justice. A beautiful statement read somewhere for the policymakers and for the system designers, which continues to ring the bell. A place for everything and everything in its place. This ensures mitigation of conflicts and disputes in the first place. So our mission is clear: to promote the principles of mediation, foster a culture of dialogue, and empower individuals and organizations to resolve conflicts amicably and efficiently. But we cannot achieve this vision alone. We need aligned advocates, experienced practitioners, and visionary leaders like you who are passionate about this cause to join us in this noble endeavor. I invite those of you who share our vision and can relate to this cause to connect with Ishita or Gayatri during the day today to register your interest in joining this historic meeting tomorrow. Your presence and participation is just not welcome, they're essential to the success of this initiative. So Kulpreet said, together let's seize the moment, and of course let's do it. Let's embrace the possibilities, and let us pave the way for a future where conflicts are not merely resolved, they are transformed into opportunities for growth and collaboration. And to repeat his last thing, which of course is like ringing bells. So welcome to the International Court of Mediation, welcome to the future of dispute resolution, and welcome to WBF 2024 London. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. Okay, here we go. Our first session of the day. So, it's all about international tax to start the day. Welcome to the tax block of our conference, where we delve into the dynamic landscape of global taxation, trade and investment amidst rapidly shifting geopolitical dynamics. This session features 7 insightful solo presentations, followed by an engaging panel discussion offering comprehensive insights into the evolving global economic ecosystem. So first up, I would like to invite our first guest for the solo presentation. The topic is Double Tax Treaty signed in 2022 between UK and Brazil. Our special speaker is Dalton Luiz Dalazem, founding partner of Perrin and Dalazem Attorneys at Law Brazil. A seasoned expert with 26 years of experience in marketing and profound commitment to the realms of domestic and international taxation, Mr. Dalton has offered legal counsel to over 1,000 clients, shaping a path of achievement within the esteemed law firm Perrin and Dalazem, where he holds the position of founding partner. Please give him a warm welcome this morning.
morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank World Law of Alliance for this amazing opportunity, and I do it in the person of Ms. Saman Aurora. Thank you. The opportunity to be here and learn from all of the professionals we will have the pleasure to interact is unique. My special thanks to Gayatri and Nishita for all the assistance and kindness. Well, it's quite a challenge to be the first one to speak, but let's do it. From my perspective, it's timely to speak about the double tax treaty between Brazil and UK, since it was signed on November 2022 and has already been approved by the Parliament of the United Kingdom on July 2023. It has yet to be approved by the Brazilian Congress, but its implications are already relevant to multinationals operating in both jurisdictions. This is one of the most favorable treaties that Brazil has already signed, and the most important step forward in the trade and investment relations between the two countries. It brings stability and levels the playing field for investors doing business in the other country. The double tax treaty adopts the language recommended by the BEPS Action 6, which describes the intent of the contracting jurisdictions to eliminate double taxation without creating opportunities for non-taxation or reduced taxation through tax evasion or avoidance. Also, the double tax treaty has the post-BEPS standard, a tiebreaker clause for corporate tax residence based on mutual agreement between the competent authorities, having regard to its place of effective management, the place where it is incorporated or otherwise constituted, and any other relevant factors. Well, I brought some tax rates. Of course, as I said, I will place brief commentaries because the treaty is quite complex, as any other tax treaty. So Brazil currently does not impose a withholding tax on dividends, but the previous Brazilian government submitted a bill proposing to introduce a 15% withholding tax on dividend payments. If, and it will be introduced soon, this domestic 15%, the tax treaty will benefit multinationals operating in Brazil, especially as the 10% rate is lower than in many of Brazil's other treaties. Consequently, the UK is likely to be a popular choice for companies investing in Brazil. This is a helpful reduction in the UK's domestic withholding tax rate on interest of 20%. Although many of the UK's treaties reduce the withholding tax rate to 0%. Even though the standard Brazilian domestic withholding rate on interest is 15%, this provision reduces the withholding tax rate for banking transactions and bonds or securities issued on qualifying stock exchanges. Royalties. Here we have another example of the more favorable nature of the Brazil-UK tax treaty. Of course, more favorable from a Brazilian perspective, because it's the first treaty which has those low tax rates. Technical services fees. This is the most relevant change in the history of Brazilian tax treaties, as it represents a material reduction in the domestic withholding tax rate of 15% for such services, especially for services provided over the longer term. Multinationals should revisit their intergroup service structures to consider the impact of the more beneficial rates under this article. Under the protocol to the tax treaty, if Brazil agrees to a treaty with another OECD member other than a Latin American state, which includes rates lower than those set here, these lower rates will automatically apply to the Brazil-UK tax treaty. Older Brazilian treaties generally treat the remuneration for technical services as royalties, while this one distinguishes between the two. As a result, this treaty is the first that Brazil has signed that provides a more beneficial withholding tax rate in respect of such services. Associated enterprises. We have here a relevant innovation in regard to transfer pricing adjustments via mutual agreement procedures. It's important to mention that in 2023, the Brazilian Congress approved a new transfer pricing regime aligned with the OECD standards, which entered into force on January 1st, 2024. Offshore activities. Given the importance of energy and natural resources to the Brazilian economy, it is unsurprising that this double tax treaty includes a separate offshore activities article. This article extends the circumstances under which a resident of the other contracting state will be treated as having a PE in the source state as a result of activities in connection with the exploration, exploitation, or extraction of the seabed and subsoil and their natural resources. Although the 30-day threshold for the deemed PE rule is very restrictive. interest on the company's equity. This is a particular situation we have in Brazil, and there are some discussions about the characterization of juros sobre o capital próprio, but this treaty made it clear that it qualifies as interest. Entitlement to benefits, LOB rules. The treaty combines a principal purpose test with a comprehensive limitation on benefits. Listed companies and companies with substantial active trader business in both countries will be key beneficiaries of the new treaty. The Double Tax Treaty preamble states that its purpose to eliminate taxation without creating opportunities for non-taxation or for reduced taxation through tax avoidance or evasion, including an express reference to treaty shopping. In addition, the Double Tax Treaty includes an anti-abuse clause that contains a limitation on the benefits, LOB, rule, which must be complied with for the Double Tax Treaty's benefits to apply. In this regard, the protocol also contains a non-exhaustive list of factors that should be considered, along with the location of shareholders, activities, and assets, to determine whether a resident is engaged in the active conduct of a business in their state of residence. However, even if the LOB is complied with, it is reasonable to conclude that obtaining that benefit was one of the purpose of any arrangement or transaction. The benefits of the treaty will not be granted. Finally, similar to other recent treaties signed by Brazil, the protocol to the treaty expressly mentions that the treaty will not be interpreted to mean that a contracting state is prevented from using its domestic provisions to prevent tax avoidance or evasions, such as the CFC rules, Controlled Foreign Corporations rules, and thin capitalization rules. While it is more of academic than practical interest, given the tax rates in the two countries, it is interesting that the minimum tax rules under GLOBE are not explicitly mentioned here in this treaty. So just in time, I thank you very much for your attention, and we are at your disposition in Brazil if you want us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dalton, for that. We're moving on now to Wealth Preservation and Cryptocurrency Division in Divorce. And I'd like to welcome our next speaker onto the stage, Elizabeth A. Douglas, Esquire, founder and CEO of Douglas Family Law Group, PLLC, USA. Elizabeth is the founder and CEO and managing partner of the Douglas Family Law Group in White Plains, New York, serving families throughout Westchester and the Rockland counties.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so very much for having me here. It's an honor and a privilege to speak with each and every one of you. about a topic that I find very fascinating, preserving wealth and navigating high conflict divorces amidst the rise of cryptocurrency. But before I begin, I want to extend a very special thank you to the World Business Festival team. Thank you for the invitation, and to all of my colleagues near and far who've made the time to be here today. As a trial attorney and certified mediator and member of the executive committee of the New York State Bar Association's Family Law section, I've really dedicated my career to navigating high net worth and complex divorces with discretion and compassion. So amidst the rise of technology, and as we're all here as innovators, I find it very interesting to share with you this part of our practice that has become more prevalent as more and more people are using cryptocurrency. Let me start by asking you a question. By show of hands, how many of you made travel arrangements to be here with us today? Okay. Vast majority of the room. And when you made those arrangements, how many of you were given a free airline ticket to attend? Anyone? Okay. I wasn't either. So when I made my reservation, I had to take out what most of you probably did. I used my credit card, right? You all probably have one of these. Now, the thing about a credit card is that it is traceable. So when I made my reservation, my identity was tied very much to who, what, where, when, how much money. And if it were in the context of a divorce, this would be very easy for my spouse to be able to recognize how I paid for my ticket here. Next question by show of hands. How many of us have one of these? Yours might not be pink, but this is a wallet. How many? Okay, excellent. So would we all agree that you can see this wallet? Okay. You can touch this wallet. There's contents inside. Again, all tied to my identity. That's not the case when we're dealing with cryptocurrency or digital assets. So as I speak today, please keep in mind that while you can see this, with today's topic, you will not be able to see what would otherwise be known as a digital wallet. A little bit about me. I won't bore you with reading it. You can look at that later on. So, the prevalence of divorce. Divorce is not restricted to one particular country. Why? Because we're all people. And in marriages, sometimes they work out and sometimes they do not. But interestingly, the top 10 countries with the highest divorces are across the nation, from North America, Asia, and Europe. Portugal, interestingly, has the highest divorce rate at 92%, with India having the lowest divorce rate at 1%. But what seems to be a common issue is what actually happens in the context of divorce when a marriage doesn't work out. So, when we're dealing with preserving assets, we have to first consider what actually happens to them. Marital wealth is separated among parting spouses, meaning that the individuals themselves now need to preserve wealth independently when they're no longer a unit. So what does that actually mean? We're talking about preserving bank accounts, homes, cars, investment portfolios, art, and jewelry. Each of these things needs to be valued and divided. Now, I can only speak directly from the context of America, specifically New York law and Connecticut law, because those are the states where I am barred. But when we're thinking globally, we all consider that families do amass certain types of property, and universally, we all have bank accounts, wallets, homes, cars, investment portfolios, and the like. So I ask you to consider your independent circumstances as we speak today. Typically, assets are divided into two categories, marital and separate. Marital assets are typically any type of asset that is acquired after you've said, I do. So envision yourself after your first dance. Your spouse is in essence accumulating an interest in your property, and you are in theirs. You're amassing marital assets. In the States, marital assets continue from the time that you're married up until the time that one or both of you files for divorce. Separate assets, conversely, are those that we've acquired prior to marriage, and those that are specifically delineated as separate within the confines of a prenuptial agreement. They are not subject to distribution during a divorce. So for the purposes of today's discussion, we will not be focusing on separate assets. New age asset, cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency is in essence an untraceable, non-tangible asset. It's a digital asset that can be purchased, sold, or traded. Cryptocurrency is inherently volatile, and there's no actual tangible value unless you really trace or you have an expert going through to define and see what is otherwise unseen. Moreover, the price is specifically based solely upon supply and demand. It's very volatile. So at one moment, cryptocurrency could be worth $1 million. The next minute, it could be worth a couple $100,000, and so on and so on. Interestingly also, cryptocurrency is not strictly coins. Other crypto assets can include digital art, trading cards, videos, memes. Cryptocurrency actually was created back in 2008 during the financial crisis. One of the prevalent reasons for this was because there needed to be a way for transactions to become instantaneous and not require governmental authority, be traceable directly, and there had to be a way for a public transfer which would encrypt identities of owners. This actually became very, very important in the context of divorce and those spouses or people who wanted to hide their assets. It was a very convenient vehicle to be used because you could actually take tangible money, transfer it into the crypto world, and essentially attempt to secret it from your spouse. Now, you might be shocked that people want to do that. Not so shocking around the world or in the States. How is an intangible asset managed? Well, since we know that you can't physically put it in your wallet, an intangible asset is managed digitally. There's a digital checkbook or a ledger known as a blockchain. Blockchain technology allows for transferring of crypto assets from one individual to another without a bank and without a broker. So envision having a specific amount of money that you do not have to have followed, and you can easily transfer it back and forth without your identity being tied to it. This allows you a significant amount of leverage and a significant amount of autonomy as you make certain transactions. Most blockchains require a private key to access the account, emphasis on private. So again, in the context of the divorce world, when you're trying to value your assets and distribute them, if you have a private key that your spouse does not know about, it becomes relatively easy to keep that private key private. The private key is often stored in a virtual wallet, a hard drive, or even special software to ensure its safety and security. Is crypto relevant to divorce negotiations? Absolutely yes. Significant marital funds can be used to finance cryptocurrency investments. Crypto assets may yield high returns over the course of a marriage, and the sale of cryptocurrency may be used to fund marital projects such as purchasing a new home or renovations in the marital home. So what makes this so important to divorce negotiations? Typically, in any divorce negotiation, you need to have full financial transparency. In the States, that requires exchanging net worth statements. Essentially, that's a schedule of your assets and your liabilities. Each spouse is required to list all of their sources of income, their bank accounts, investment accounts, IRA accounts, any other sources of income, alimony that you might be receiving from a prior marriage, et cetera, et cetera. You're listing your tangible assets, you're listing your intangible assets. However, there becomes a big loophole when talking about crypto assets. Why? Because most divorce attorneys don't really understand what that means. They might see a listing of a crypto account, maybe they have one of the big name companies on there, but they don't understand how to value the asset. So it's so very important to have transparency and work with financial professionals who understand how to actually value a crypto asset. What does it mean? Where can it be hidden? It's more than just writing down your bank account or the contents of your physical wallet, because again, there is not a physical wallet. Digital wallets can be hidden or transferred easily. International markets have few reporting regulations. So imagine that you had $1 million, and you took that $1 million and you put that into digital assets. You were going through a divorce, and you were perhaps the spouse who had more of a technological savvy. It would be relatively easy, were your spouse not working with a trained professional who knew about crypto, to hide that money because there's no regulations to it, and you would have a private key. Crypto is now an emerging investment market requiring specialized forensics. Inexperienced attorneys may not know the right questions to ask, and crypto hunters become necessary when there are suspicions of hidden assets. So again, if you were the spouse who had the $1 million and you had it in a hidden key or a secret account, and your spouse did not know, they might be stuck, or they might be wondering how to track and trace where that $1 million went. Crypto is inherently volatile. The price is solely determined on supply and demand, and the prices fluctuate up and down. Another great planning tool in the context of a divorce, or another way that a spouse might try to secret the value of money. Let's say that you did find out that they had a secret account and you had access to the private key. What you might not know is the actual value of that asset. So during the context of the marriage, assets appreciate and they can depreciate. However, in a divorce, when we're distributing an asset, we think about what's the present value, when was it acquired, and more importantly, was it acquired to attempt to dissipate a marital asset, meaning to bring down the value specifically for divorce planning. These are all serious questions and things to consider when you are trying to work out a settlement or you're trying to distribute marital wealth. Transferring crypto may be an attempt to discreetly dissipate marital assets prior to commencing a divorce action. Before voicing an intent to divorce, a spouse can transfer cryptocurrencies or even entire blockchains via a thumb drive or other software to friends and family. The only trace is the physical transaction or the moving of the proprietary files. Remember, blockchains record only the transactions, not the users making the transactions. Again, which is why it's so important to trace each individual portion of any cryptocurrency, and so important to ask the correct questions during discovery, during depositions, even when speaking with your lawyer, if you assume or think that your spouse might have cryptocurrency. Large investments in cryptocurrency may be argued as dissipation as marital assets also, because they're volatile. So if you're dealing with a spouse who's not sure about the market, doesn't understand cryptocurrency, they might not understand why at a particular time a specific amount of money was transferred or another block of Bitcoin was purchased. That might actually be by design to hide additional funds that would otherwise have been available for distribution. With any negotiation, you want to consider your BATNA, your best alternative to a negotiated agreement. This includes tailored, thought-out questioning, tailored, thought-out tracing of assets, clear evaluations of your net worth statements or your financial disclosure affidavits. And when speaking with clients, my team always wants to make sure we understand our clients' bottom line, what they really need, and what we need to do to protect them. So when considering what you need, you've got to figure out what is the standard that can protect you from accepting terms that are too unfavorable and from rejecting terms that might be suited in your best interest. Again, it comes from transparency and understanding what there is to be divided, what types of assets are being dealt with, and what really is available for distribution. Knowledgeable divorce attorneys help you with transparency. We develop strategies to ensure transparent communication and disclosure of all assets. We understand the importance of fair and accurate asset division. We use other industry experts to assist throughout divorce proceedings. And of course, we help our clients to identify their BATNA, and we hold them to it. Negotiate settlements that clients are comfortable signing. What is a crypto hunter? A crypto hunter is not like a bounty hunter, but a crypto hunter is an expert who can track down hidden crypto assets throughout bank transactions. Most crypto assets are initially acquired through traceable funds, And these transactions are used to track down other chains of events that might impact financial assets subject to distribution in the confines of the divorce. An accurate appraiser is familiar with all the volatile nature of any cryptocurrencies, and they can help you get to the bottom of them. So, a hypothetical. A wife who's knowledgeable in technology and crypto has been considering a divorce. She understands that her husband is intelligent, but he's not the tech-savvy one. Before retaining her attorney, she believes she's the smartest woman in the room, and she goes ahead and she transfers her portfolio of crypto assets valued at $1 million via a thumb drive to her brother. Now, during the divorce, she and her husband exchange net worth statements, and she doesn't disclose this transfer because, again, it's hidden. The husband becomes curious, and he becomes suspicious because he recognizes that she does make good money, and she had access to significant assets. Her husband then, instead of being bound just by what's on her disclosure statement and taking her word for it, employs an excellent attorney, but also a crypto hunter with a financial forensic who's able to trace the origin of the assets through the whole chain, and he's able to uncover where that $1 million went. Cryptocurrency evaluators estimate, based on a timeline, what an initial investment might have been, what particular crypto it fell in, and how the assets were used. Depending upon what state you're in, a punishment for the wife for hiding the assets could be fully giving the husband the initial $1 million, or it could also be making that money available for distribution in a creative way, taking into consideration the volatility of the market. So, I thank you so much for your time, and if I can be a further resource, please feel free to reach out to me, ask me questions after the discussion. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. That was so incredibly interesting. So we're moving on to another topic now, which is international tax. And our next speaker is Mohammed Akmal Arif bin Shamsul Kahar, and he's the founder of Akmal Shamsul Kahar & Co. Malaysia. He's a leading partner of his firm and an experienced business lawyer with a decade-long track record of offering holistic legal guidance to businesses of various scales. Please welcome him to the stage.
Imagine a world where borders blur, economics intertwine, opportunities abound beyond domestic market. Welcome to the realm of the foreign direct investment, where capital flows freely across nations, forging connections and shaping the global economic landscape. Today, we delve into the dynamic world of FDI, exploring its significance, its transformative power on economics worldwide. Join me as we uncover the key factors driving this phenomenon and the implication it holds for Malaysian FDI strategy, a beacon of investment opportunity in ASEAN. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. Distinguished guests, my name is Akmal SK, and it is my privilege to stand before you today as a corporate lawyer specializing in taxation investment in ASEAN international law. With almost 10 years of experience in navigating the complexities of corporate legal matters across borders, I've had the opportunity to work with a diverse range of clients, from multinational corporations to emerging startups seeking to expand their presence in global markets. Throughout my career, I have the privilege of collaborating with cross-functional teams, be it private or the government agency or the government ministry, be it in ASEAN and also globally, and the business nuances that shape international transactions, as we gather here to exchange knowledge, insights, and best practices in our field of our specialization and law and industries. Now, as we embark on a journey to discover the uniqueness of this enchanting nation. Today, I would like to delve upon the 3 key aspects of Malaysia's identity. Number 1, we are located and situated in the heart of Southeast Asia. 2, we are the most peaceful, one of the most peaceful country in the world. 3rd, we are the fast-growing economy developing country. And 4th, having a good strategic relationship with all big powers. Just now we have Elizabeth from America, yeah? So I do believe that we're having a super strategic position, my country with Americans and the Europeans. And of course, we have a brotherhood relationship with the Middle Eastern, the Saudi, the UAE, the Iraqis. And of course, we are extremely close with the China, Japan, Korean, and Australian. Hence, it reflects as well with our diplomacy in the trade around the world. As far as we're concerned, the market analysis development business Malaysia in ASEAN, the FDI has brought several positive impacts to Malaysian economy. Of course, for the past 30 to 40 years, we had the economic growth, job creation, transfer of technology, superb and immensely the skills itself, the infrastructure, development, diversification of export markets, and stimulating domestic investment. Hence, why for the past 20 to 40 years, investors choose Malaysia to invest in Malaysia? Number 1, because of our government incentive. 2nd, we have the access to the new markets. 3rd, we are having skilled workforce among compared to our region neighborhood. 4th, we are having a lot of huge market potential. 5th, we have the infrastructure and logistics. Today, we explore the corporate tax landscape across Southeast Asia. As you can see on the slides, among of them, 10 countries combined as a Southeast Asia region. As much as analyzing the rates and incentive offered by ASEAN, I would love to explain about Malaysia because, number 1, as you guys must understand, the economy of Malaysia is actually the 3rd largest in Southeast Asia by focusing only by having the population of 30 million population. 2nd, we are the 36th largest in the world in terms of GDP. And in 2018, labor productivity of Malaysia was measured around $55,000 and 360 per worker, which is we are the highest in ASEAN. Malaysian economy is highly robust and diversified, with the export value high-tech products in 2020 standing at staggering at $92.1 billion, which is we are the highest in ASEAN. Now, we are talking about corporate tax rate for Malaysia and Labuan. Labuan is actually the offshore in Malaysia, and today we will explore about the Malaysia tax policy stack up against its regional neighbors and assess the attractiveness of onshore and offshore investment. As far as you must understand that a territorial tax system is a tax policy that has been practiced by Malaysia, whereby it is a tax policy in which taxes based on the income generated within the borders of a country rather than the global income. As much as overall, as you can see, Malaysia corporate tax on onshore will range between 24%, flat with the individual tax ranging 1% up to 30%. Malaysia corporate tax on offshore flat rate begins from 3% and individual tax ranging from 0 to 28%. Taking into consideration of Labuan and also the offshore, we must understand that the tax incentive for Labuan offshore apply to all types of businesses, activity tax, which is under the regulation in 2018. So we must understand that the unique features of Labuan tax regime is less tax, filing obligation, no estimation of income and bi-monthly deduction, perpetual tax exemption. Labuan entities may access benefits under the Malaysia ZTA. Ladies and gentlemen, what else regarding about the investment corridor in Malaysia? As much as we concern those big powers and also the businesses who would love to come across to Southeast Asia. Yes, we are, compared to other big countries, we are still developing countries. But among the developing countries, Malaysia is one of the best country that can assist your clients and also the businesses around the world to pass through our region, especially in Malaysia. So we have 5 corridors of investment. An investment corridor, Malaysia typically refers to a designated geographic area or region that has been strategically developed to attract investment, to promote economic growth, and facilitate trade and business activities. As far as we're concerned, we have 5. On the northern side of it, we have NCER, the Northern Corridor. The Northern Corridor consists of 5 states, Perlis, Kedah, Penang, and also Perak. So all these states, we are focusing on the manufacturing and also on the agriculture itself, on the segmentation. We have the southern part, which is near to Singapore, whereby this is actually one of the most investment corridor. It is called Iskandar Investment, where Iskandar Investment focuses on 4 things. On the tourism segment. Second, we focus on education. Third, we are focusing on financial. And 5th, we are focusing on manufacturing. And we go on the East Coast Economic Region, where we have the Terengganu State, we have the Kelantan State, and also we have Pahang State. This East Coast Economic Region, we are focusing on 3 things. We are rich with the raw materials, and also we are rich with the manufacturing diversification. Of course, with that kind of investment that we try to put and pass through to Malaysia, ECR is actually one of the regions that many investment and also businesses can come across to ASEAN, especially to drop by to East Coast Economic Region. As much as we're concerned, Malaysia divided into 2. Number 1 is a peninsula. On the other side, we have the Borneo. As much as the Borneo is concerned, we divided into 2 sectors. Sabah, a development corridor, and also Sarawak of the renewable energy. So as far as we're concerned, these 2 corridor focusing on 3 things. The renewable energy, we are focusing on the raw materials, and we're focusing on the manufacturing division. Distinguished guests, stretching across 10 diverse nations, we are located at the very strategic location because during our forefathers' generation, the country, which is Malaysia, is the gateway between China Sea and Indian Ocean for business trading around the world. And we are the only Asia 3 big major races, Malay, Chinese, and Indian, plus various other ethnic groups in large number, whereby it causes stability in our country. And of course, as much as we're concerned, ASEAN represents a vast and vibrant marketplace with a combined population exceeding 600 million population. And blessed with abundant natural resources, Malaysia have a youthful demographic and strategic geographic positioning. ASEAN offers unparalleled position for business seeking tap into immense potential. With that, as we draw to close, I am filled with a profound sense of optimism and excitement for the future. Today, we have embarked on a journey to discover an opportunity, a journey that has showcased the boundless potential of Malaysia as premier destination for foreign direct investment. But beyond statistics and figures, I do believe what truly sets Malaysia apart is the people, a diverse and dynamic workforce brimming with talent and also creativity with the entrepreneurial spirit. With that, thank you so much, and may success be our constant companion on the road ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much for that. We're moving on now to customs law, and I'd like to welcome to the stage Ana Dolores Samolta, Councillor, Brazilian Administrative Council of Tax and Customs Appeals. She's a professor of undergraduate and postgraduate courses and custom law and judicial director of the Chamber of Commerce of Brazil, Argentina. Please welcome Ana Dolores Samolta to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Ana Dolores, and today I'm delighted to have the opportunity to speak to you about the international tax, and specifically about investment opportunity in Brazil with two tax reduction. Rather than delving into crisis of law itself, I'm to explore the exciting realm of business opportunities that emerge within legal frameworks. Let's uncover how the law can be a catalyst for innovation, growth, and success in the business world. So today I'm talking the future of the export, tax, customs, and opportunity in export processing zones, APZ. So I put the roadmap for you. What is its ZPE? What is necessary legislation in Brazil? Conditions, creation, and installation, and CZPE in Brazil. So what is it? It is in an area of free trade with foreign countries, intent for the installation of companies focused of the production of goods to be marketed abroad, and is considered a primary zone for customs control purpose. Access to tax treatment, exchange trade funds, administrative procedures specific to region. What is needed for an APZ? Promotion to reduction of imbalances in less developed regions, strengthen the balance of payments, promote technological diffusion, it's the most important for Brazil, promote the country's economic and social development, attractive for high investments, competitiveness of Brazil exports, and generation employment. This instrument has been used for decades in other countries such as United States and China. I put the timeline legislation in Brazil and many legislations, but I will explain. We need two necessary conditions for APZs. The startup of an APZ will depend on the prior customs clearance of the respective area and the installation and APZs of companies whose projects reflect the simple transfer or industrial plants already installed in the country. So, how to create an APZ? I put a map for you. So, less development regimes contribute to local development, making it possible to reduce regions imbalance, take advantages of the region's export potential, and increase the added value of Brazil exports, specifically commodities. Prioritized propose to create APZs located in privileged geographical areas for exports, and rational use of the nature research contributes to aiding value to goods produced in the region and increase the competitiveness of this production. Contribute to technology diffusion, avoid the demobilization of sector or local productive arrangements that are already consolidated, minimize the negative impact of the national industry, avoid bottlenecks in urban transport, water, sanitation, in the electricity infrastructure, and diversify Brazil's export and trade partners. So, how to establish operation and APZs? First, pre-project, after pre-booking pricing, technical project, CZPE approval, and finally, APZ contract. In practice, this is the result. We make installated industry, administrating APZ, and the customs. This is the area APZ in Brazil. And failure to export or return goods to APZ. One, a fine of 100% of the value of the goods issued by APZ. And we have a prohibition from using the affirmed special customs regimes. But are APZ just for exporting? No. Goods produced in the APZ can only be introduced for consumption on the domestic market, provided that the following condition. This is the following conditional. Annual value of international for each product according to NMB classification from a company and APZ may under no circumstance exceed 10% of the value of the respective production. The CZPE may, when approving each other project, reduce the limit set in the previous year. The sales of goods to domestic markets will be subjected to the same administrative and exchange rate treatment as import, and goods produced in APZ and introduced for consumption on the domestic market will be subjected to payment of taxes and charge. So, can and company establishments, operation, and APZ, in additional production, import, or export of the following will not be authorized in APZs. Weapons or explosive of any kind, radioactivity material expected with prior authorization for the National Nuclear Energy Commission, petroleum and its derivatives, and in addition to other indicates in the regulation. But is the most important point. What's the benefits of the APZ? In Brazil, we have many, many types of taxes. IPI, II, PIS, PASEP, COFINS, and other types. So the benefits of on APZ is both in domestic purchase and imports. Once the legal requirements have been met, companies, establishments, and APZ can enjoy the suspension of taxes and contribution such as II, IPI, PIS, COFINS, PIS import, and COFINS imports, as well as AFRMM. In Brazil, it's called Taxa de Afretamento da Marinha Mercante. It's very different. We have the suspension to II, IPI, COFINS, PIS, PASEP e taxa de afretamento da Marinha Mercante. Companies set up in APZs enjoy exchange rate freedom. They can permanently keep 100% of the foreign currency obtained from their export abroad. Acquisition in the domestic market, suspension of IPI, COFINS, PIS e PASEP. The suspension in question is applied in case where the acquisition related to machinery, apparatus, instruments, and equipment, and applies to the new use goods for incorporation into authorized to operation in the APZ. This detail is an interesting. Differentiation sales tax benefits are usually only guaranteed to new goods. And finally, at the state level, APZs have differentiation that tax treatment in relation to ICMS. It's another type tax in Brazil. Treatment in relations ICMS, the exception from ICMS on import and purchase on the domestic market regulation. In Brazil, we have these locations in APZ. It's the opportunity of investments in Acre, Açu at the Rio de Janeiro. Do you know Rio de Janeiro? Araguaiana at Tocantins, Bataguaçu at Mato Grosso do Sul, Boa Vista at Roraima, Cáceres at Mato Grosso, Ilhéus at Bahia, Imbituba at Santa Catarina, Macabaíba at Rio Grande do Norte, Parnaíba at Piauí, Pecém at Ceará, Suape at Pernambuco, it's my state, Teófilo Otoni at Minas Gerais, and Uberaba at Minas Gerais too. And finally, the regime is valid for each company to 20 years. From the start of its operation in the APZ can be extended to equal periods. It's more 20 years. No company can set up outside the polygonal. However, the polygonal itself can be discontinuous in territories terms provide to 30 miles approximated. And individuals or legal entities resident or domiciliated in Brazil which to invest in a company establishment or the established in a APZ must be the conditionals established for Brazilian investments abroad. Thank you for your attention today, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these ideas can shape our future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ana Dolores. Let's move on now to our next topic, which is ECG intelligence to power the markets of the future. And I'd like to invite our next speaker up onto the stage, Siti Nur Farhana Omar Aziz, CEO Corporate Mind Group, Malaysia. Please do welcome Siti to the stage. Siti is holding the dual roles of Managing Director of Shamsul Kahar & Co. and the CEO at Corporate Mind Group, Malaysia.
Hello everyone. Today, we stand at the crossroad of opportunity and responsibilities. The choices that we make, the decision that we take, and the value that we shape is very important in determining the business direction on how we invest and how we measure the success of environmental, social governance, ESG. And ESG is not just a buzz of word, but it value through not just through the dollar and cents, but the life change, the community engaged, and the ecosystem restored. Hi. My name is Siti Nur Farhana bint Omar Aziz. I am the CEO of Corporate Mind Group Malaysia. And based on my 7 years dedicated experience as a central banker of Malaysia, I oversee regulatory compliance and supervisions across international and domestic markets. I also have spread my knowledge on compliance and regulatory international law as a director of one of the prestigious legal firm in Malaysia, Tetuan Akmal Shamsokaha and Co., ASCO. And also, currently, I am the CEO of Corporate Mind Group. I want to become the catalyst of change and also the champion of environmental social governance, ESG initiative. So this is me. I hope it doesn't give any vast difference between the real life and the photos. Okay? And yeah. So what is actually ESG? And I believe this phase is something that's quite familiar with all of you. ESG refers to the environmental, social, governance, refers to the set of criteria used to evaluate companies' performance based on these three key criteria. The first one is environmental, social, and governance. Environmental basically determines on how the company manage the environmental impact of the particular companies. For example, how they manage the carbon footprint, resource usage, or climate risk management. In terms of the social aspect, we evaluate on how they interact with the stakeholders, how they interact with the customers or employees, and it's very important because it governs the labor law and also human rights. And the governance part is, I think, is one of the integral parts of ESG because it covers the system and structure that determine how company is directed and controlled. Basically, in terms of the board composition, the effectiveness, the transparency, the anti-corruption measures, and how they actually govern the companies based on the sustainability directions. And yes, what about the global acceptance of ESG, all right? So based on the emerging global sustainable risks, for example, in terms of flood risk, increasing the sea level, or the issue of maybe environmental issues that has give the impacts or has given a change of paradigm, most of the investors in the world, how they reassess the investment strategy not using the conventional methods, just purely based on monetary basis per se. So basically, they have shifted the paradigm in determining how to invest in certain companies. And of course, they're using ESG as part of the integral factors before they proceed on the investment decision. On the first part is, of course, as I mentioned earlier, is the investor demand. And as for now, investors are increasingly integrating ESG as part of their considerations to the investment decisions. And then in terms of the regulatory pressures, of course, a lot of regulatory bodies around the world imposing strict regulatory perspective or imposing new rules and regulations in order for us to have a strong governance of ESG and all the requirements related on ESG itself. And in terms of stakeholders management, I think stakeholders are already placing a greater emphasis in ensuring business will be done ethically, because once the business has been done ethically, it will increase the brand reputations and the value creations of the company itself. And then in terms of industry guidelines, I think a lot of bodies or organizations have implemented a lot of industry guidelines to ensure the consistency in terms of the implementation of ESG. And of course, the integral parts of the business strategy, leading companies are embedding ESG considerations into the core business and strategies operations. So we have seen the wide acceptance in terms of the global acceptance for the implementation of ESG in pursuing any decision making and strategic decision for the particular issues of the business directions. All right, and then in terms of the based on the HSBC Sustainable Financing Investing survey, mentioned clearly that there has been a notable increase in awareness in terms of how we adopt ESG in Asia, in ASEAN specifically, because I'm from Malaysia, so a part of the Southeast Asia. All right, so according to the HSBC reports, investors from Asia are currently paying more attention to ESG due to several factors, including pressure from the employees and also regulatory environment and the potential for ESG strategies to improve the return and reduce the risk. And then also the Asian taxonomy, where this Asian taxonomy are actually serve as a common framework in terms of standardize the direction of the business while promoting the international taxonomies and green investment standards. So for the next questions, is Malaysia ready for ESG? Malaysia readiness, especially Asians particularly, yes, we are heading towards that. We are ready for the ESG. We welcome the investors because we are progressing enough to ensure the robust implementations of ESG in Asians. As you can see here, according to the Global Sustainable Investment Alliance, GSIA reports, Malaysia is the largest market, which is 30% for sustainable investing among Asian members. Malaysia is progressing on ESG compliance as outlined in our 12th Malaysia plan, where our goal to achieve carbon neutrality in 2050. And then also in terms of taxonomy, Malaysia has implemented a climate change and principle-based taxonomy. And also the world biodiversity, we support the global goal of protecting 30% of the world's biodiversity by 2030. And for the Bursa Malaysia is one of the regulatory body that governs all the listed companies in Malaysia, has introduced and enhanced the sustainability reporting requirements to encourage the sustainability practice among all the listed companies in Malaysia. And then for the key factors of successful deployment of ESG in Malaysia, as we can see, one of the key factors of successful deployment of ESG in Malaysia is a commitment of the leadership. Strong leadership is very important to drive the ESG initiative within the organizations. Top management must prioritize ESG as part of the considerations into strategic decision-making processes. And second, in terms of robust governance structure, by establishing the robust governance structure, ensure effective oversight and implementation of ESG. This includes clear accountability, transparent reporting mechanism, and regular monitoring and evaluations of ESG performance. And for the stakeholders' engagement, we have to understand that it is crucial for us to understand their expectations and incorporating their feedbacks on any ESG strategies or issues that been encountered by them. And for the capacity building and training, of course, we need to help employees to attend the training so that they have a clear understanding in terms of how the importance of ESG to be implemented in the companies and to be practiced effectively. And then, of course, integration to the business strategy. This is something that we keep on has to, escalate this matter so that all the business owners will understand this is very integral to their business. We're integrating ESG consideration into core business process such as risk management, procurement, product development, and supply chain management to ensure sustainability is embedded throughout the organizations. Okay. So for this one, in 2024, several areas of growth among the pillars of ESG are expected to gain attractions. In terms of environmental pillar, you will see for the climate change mitigations. The climate change mitigation increased focus on reducing greenhouse gas emission, transitioning to renewable energy, and implementing sustainable practices to combat climate change. And biodiversity conservations, growing recognition of the importance of preserving the biodiversity and ecosystem, leading to initiative to protect natural habits and species diversity. And for the circular economy, emphasize on adopting circular economy principle to minimize waste generations, promote recycling and resource efficiency, and create closed loop systems. And for the social pillars, of course, we focus on diversity, equity, and inclusions to increase the awareness of DEI issues, leading to efforts to promote diversity in the workforce as to ensure equal opportunities be given to everyone, and everyone will foster inclusive relationship in the workplace. And then for the mental health and well-being, increase the recognition of the mental health as a critical aspect and of employee well-being to initiate to support mental health awareness and also access to the resources. And then for the social justice and human rights, we emphasize on adopting circular economies principles to minimize waste of generations, promote recycling and resource efficiencies, and also create closed loop systems. All right. And for the governance part, of course, the transparency and disclosure, we need to have a continued focus on enhancing transparency and disclosure practices, including ESG reporting, board diversity disclosures, and stakeholders engagement. For the board effectiveness, we need to increase scrutiny of board compositions, independence and effectiveness of the board, with a focus of diversity, expertise, and accountability. And then last one is under the governance pillar for cyber security and data privacy. We like to increase concerns about the cybersecurity threat and data privacy breaches, leading to efforts to strengthen the governance framework, risk management practices, and data protection measures. investors, of course, definitely have a compelling reason to invest in Malaysia for several key reasons. One of it is risk mitigations, because integrating ESG factors into investment decisions help investors identify and mitigate various risks, including environment risks. And also the enhanced financial performance. Companies that prioritize ESG considerations demonstrate better operational efficiency, leading to enhanced financial return for investors. And the reputation and the brand value, yes, is very important because investors can attract socially responsible clients and stakeholders, thereby enhancing their credibility and a market position. In terms of the long-term value creations, we contribute to the long-term value creations for investors by promoting sustainable economic development. And also not to forget, for the regulatory compliance, we adhere to ESG standards and best practices to reduce regulatory risk and potential legal liabilities for investors. Malaysian companies have been recognized at the Asian Corporate Governance Award for their exemplary corporate governance practices, demonstrating adherence to international standards and best practices in governance. So basically, we receive these awards, international standards, based on international standards and international awards. The MSCI ESG ratings, Malaysia companies have received favorable MSCI ESG rating, which assess companies' ESG performance and provide investors with insights to the sustainability credential. And also Asian Sustainability Award recognized outstanding contributions to sustainable development and environmental conservations in the Asian region. This award highlights Malaysia's commitments and promoting sustainable and responsible business practices. And we also received this FTSE for Good Index series, which measures the performance of companies demonstrating strong ESG practices globally. And MSCI ESG ratings, where Malaysian companies have received favorable MSCI ESG rating, which assess companies' ESG performance and provide investors with insights into their sustainability credentials. Okay, and then last but not least, these awards and recognitions underscore Malaysia's efforts to actually advance the ESG principle and promote sustainability practices across various sectors in Malaysia's economy. And also this reflects companies' commitment to environmental stewardship, social responsibilities, and also ethical governance, positioning Malaysia as a leader in sustainable practices within Asians and international market. With that, thank you so much from me.
Thank you so much. That was fascinating. We did enjoy that greatly. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to our next topic, which is Israeli tax system fostering peace between Israel and Palestine. Such an important subject for today. I'd like to welcome to the stage our next speaker, Karen Martesino, owner of KMA Tax Law Office in Israel, a founding attorney and the owner of KMA Tax Law Office, specializing in Israeli taxation, particularly VAT. Please welcome Karen to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here today. My name is Karen Marciano, and I am the founding attorney and the owner at KMA Tax Law Office, specializing in Israeli taxation with an emphasis on VAT. I have been serving as the VAT Committee co-chairman of Israeli Bar Association for the last 7 years. I have an LLB degree with a major in government and an LLM degree in business law, both from Reichman University in Israel. It's a great honor to be here today to present for the first time my vision for solving Israel's most painful problem, the conflict with the Palestinians, and especially during these war days. But before I talk about my vision, I want to present my background, which has led me to understand that the only way to end this conflict is a political arrangement. I was born in Sharm el-Sheikh, a city in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, which was occupied by Israel during the Six-Day War of 1967. For the first years of my life, we lived outside of time, communally with our neighbors and with nature, often barefoot on the beach, at peace with the local Bedouin population. When Israel signed the peace treaty with Egypt, returning the Sinai, our entire community was forced to evacuate. And so I learned from a young age that the price for peace can be painful, yet worthwhile for the sake of being better neighbors. We moved to my mother's hometown, Ramle, a unique city where Jewish, Christian, and Muslim residents coexist. I learned a particularly important lesson in Israeli society: not to fear the other, to see beyond socioeconomic status and cultural differences, to value individuals. It is where I came to feel deeply that everyone is deserving of equal opportunities. Undertaking my mandatory military service at age 18, I was rapidly promoted from the Home Front Command to become the second woman in Israel at the time to be chosen as an HR officer of Combat Battalion. The job was huge. Essentially a human resource manager for about 600 infantry soldiers and commanders. One of the aspects of my service at the battalion made one thing crystal clear to me: the ongoing conflict takes too high a toll. When there were casualties, and there were, I had to identify the fallen soldiers from my battalion, gather their belongings, and return them to their families. The process broke my heart. After growing up in Sharm el-Sheikh and Ramle, I knew that the coexistence was possible. When I was released from the IDF after almost 6 years, I knew I wanted to study law, but I also chose to combine my studies with a major in government to understand how policy is formulated and to learn how international conflicts and relations with neighboring countries are conducted. During university, since my family's financial situation was difficult, I had to work to finance my studies and living expenses. To add practice to the theory I was learning, I applied to a major commercial law firm, persuading them to invent the position of pre-intern for me. In my 2 years at the firm, working closely with a partner involved in some of the largest commercial transactions in Israel, I saw that no deal was finalized before the tax attorney explained the tax implications. Moreover, I was impressed by the creativity they demonstrated in finding solutions to ensure that the tax consequences of a deal did not harm its economic viability. Following my love for the fields of taxes, I was accepted for an internship in the legal department of Customs and VAT division of the Israeli Tax Authority, where I remained as a lawyer for 2 more years. At the time, I received an offer from one of the leading tax offices in Israel to join them, where I worked for about 6 years. 7 years ago, I established the KMA Tax Law Office. The practice has become both vibrant and successful. As I mentioned, I'm an Israeli citizen born in Sharm el-Sheikh, in the Sinai Peninsula, and uprooted when Israel returned the area to Egypt. I learned from a young age that the price for peace can be painful, yet worthwhile for the sake of being better neighbors. We have had a peace treaty with Egypt for over 40 years after many difficult wars, but still virtually none at all with our Palestinian neighbors to this day. The conflict is long, bloody, and complex. I can personally attest, after serving in the Israeli Defense Forces for nearly 6 years, that it takes too high a toll on both sides. Creating a system that better promotes economic cooperation between the parties can lead to improved political relations between them. I understand the enormous geopolitical complexity of my goal. There are so many shared and cross-border challenges, ranging from politics to sectors such as water resource management, energy, and security. But the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We can use the tax system to benefit Israel by benefiting the Palestinian Authority. In Israel, there's a set of tax laws called the Capital Investment Encouragement Law, which is intended to stimulate socioeconomically weak towns and regions. These laws offer to Israeli companies that establish factories and technology businesses in these underdeveloped areas tax benefits. Reasoning that increasing the supply of diverse jobs encourage the local population to acquire education and professional training, thus strengthening the community overall. I propose studying this set of tax laws in conjunction with similar international laws currently in practice to formulate new legislation in Israel for the express purpose of stimulating the Palestinian economy. The laws would grant significant tax benefit to Israeli entrepreneurs who establish factories and technology companies in Palestinian areas. More specifically, they would receive grants and pay a reduced corporate tax rate, as well as receive additional tax benefits on profits which are reinvested in development of similar enterprises. A commitment to employ a high proportion of Palestinian workers, including in management positions, means more workers will strive to acquire professional education and training, with the added incentive that they will be entitled to all benefits that the State of Israel provides to employees. The goal is twofold. First, establishing these industrial areas stimulate the commerce needed to support them, including grocery stores, restaurants, raw material suppliers, and home construction near the work site. And in so doing, develop the entire region economically. Second, if properly structured, the laws can create financially economic independence or financially independence that is sustainable. 5 to 7 years out, when the Israeli plants and businesses are financially stable, they will be able to sell their cooperation with exempt from tax as long as the sale is to a Palestinian resident. This exemption from tax afforded Israeli entrepreneurs is a powerful development tool in creating a Palestinian economy independence structure. It is true that in the current political climate, some people perceive Israeli enterprises established in Palestinian areas as exploitative. However, a plan that not only creates jobs, but is specifically designed not just to take advantage of inexpensive labor, but to mobilize Israeli in a comprehensive way to strengthen the Palestinian economy is a major positive game changer. There is a beautiful logic to having the State of Israel encourage Israeli entrepreneurs to use their power economic to strengthen the Palestinian prosperity. Mutual economic cooperation and interdependency will increase the incentive for both sides to avoid violent actions, and as well as lay the foundations for future political independence. I strongly believe that this model can be an integral part of a political settlement and will benefit both sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, very soon we are going to be taking a well-deserved coffee and tea break. But let's do one more session now. We're moving on to investment laws, Iraq, and I would like to invite to the stage Oz Muwafaq Al-Badai, Attorney of Legal Counsel, Iraq. Mr. Oz possesses a robust track record in the legal industry, boasting diverse expertise across criminal law, civil law, litigation, and more. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start my presentation, I would like to tell you how much I am honored and happy to represent my country in this global conference through the window of WBF. My presentation will be simple, and also my English will be simple. I forgot to tell you I'm little scared about this presentation. So, I'm starting with a review about the Iraqi investment law and its impacts, and also a review of current investment and double tax treaties in Iraq. I forgot my presentation. Okay. Before 2003, investment opportunities in Iraq were all just ruled by small companies, and it's also the companies were medium-sized companies. Those private companies took the market only 30% of the market. However, the majority of investment in Iraq before 2003 were ruled and run by the governmental entities. Those governmental entities were the general companies. The general companies owned by the ministries. It's like highest education ministries, they have general companies. Also oil ministry, there is general companies. These entities were ruled and were still played by governmental entities. These entities were governed by general companies and a structure influenced by a systemic control economic conditions that time. After 2003, significant change occurred, leading Iraq to actively participate in global economic system. In response to these changes, the law number 13 of 2006 were issued by the Iraqi parliament to govern the investment system and to pave the way for this new path in harmonizing with other relative legislations. What are the objectives of the Iraqi investment law? First, it's covering the infrastructure development, healthcare and housing, human resource development, and to export the potential, the Iraqi potential to outside the Iraq, to join the global system and the new world system. What are the investment areas? Oil and energy system, which is the majority opportunities in Iraq. Electricity and power of generation. Infrastructure and constructions. Agriculture and agribusiness. Telecommunication and technology. Healthcare and education. Healthcare and education, it's extremely developed in Iraq. It's related to the population expanding. Industrial and manufacturing sector, banking and finance. Banking and finance, it's in the past 2 years, it were very active sector. As a legal manager of Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank in Iraq, Iraq took many procedures, many actions for the Iraqi finance and banking system. What is the advantages of the investment law? The advantages of the investment law, it guarantees equal treatment for the investors. Also, it's guarantee the ability to repatriate profits and capital. Job creation for Iraqi and non-Iraqi workers to transfer the knowledge and the technology from the global system outside Iraq and from Iraq to the whole world. Also, the investment law, it was the first law in 2006. After that, the related laws were issued in Iraq, such as labor law, number 37 of 2015, and also the judicial system created specialized courts, which is our labor courts. At first, it was one court in Baghdad, then two courts in Baghdad, two sides in Baghdad, Kars and Rasafa. Then each city in in Iraq, there is a labor law because of the expanding of business labor power, and disputes. Social security law protection. Social security, this is the newest law in relation in 2023. Legal residency for the foreigners, residency law number 76, 2017. Recent tax system overhaul. Last 10 years, the Iraqi government and the Iraqi parliament figured out what is the global system related to tax and tried to communicate Iraq with the world. So in the last 10 years, the tax system developed mainly each 2 years through the practice, how Iraq dealt with Dubai, how Iraq dealt with Qatar, how Iraq dealt with Jordan. Then it's expanded beyond the sea. Egypt, then after that to Africa, Europe again, and also to Americas. Also, Iraq signed double tax treaties with many countries. That treaty organized the tax system. Simply, one of the guarantees that the branch in Iraq, as long as it's paying the tax at the head office, there is enough there to accept from the tax. It's a simple word. The countries, which is Iraq, has treaties: Jordan, Sri Lanka, Slovakia, Qatar, Pakistan, and Romania. And the Iraqi parliament studying to expand the treaty with other countries. The main points of the conclusions. The conclusions, in summary, the Iraqi presents exciting investment opportunities across the various sectors, legal guarantees for the investors and labor powers, the governmental intention for capital investing inside the country, and to bring the foreign knowledge inside Iraq. It's a great chance to arrange partnership with local expert Iraqi companies. At last, I'm very happy and honored to be here with my brothers, colleagues, and friends. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, and thank you to all of our speakers this morning. It's been such a fantastic start to what is going to be an incredible few days. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a well-deserved break. Let's fuel up with some coffee and snacks and get those networking conversations brewing. Please head to the designated area just behind you and make some meaningful connections. We will reconvene shortly. Enjoy your break. Again, everybody, welcome back. We hope that you enjoyed that short break. Let's move on to the next section and then enjoy some lunch together. So the next topic that we're looking at is eliminating tax in the USA through the use of foreign subsidiaries. Our very special speaker today is Alvaro Acevedo, President of Brickell Law Group USA. Alvaro is the only attorney in the United States to be a fellow of the National Tax Practice Institute while holding all 3 licenses to represent before the IRS simultaneously. Please welcome him to the stage.
Can everyone hear me here? You good? Well, good afternoon, good morning still. My name is Alvaro Acevedo. I go by Al. I come from the United States, from Miami especially. I'm a board-certified tax attorney and international law attorney, and I preside over a group called Brickell Law Group PA, where our offices are in Miami. And what I want to do today with my presentation is something that I haven't seen in this conference before, which is a little bit of talking strategy. How can we help our clients, specifically when they have multi-jurisdictional exposure to tax? So even though I'm going to be focused specifically on the US landscape, that doesn't mean that this cannot be applied to some other landscape which might be applicable to your specific situation. The thing is that I have to focus my presentation in the US, and the reason is that I am only licensed as an attorney, specifically in the state of Florida, and my certified public accountant license is also from the state of Florida, so I don't want to dive into some other jurisdiction, but this is the way that we use it when we have multinational exposure clients. So what do we want to do today? We're going to explore how tax will affect someone who's interested in going into the United States with an investment, and how we can structure that, and the mere structure can lower the tax exposure. We're not going to eliminate it, but we're going to make it better for the individuals after they get into the investment and start receiving the income from the exposure. That's the idea. So this is a real life case study that we had at our office. It's, of course, rounded so that we can do the math easier, but it is something that by virtue of us structuring it properly, we were able to decrease the tax substantially onto a client. So it's a case study. So how do we do it? We have 2 members. One is a US person who's an individual, a resident of California, one of the states of the United States. The other one is a person who is not a United States person, it's a foreigner, and it's a resident of the Bahamas. They went into a business relationship. It was a 50-50 partnership. They made a $100 million initial investment, and the venture had multiple exposure to multiple markets regarding the tax. Now, the main thing here, and for those of us who are a little bit versed in the tax and the international tax exposure especially, is that the activity of the enterprise was not passive. It was active, because if it was passive, we would get into other tax rules. So the activity here, just as a piece of information, was the provision and the servicing and the maintenance and repair of certain tangible goods. That's what it was. Now, what is the applicable law every time that we have a case scenario like this? The US person is going to be taxed on a worldwide income. The California resident is going to be taxed on a worldwide income as well. The foreigners, however, are not going to be taxed by the US on their worldwide income. They're going to be taxed only on their US-based income. Now, the US corporate entities, the corporations, are, like US individuals, covered by the same law, by the Internal Revenue Code, and that law provides that the US taxed entities and individuals are going to be taxed on their worldwide income. And the thing is that one thing that we have to acknowledge here is that if the entities, it's a CFC, a controlled foreign corporation from an international tax perspective, in some income, which now is pretty much every kind of income depending on the earnings that you have, you are going to be taxed in the United States regardless of the distributions that you make, even if it's a corporate entity, because of a tax that we call so part of income on the one hand, and then there's another tax which is called guilty income on the other. Now, as I said before, the activity of this particular enterprise is the distribution and the maintenance, repairs of tangible goods. It was machinery, particularly. Now, this is the initial year of the revenues that they had. The projected sales within the USA, it was around 50-50 between domestic and foreigner. Again, these are not exact figures, but they work to do our math. 50% in the US, 50% overseas. We're going to have a $20 million net sales. What I mean by net sales is that this is after expenses. And the reason we care about this is because the net sales after the expenses is going to be the amount that we're going to be using to calculate our taxable income. Now, this is a brief overview of the individual tax system in the United States. The individual tax system in the US is a gradual system. The top tax rate in the US right now goes at 37%. There's an additional tax that we pay when we are at that 37% threshold, which is a 3.8 net investment tax. And because our client is a resident of the state of California, they have to pay an additional 13.3% state income tax. Now, one thing that we have to get into consideration is that these are the top numbers. They don't account for individual deductions, credits, things of that nature that might lower the rate. This is the amount of tax that you would pay without taking those specific, case-specific considerations into account. Now, as a foreign person, it's the same thing. You're going to pay 37% tax, domestic and foreigner. What's the difference between the resident and the non-resident? The difference is that you will not pay state income tax. He's a foreigner. He resides in the Bahamas. And you only pay tax on the U.S. source of your income. So we saw that the individuals are going to engage into that enterprise, and the enterprise is going to have income sourced at a different country and within the United States. Here, the income, it's going to be taxed only the U.S. portion. The foreigner is outside of the U.S. jurisdiction. That's important. Now, the percentages is applied for the U.S. person. The ordinary income for the U.S. person only is going to be $10 million. The reason is this. Remember, I told you $20 million is the net sales. They go 50-50. So 10 goes to the U.S., 10 goes to the non-resident. The cumulative tax rate based on the previous slide is 54.1%. So the math is easy. $5.41 million. That's how much money they are going to be paying in tax. It's going to be over 50% tax rate when you add everything, the net investment tax and everything. The net disposable income for the individual is $4.5 million, and this is the situation we are seeking to optimize by virtue of structuring the transaction. For the foreign person, is the same thing. However, if you see, even though they have worldwide tax, his share of the 20 million is only 50%. Only 50% of the 10 million is going to be U.S. sourced. Why do I care? Because that's the only portion that's going to be subject to the tax. The total tax that he's going to be paying, based on the previous slide, which is 37% individual plus the 3.8%, which is the net investment tax, is going to be 40.8. So the total tax is going to be 2.04. The net disposable income is going to be 796. The reason is, again, it's only going to be taxed on the U.S. source. What are the aggregate tax consequences of this particular scenario? I need you to understand this before I show you the structure. The aggregate tax consequences are, again, 20 million income, U.S. tax, U.S. person, 459, foreign persons 296, total U.S. burden 7.55. The net income after tax is 12.55. How do we improve the situation? We structure in this way. The individual sets up a U.S. corporation outside of the state of California. That's number one. There are states in the United States that have no tax. Delaware. It's a very common state for setting it up. That doesn't mean it's the only one. It's just the one that's most commonly used. The foreign individual is going to be 50% owner of that U.S. corporate entity, and the U.S. person is going to be the individual that's going to be owning the U.S. Corp. So the U.S. Corp is going to be owned 50-50. The foreign person also owns a foreign entity which we are going to set up in the British Virgin Islands or an equivalent. What do I mean by an equivalent? It has to be a jurisdiction that has some kind of low tax rate, territorial tax system. So that's pretty much the way that it works. And again, we're only focusing right now on the US perspective. What are the consequences of doing this? If you do that, then immediately the US person no longer has to recognize any tax. No longer. Why? Because the Delaware entity is going to serve as a blocker for him to not have to pay tax to the federal government or the government of California until you distribute it, by the way. There's other ways, other considerations we have to take there. Moreover, the Delaware corporation does not have to pay tax on the foreign earnings. You don't have to pay tax on the... Why? Because it's effectively blocked by virtue of having a foreign partner. The fact that you have a foreign partner that owns 50% or more of the structure automatically excludes the entity from being considered a controlled foreign corporation, and the income received is going to be blocked. That means you're not going to pay tax or recognize tax, for that matter, in the US. So you're going from being taxed worldwide, the US person, on everything, to being taxed on nothing, absolutely nothing. And for the foreign person to be taxed on the US source income, to being taxed on the US source income only if distributed, because otherwise you would have had to pay regardless of distributions. What are the aggregate tax consequences? Again, we have worldwide net income of 20 million, the US person, no tax. Domestic corporations, by the way, are going to pay tax on the US portion only now, before it used to be worldwide, of 21%, $2.1 million. The foreign person, again, it's blocked. No income, no tax. So the total US burden went to $2.1 million, and before we used to have to pay $7.55 million. So the net income after tax is now $17.9 million. Simply by the structure. We're not changing anything here. We're not operating it differently, nothing. We just filled out some forms and registered them with the government. Now, you have to take this into consideration because it's not so nice and so easy. Number one, the US corporate entity is going to have retained earnings. The retained earnings are going to be eventually, hopefully, distributed, and you're going to have to consider the tax that may cause on the individuals. For the US person, assuming he doesn't move out of California, which I would recommend he does, is the rate is going to be qualified dividends rate, which is a lower rate. If you remember, I told you that 37% is the ordinary income rate. Now, if it's a dividend as opposed to qualified income, as opposed to ordinary income, you lower the tax rate from 37% to 20%. You still pay the net investment tax and all of that. So the rate is lower, by the way. As to the foreign person, there's a law that's beautiful for foreigners, which is if you sell personal property within the US, it is considered foreign source. Why do I care? Because if the foreign person simply sells the corporate shares or dissolves the entity, there's no tax. And the reason there's no tax is not because it's exempt, but because it is considered that it is sourced outside of the jurisdiction of the US. So you went from paying tax on half of your income, which was the effectively connected income, to zero, nothing. And then, so the net savings here, just by merely doing that, even if you distribute everything, is going to be $2.3 million just by setting up paperwork. And again, you're only going to do this once, the setting up of the structure, but the savings are going to be recurring. In other words, every year you're going to have the tax savings. One. You don't have to set up the structure every year. Simply maintain it. There's additional considerations that you may want to take into account, which is additional benefits of structuring like this. For instance, you get the benefit of asset protection by virtue of having the assets under the corporate entity have a limited liability. You can further optimize the structure by redomiciling to a different state. If you are doing this and you have a second client, of course, what you need to do is you have to examine this from the perspective of the foreign jurisdiction as well. For instance, I'm going to give you an example. One way of eliminating tax in the US is by paying salaries to the foreign person by services provided offshore. If you do that, you pay no tax in the US, there is no withholding. But you may be causing a tax inclusion at that individual at his jurisdiction. So you need local counsel always to evaluate this. So, and there's other considerations, for example, regulatory compliance and optimization. If you die, you may have to not do any probate, for instance. So those are other things to consider that I will ask you to review as well. This is my information in case you have any further questions, and I want to thank you for listening to this presentation.
Thank you so much for that very enthused chat with us there. That was so informative, and I think it really brought us all back into the right headspace after our break. Thank you again. So now we're going to move into something a little bit different, which is going to be really exciting. We're very much looking forward to it. It's our first panel discussion of the day. So I'm going to ask the panelists to come onto the stage one by one, and I'm going to delve into one of the particular panelists' backgrounds a little bit more, because they are going to be moderating the panel today. So let me start by telling you about our moderator. And once, I just want to point out as well, I do hope that I'm getting everybody's pronunciations right. Forgive me, there are some incredibly complicated and beautiful names in the room today, and I do apologize if I do not say your name exactly as it should be said. You can come and find me and tell me off at lunchtime with pleasure and correct me. Here we go. So our moderator for our first panel discussion on international tax is Jean-Pascal Uendino. Jean-Pascal is a tax and legal counsel who supports clients across diverse sectors such as mining, energy, telecommunications, banking, and more. His services encompass a wide range of business aspects, including tax and legal advice, due diligence, corporate taxation, labor regulation, immigration, and more. I would like to welcome him to the stage first, please. Jean-Pascal, may you join me on the stage? Thank you so much. And I would like to welcome back Elizabeth A. Douglas again to the stage. And I'd also like to welcome back Oz Muwafaq Alabadali. I'd also like to welcome back Mohammed Akmal Arif bin Shamal Sunkar. Thank you so much. Could you all join us on the stage? That would be so wonderful. And I'm going to give some microphones out, or our lovely team are going to give some microphones out to you. Wonderful stuff. And you have water placed next to you as well. Thank you so much. And I will leave you in the very capable hands of Jean-Pascal.
Hello. Test. Good morning, everyone. I'm personally honored to be here with you at this forum and to moderate this particular panel. And I would like, before proceeding, to thank again my panelists who made very excellent presentations. I'd like to thank as well the World Law Alliance team for this invitation. As the CM said, I'm Jean-Pascal Uendino and the co-founder of Joe Adams and Madison Consulting. We basically do tax consulting and legal spanning on various domain of law, which is business law, corporate, and as she reminded. So we also focus on mining and energy. We're trying now to develop a particular practice in ESG, and hopefully the networking with Omar will help us to develop that practice within our firm in Guinea. And I do come from Guinea. It's a country in West Africa, which economy is based essentially on mining, and we are now developing one of the biggest mining project in the world, the biggest iron ore project, which is the Simandu iron ore project, coordinated with Winning Consortium and Rio Tinto. So we speak French in Guinea. That's where you can realize that my English is not that perfect. So my English will be simple as that of ours. So my role is to facilitate the discussion. I'm not going to ask all the questions. The idea is to keep it conversational and very engaging. And would like to give you the opportunity to raise questions that you certainly have, as you did not have the opportunity to ask questions after the presentation of our friends. So my first question will go to Oz, to Akmal, who presented the FDI strategy in Malaysia.
There you go. I've been asked by Gayatri to move.
Yeah. So my first question is, how good you think is the legal framework, the regulatory framework crafted to help attract FDIs in Malaysia, but not only in Malaysia, but also in the Asian region, which you presented to us.
Thank you so much, John. Much appreciated for the first speaker that need to be asked in this conference, right? But however, regarding about the question, whether or not the regulatory framework crafted, how good it is for the investors to come in to Malaysia. Let me start by giving you a case study, right? Where there is this one company based in Slovenia, and of course based in Switzerland, but in process to go for listing in Nasdaq, right? The company called DG1, okay, DG1. So as far as we're concerned, it has been a mind-boggling and also staggering approach where the owner of that DG1 wanted to come to Southeast Asia region, okay, Southeast Asia region, and apparently has approached me saying that why he chose Malaysia. Number one, because of the population is not as much as Indonesia, but it's not as smaller than Singapore. It's just nice. Reason being is just that we are advanced when it comes to robust legal framework. That is actually the case study that I am having right now. Okay. Now, in answering your question, right? Why that investors? I give you an example. Coming to ASEAN and Southeast Asia to invest their business, especially in the e-commerce, I can simply explain where, when we look at the regulatory framework, we have the agency called MIDA. Okay, MIDA, we have agency where it is focusing on the investment. When it is the agency focusing on investment, we are always up to date with the current treaties internationally, and of course we are always following with all the prominent union in the world, for example such as EU, such as the Americans and whatnot. So in answering on the brief idea why how the regulatory framework is crafted, is just that we believe that as much as we are developing countries, we need to follow our big brothers or our big powers who actually has done it before, so that we can follow their footsteps, so that it is easier for us to follow from the back and from behind. That is actually to answer some rough idea.
Okay, so meaning that your international investment law is inspired from those of the European Union and the regulation in the US, for example.
Correct.
And similar question to us, and I remember during your presentation you mentioned two two periods, a period before 2003 and the one after 2003. Can you please give us a better idea of the regulation, the investment regulation, the tax system before 2003 and the period after in terms of challenges, opportunities, what has changed particularly, and what is making things different? What is the particular things or issues being brought in to attract investors?
As I said in the presentation, it's before 2003, it was just like one-man management. This type of management, it's also affect on the investment system. The population before 2003, last record in 2002, the Iraq, it's only 20 million. Only 20 million. So this is amount of population. It's not there is a lot of requirement to expand the investment inside the Iraq, because the country was only locked and separated from the outside global system. So it were run by the governmental entities. These governmental entities, there is about 30% or less. It's given to Iraqi companies, and these companies are small companies. But after 2003, the Iraq start to communicate with the global system. At first, this communication started with neighbors again after the war. Directly after 2003, there's some disputes, internal disputes. It was prevented the country to enter the real period of development, political, different thoughts. There's minds came from outside the Iraq to bring the opportunity for the investments. And that's why the law 2006 issued in Iraq. But still they were struggling through the years. But at last, 2017 and before, when the Iraq get help from terrorist attacks, get help from from ISIS attacks, he had to fight internally to prevent the dangerous, to prevent the wrong ideas about Islam and about all the religions, because the bad ideas, the terrorist mind, it's not, he treat all the religions equally, only just to prevent the life. After the internal war, after the Iraq start to live stable period, and the mind of the government, that's this government and before it, took action to invest, and it were put on the right panel and started his journey to back again to the world. It's Iraq, it's not a country, new country. It's aged for 7,000 years. The laws invented in Iraq, many things invented in Iraq, farming. So it's the right thing, and the right place is to back again, to join the global system again. And that's cannot be done by this country by itself. It's to communicate with the other world, to to invent the legal system, to make the legal system harmonizing with the countries. You cannot invent or issue a law. It's not incorporate with other laws or the other tax system, for example. Labor law also. So that's why it took years and years to be in the right path and took the right actions.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure you've touched on that. I would like to know the source of inspiration of your regulatory body. For example, in countries like Guinea, which is a French-speaking country, when it comes to regulating a particular issue, a particular sector in the country, we tend to refer to the French legal system. The same for Anglophone countries, so far as I know, in Africa. They tend to refer to the master country who colonized the country. What is the case or what was the case in Iraq, as it was the situation in Malaysia? What are the regulations which serve as inspiration to amend your local laws or to bring in those new laws, which from the dates you presented are quite recent?
Well, for example, the Iraqi civil law since 2051. And when you want to amend a law, for example, to amend the law, it's procedure difference from to issue a new law. So there is differences. Also, there is a council before 2003. It's called the Council of the Revolution. The past period before 2003, this council invented good laws, but some of them, maybe 40% of them are stopped, and some of them is very effective and very powerful laws, and it's for the benefit of a particular system in Iraq. It was required to invent a new law with that relations with the labor law. The new laws are labor law, social security law. It was required to amend tax law, and it was required to amend civil law. In general, Iraq is intent to issue new laws. It's to communicate with the current situation.
Yeah, the precise question is where they are tending to enact new laws. Is the tendency to just be focused or based on their local realities, or try to make a reference from the regulation of neighboring countries, or from those of the region, or from those from Europe or America? That's the question.
Let me tell you something. When the legislator, he's tried to amend the law, for sure, must be stability, and there is a balance between outside and inside. Because, for example, for labor law, you cannot arrange the labor law inside just for local legislation, just for local needs. You have to also to take in your consideration that also the expat who come inside to work inside Iraq, they have guarantees, they have a right. For example, for a foreign company, if it's not registered in Iraq, it cannot face an Iraqi personality in the court for a dispute. But the worker, for individual worker, he can dispute any entity inside the country or Iraqi citizen. So this is one of the guarantees that guaranteed by the new laws, new legal system. So it's based on the requirements and the legislation itself.
Thank you very much. I'm turning now to Elizabeth for your first question. To be honest, I'm not that familiar with cryptocurrency. In a country like mine, and even similar situation for the region, except some particularities like Cameroon, or maybe countries like Ghana or Nigeria, where you see much more activities relating to cryptocurrency. These activities is very, very recent in our countries. So even lawyers are not familiar with these issues because the regulation itself is not following. My question is, what would you advise for professionals like us, or even an advice for local authorities to anticipate in terms of maybe regulation, in terms of policy, to help eventually deal with disputes which will be related to cryptocurrency in the family setting, in particular in divorce circumstances that you presented?
So I think that there are several questions within that question. I think most importantly, it's to consider that there is no specific regulation at the moment for cryptocurrency. I'm not aware of any. That's one of the draws to why a lot of people, especially in the context of divorce, are dealing with crypto, because it allows you to trade anonymously. And one of the things is that it flies under the radar. So it's vastly, at least in the States, I can't speak to your country, but in the States, it allows you to fly under the radar and make these exchanges in ways to preserve identity. And it's not regulated by any bank or any governmental authority. So in that vein, I think that any country that's trying to formulate a regulation for cryptocurrency would benefit from maybe having a forum collectively with multiple countries, simply because we need to figure out how to get a better handle on locating identities, but also to respecting one of the reasons why crypto was formed in the first place. Because it's not illegal. It's just a way to fly a little bit under the radar without the types of restrictions that the normal banks, FDIC, whatnot have. So I think the first would be gaining and figuring out what objective is trying to be met within the different countries. And then secondly, how we can work together to have a unified approach, but not to dampen the vein in which crypto was invented.
Thank you very much. Another question, whether you'll be able to help us on this, or maybe later from an answer from the audience, is the tax aspect of it. As you're saying, it is not yet regulated, which means whether it comes to taxation, whether the revenue are not taxed, or the other option, like countries in mind, it will depend on how the tax inspection, the tax authorities react in practice toward that revenue, because the tendency is wherever there is revenue, there should be kind of tax to be collected. So I don't know whether you've come across any situation in reality in your country where the tax authorities, for example, are claiming taxes on those cryptocurrency income.
Well, because it's so volatile, it's difficult. But the important thing is that cryptocurrency does often trigger a tax event. There is no specific event per se that we can use to standardize what that will look like. I think that's one of the things that is under dispute and being discovered. But certainly when you trade any currency, there's a tax event or a tax implication that arises.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Back to Akmal again.
Yes, brother.
Can you continue on your first point to help us get a comparison between Malaysia and Singapore, maybe two other countries of the Asian, in terms of investment regulations, the benefit, what makes the difference between your country, and also in terms of taxation, tax attractiveness.
Got it. As far as we're concerned, Malaysia is actually promotes a very competitive tax incentive. As you can see, the one that I explained earlier, whereby Malaysia onshore, we charge around 24%, okay? 24% on the corporate tax. And then when it comes to the individual corporate tax, individual tax is around up to 30%. On the other hand, our neighborhood region and country, we are, for example, Indonesia, right? Indonesia, it is much more than us, right? Even though Singapore is slightly lower than us, but they have problems when it comes to the population and also the skilled workforce. You see, that makes us a different and standing between Indonesia and Singapore. And that is the reason why I said, come to Malaysia for the investment. Reason being is very simple. If you try to evaluate a place to invest in ASEAN, you can go as low as Brunei, right? Brunei promotes, I think, 16% of corporate tax. However, my question is going to ask you right now whether or not the skilled workforce you need to import from the country where you are coming from, or you can use from the local people to accelerate the growth of the business accessing their markets. Unlike in Malaysia, as much as we are Muslim populated, we are not rigid country, number one. Number two, we advance when it comes to technology in ASEAN. Okay, let me repeat, in ASEAN. And third one, when it comes to our political stability, yeah, of course, when it comes to rumors and also the news, bewildered because I believe that Elizabeth from America definitely knows about my country too as well, about the allegations and the scandal those days. But coming back to the question whether or not Malaysia is a practical nation to be invested in, yes, under the new government elected right now, under the Manadi government, and of course with the new incentive coming in, which I'm going to share with you later on with your later questions. Is it answer to your question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
You can go on that.
Yeah. Okay. I want to add some more points regarding about your first question, regarding about the regulatory framework, how it is crafted. As much as we adopt from the European Union, we adopt from the Americans, we adopt especially European Union, because our country has been colonized by the British, right? So technically we are following the British law. Technically.
Same Iraq.
Same, yeah?
Same Iraq.
And as far as we're concerned, for example, I give you some sort like an idea where the investment guarantee agreements, okay, where my country, Malaysia, adopt almost 63 countries having an agreement with 63 countries, right? For example, despite of the 63 countries, we also under the Union of ASEAN, so that we can have ASEAN with American, ASEAN with Australia, ASEAN with the African continents and whatnot. The latest one, I just came back from Russia, right? So nowadays they have BRICS movement. I just spoke to Dolores just now, right, from Brazil, right? Why it is so important for my country to have a good strategic relationship, especially the lawyers, with other lawyers from other country, because it is very pertinent, whereby as much as the political concern, let the politicians deal their work, because we have our team or we have our client that we need to serve, so that their business to be relevant and also accessible throughout the whole world. In answering that question too as well, I give you an example. If you can see under the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Treaty under CPTPP, whereby under this treaty, it is inclusive Australia, Brunei, Malaysia, Canada, or rather there, Canada, Chile, Japan, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam, where Malaysia has signed the treaty, okay, to make sure that we have the stability and also mutual understanding, which is enforced in 30th of December 2018, so that it is to make sure that we have a smooth process whenever that these countries involved, to have a domestic and to have the international global trade. So in going further, we also have the treaty with Chile and Malaysia Free Trade, which is enforced in 18 April 2012. Jean, to explain further regarding about this matter, whether or not, to answer your question, the regulating framework is well crafted. Yes, it is well crafted. And I do believe as a Malaysian and also as a country that under the supervision of ASEAN, I do believe that we are the premier and the leading country and willingly to collaborate with any countries around the world. That is for sure. I think that is for now to answer that before we go to the next question. Is it okay?
I'll get back to you guys on the treaties, but before we come to my concern on treaties, my question now relates to the political risk, because whenever foreign investors bring in their fund into a country, they try to manage certain level of risk, and political risk is one of those. One particular risk relating to the political issues is the risk of expropriation, for example, or risk of nationalization. Do your countries have background of expropriation, nationalization? Is it a threat for foreign investors? Is it something they need to consider? And if yes, what do you advise them in your professional
I think maybe also you want to answer first? I answer because I always give up my big brother, Iraq, to answer first. But it's okay, I can answer that. Okay. Now, your question is just that how to make sure the investors secure their investment with political instability, right? That is your question, right?
Yeah. The political instability is something, but I would like to focus on the expropriation, which is not automatically related to the political instability.
Okay. I just want to draw your attention to one thing, whereby I do believe that my country followed the guideline of a lot of treaties. And for example, our investment in the country now under the Bandari government, we are focusing more on the green technology. We are more focusing on the renewable energy. But the core of it, for example, like trade, manufacturing, and oil and gas, right? So there must be a certain guideline. For example, I'm giving you an example of this one act in Malaysia. It is called Amlat Fatwa. It is called Anti-Money Laundering, Anti-Terrorism, Financing, and Proceeds of Unlawful Activities Act 2001. This law is adopted internationally, whereby to focus on the illicit and also illegal activities on the bribery and whatnot. So in answering your question about the expropriation, about those kind of things, despite of the politicians or politics and whatnot, we do believe and we believe in the rule of law, right? We believe in the rule of law. So whatever it is good for the nation and also the region, neighborhood, and of course towards the whole world to regulate the human conduct, I believe that my country and under the premiership of my government always follow that to make sure that is going to become our guideline, code of conduct, to make sure that it is accessible for the people towards global context. That is to answer your question for now. Maybe also...
And to be specific, does the country has a past record of nationalization of businesses or expropriation? In Malaysia.
What is it?
Does the country has a record?
Okay.
Okay. Has it happened in the past?
No, nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it in 3 words. Compliance, protect your investments. To complying with the law, as Akmal said, it will protect your investments. The strategic investment, I'm telling you, we have a big experience about politics. We have a big experience of how things change, how development of minds in Iraq. But from my experience, to comply with the law, it will protect your investment. Even though the politic change or effects on other things, but it will not to change or affect the investment or strategic investments as long as you are complying with the law. And just when Akmal was talking, Iraqi people looking at the Malaysian experience and revolution, it's as one of the best investments experience in the world. So we also compare your country with with our country, how things, we wanted things to be better, time by time. So this is started when we took the first steps towards.
Thank you very much. Please, Elizabeth, I understood from your communication that you basically, or most of the time, deal with, or the client with whom you deal in the cryptocurrency area, are those maybe in having issues or having been in a situation of disputes, in a situation of divorce, where you have to intervene and help them. But do you also have among your clients investors operating into the cryptocurrency area? That's my first question.
Meaning our clients specifically? Could you just rephrase that?
Yeah. Do you have clients who invest into cryptocurrency?
Oh, absolutely, yes. So our firm deals primarily with clients who have complicated assets or high net worth assets, and amongst their portfolios, they typically do have some crypto investments. Within that, the issue in divorce, from a divorce context, typically stems from how you're going to distribute what's marital and what's separate, and how you'll be able to identify cryptocurrency as it is. In some instances, it's actually highlighted on a net worth statement, or in others not highlighted. So the issue really is, does the asset exist? And then if it does, how do you trace it? And then how do you determine the value of that asset, which is otherwise not quantified like tangible cash would be? There is no way to say, okay, I deposited $1 million into Chase Bank and follow that line. So it's first seeing what the asset is, determining the value. From that, determining now, how is it going to be quantified for distribution? Is it marital? Is it separate? How do we classify that? And how do you define what an asset with a volatile nature really is? What's it actually worth? For example, if you are the person who gets the crypto asset, if you're not versed in what the actual value is, you might not understand that there could be a tax implication. You might not understand what the value when you actually get the asset would be, and you might otherwise walk away from something that was tangible, which you understood more, which is why having transparency and having the appropriate financial professional or crypto hunter to help you ascertain what that value is so important.
I was about to ask you, how do you navigate through those challenges? So the cryptocurrency hunters are one of those helpers or solution to get through.
Well, one, but not all. So with any complex asset or any type of financial tracing, you've got to work with various experts. The financial forensic typically is who we work with, who will then work with or rely upon a crypto hunter to help really track down the identity of the person who did the trade, or where the different trade or money has gone to. It's not like if you take money and put it in an offshore account somewhere, right? There's still a trace. You're dealing with a wallet that's not traceable, just perhaps the origin, but not the identity. So you've got to really track that down and do the linking, which is what a cryptocurrency expert or a crypto hunter specializes in.
Yeah, that's bring another question to my mind. Where the work has been done from your sides with your help and with the help of the external experts, does the tax come later as the revenue has already been identified, I suppose, to claim any taxes? Does it happen?
I can answer that in a couple of ways. I want to be careful because I'm being recorded. So I think first it's the strength of the professionals you're working with, right? who you're working with, what they know, what they can do. In terms of the tax implications, you can't tax what you don't know, right?
Yeah.
So once you know and you ascertain a value, then a taxable event can occur. Now, who you're working with can help you structure that in various ways, all legal, and you go from there. So I think it really is dependent upon the team, dependent upon your structure and your strategy, because failing to plan is essentially planning to fail. So if you are someone who has those types of assets and they're of a significant nature, it's important to work with an experienced team, not just of attorneys, accountants, CPAs, crypto hunters, everybody, so that you can really maximize and leverage your asset. Because at the end of the day, it is an asset which can be susceptible to taxation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Back to my friends. Can you please...
I hope I'm still a friend, not a foe.
Can you please inform us about from the international taxation perspective, what are the tax measures put in place in your various jurisdictions by the government to help tackle, for example, the transfer pricing issues, the tax fraud, tax evasion? Do you have locally or domestically particular measures, and those measures are inspired from which policies? The OECD regulatory system, for example, as it is in my country, even though we are not part of that organization. How does it work in your countries?
You start, you have the more experience. You had the Malaysian experience better than Iraq.
You see, your question is just that whether or not on the tax in our country to have measures and policies. That is your question is all about?
Yeah, what are the tax measures to help control or mitigate the tax risk or the tax evasion?
Tax evasion.
Yeah.
That is actually a tough question. Because of when I hear Elizabeth say that, just now regarding about everything is legal, blah, 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 and whatnot, so I know that I need to make sure that all my words coming out from my mouth is actually, on point. What I can answer that is just that when it comes to the measures and also the tax itself, we strictly follow whatever that has been designated and discussed in our internal policy makers in our country. I cannot comment further on that, on the measures, because of eventually that is actually has been well crafted, where the taxes, for example, I can give you some idea and some, some examples. Let's say in our country right now, we do believe that we promote a competitive tax rates, right? If I may comment further, I am afraid that it will backfire me, because of eventually there must be a reason why that kind of rate has been structurized, because of eventually that is actually based on their studies. But from my point of view, it's just that the tax has been structured in such a way that connotes the idea of the the availability of our country to suit with the rates, for example, the 24% of corporate tax. That is so far that I can answer for now.
Yeah, let me just share the experience from my country. 10 years ago, we didn't have any specific tax provision related to transfer pricing. So all these provisions now are just recent, helping our tax administration to get used to the situation and help control much more those international transactions. So my question, is it the same in your country? Do you have specific regulation relating to transfer pricing, for example?
It's just the same. It's just the same.
Do you have some or?
No, it's just the same.
Okay.
We have a specific regulation about tax, about Iraqi legal tax law. But it's amended many times based on the development, based on the requirement of the time.
Does it have any reference to the OECD TP guidelines, for instance?
Well, in fact, the amendment became after 2003 and 2010. So that time, I don't have any information about how the idea, what's the requirement, how, what. But I'm telling you, it's when Iraq enter a new treaty with other countries, when the country is practicing a new experience with other countries, the requirement is to amend the law. Yeah, so based on the requirements.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I would like to open a window for some questions from the audience. Yeah. Can someone help us with the...
I can bring a microphone to you, just need to bear with me because I'm on the other side of the room. Just give me a moment. Here you are.
Hi, my name is Joseph Gillis from Australia. Tell me, in the United States, when you have a client, Elizabeth, who does not disclose a crypto asset, how do your courts deal with either the non-disclosure, so you don't know what the value is, you know he's got something because your tracer has provided some evidence. Let's assume he is not disclosing anything. How do your courts deal with that in the division of assets?
Well, it's a twofold answer. I'd say that doesn't happen often, specifically because the process of discovery is extensive. And in matrimonial and family context, it's broad disclosure. So, for example, if my firm were representing the spouse of someone who wasn't disclosing adequately, we would make sure that by the time we had a trial that they'd be barred from introducing any type of testimony, specifically because they weren't transparent, and we would be working with experts to basically either undercover what's been hidden or show that there's a hole that cannot be explained. More than likely there'd be a host of motions that went back and forth, so then the trier of fact or the judge would then make a decision based upon the obvious nature that something's being hidden. If we did go as far as the context of a trial, then the goal of the advocate for the side who was trying to show that there was something that was not revealed would specifically be to show that that person had failed to disclose, that they were less than accurate, not truthful, and that there was an issue there. If the court did in fact find that there was fraud, because essentially when you're signing a net worth statement or financial disclosure affidavit, as we term them in the states, in New York and Connecticut, you are swearing to the truth and accuracy of that document. So if a decision or stipulation is arrived upon that has relied upon that disclosure, which is less than forthcoming, it can be overturned for fraud. The other side might be barred from recovery. There's a host of penalties that would exist. But again, it goes down to how strong is your team in ferreting through the information and getting to the bottom of what really does exist so that they can value it for distribution in the marital context. Have I answered your question?
You said, as it is, that cryptocurrency is highly volatile. Yes. So when a settlement is reached, and they sometimes can take years, how do you protect your client from the volatility of the values if one of the clients is going to get that asset in the divorce settlement?
There's definitely no 100% guarantee, but it's from being diligent and being proactive as opposed to reactive. So you understand that when you're dealing with high assets or you're dealing with someone who has a cryptocurrency asset, that from the very beginning, even before a deposition starts, you've worked with your team, whether that team is the attorneys, the firm themselves, the financial, forensic, the crypto hunter, to craft carefully curated questions. So when you're deposing the spouse that does have the crypto assets, you're asking the correct questions that will then help lead to discovery and disclosure, as well as working in the background as you're preparing for a trial. I think another thing, too, is with protecting the clients is that once some value is ascertained to the asset, it's helping your client understand that this is today's value. Here's a projection of what it might look like. There's no guarantee. So what is your risk tolerance? We're working with our clients, with our financial professionals, with our tax professionals We tell all of our clients we're not tax professionals, we're lawyers, advocates, we'll fight for you in the court, but we work in conjunction with tax professionals so that they can assess that risk and help make the client make an informed choice. I always say that when you present to someone the options available, they get to make the choice from that as long as they have transparency that's available at the time.
So long as they are aware of the commercial risk, then ultimately it's their decision. Is that what you're saying?
It's a decision, it's a risk tolerance, but so is any facet of a divorce.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I've been reminded about the time. Can I just take the question from this lady before?
Thank you. My name is Jacqueline Wehenya from Kenya. I have a question also for Elizabeth Douglas. And this is sort of a conflict of laws situation. And the question is, and I think probably a little bit of context. In Kenya, we're a bit ambivalent about cryptocurrency law, which means that the central bank has issued a buyer beware. Deal with the cryptocurrency at your own risk. But the Revenue Authority does tax digital assets across the board. So it will depend really on what the tax authority determines is a taxable income. So my question is, if the couple who are in the family dispute and they are going for divorce and they're distributing assets, probably has a glitch with a country like Kenya or some countries where cryptocurrency is actually outlawed completely. What if those assets are held back because of that particular jurisdictional requirement and they are being disclosed? So disclosure is not an issue in the States. But you do not know whether they're ever going to be released because of the other jurisdictional challenges. In that circumstance, what do you tell your clients, and how does the law in, I guess, New York, how does it deal with such situations? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a twofold answer. The first is it depends. And that's not just your standard lawyer answer, it really does depend. Again, it would come down to valuing or coming as closely as you can to being able to value the asset, because you can't distribute what you don't know. So with respect to what the consequences in the country where they are not releasing the asset would look like, you'd have to seek local counsel there, and that local counsel would have to advise, in this case, New York or Connecticut counsel, on what specifically to do, or if there would be any portion of the asset available at some later point for valuation and distribution.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much for such a fascinating and brilliant panel session. Please, everybody, make some noise, put your hands together. Thank you so much. Lots to talk about, lots to think about, and I'm sure lots more questions to ask our panelists as you find them across the rest of the day. Now, we are fast approaching lunch, but let's hear from another person or maybe another two people before lunch. We're moving on now to another special presentation. The topic is property law. So I would like to invite to the stage Hamza Trambu from MT UK Solicitors United Kingdom. Please welcome Hamza, a certified solicitor practicing in England and Wales, UK. He's based at MT UK City Office, and he'll be sharing his expertise on property law.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hamza Trambu, and I'm a solicitor at MT UK Solicitors. And I'm here to just give you a talk about property law and the impacts we're expecting that we have between money laundering regulations and property fraud. Let me just see. So to start with, what is conveyancing is the buying and selling of both residential and commercial property within England and Wales. And it is actually one of the high-risk areas within this country, to be honest. The reason it's a high-risk area is because we face all kinds of regulatory concerns from both the money laundering aspects, as we've heard just earlier, where clients may be relying on cryptocurrency or other kinds of funds to assist in their purchase, as well as the fraud concern that we have with people who would identify themselves as the potential owner of the property, the seller, or maybe not the actual buyer, but instead a representative of a buyer. So the firm I am representing today, MT UK, it has been practicing for the past 10 years, and we are a team that is built with over 50 years of experience between all of the solicitors in there. And I'm just here to really talk about what concerns we have today. I'll be going through the step-by-step process that we have when we are purchasing a property and where do the concerns lie for every single point from our point of view. Starting with the first stage, which is compliance. Now, going from there, I'm going to go to, as we all know, in a property matter, when a solicitor is instructed, we get what's known as either the sales memorandum or the heads of terms, and we're here to identify who are the parties in these matters. I'll be going between the purchaser side as well as the seller side, and we have to start with knowing if we were acting for the purchaser, what checks do we take against our client, as well as the property, and if there's any lender involved. So with this one, we start with looking in from the purchase side. What does our client provide us in terms of their identity? We take into their driving license, passport, any utility bill to verify their address. Where we have a company, we have to just check that they're recorded on the company's house here in the United Kingdom, and we have to check that all of the details there, as in the directors and the shareholders, match up with the details. The concerns that are now coming out from this area is that we have various individuals who, from a company's point of view, will represent themselves saying that they are a director or someone within the company. But recent changes to the law has now made it clear that we need to identify who is the ultimate beneficial owner of that company. And so these steps are just now taken to make sure that we know who is our client and what are we meant to expect from them. So once we have got those first checks done, we do further checks in terms of an anti-money laundering, as well as a bankruptcy check to see that the client is who they claim to be, as well as making sure there's no kind of sanctions against that person for any kind of work they've done overseas, whether they're a politically exposed person or if they are just a regular person. We have to just check to make sure that they don't have any kind of case against them from any court order or anything like that. The concern that comes out from here is really the proof of funds, where the clients rely on the mortgage to assist, but we have to see where do their funds generate from, their source of wealth. These have all spawned out from the various regulations that have come out, such as the money laundering regulations, the Proceeds of Crime Act, as well as the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Act 2023, which is only just, I believe, only a couple of weeks ago has been put into play, from what I know. And our job is just to make sure that wherever these funds are coming from, that they match up with whatever regulatory regulations are in place for us. So once we have identified who our client is and that there is no concern that there is no other person who is representing them, then we can make our next steps to go towards the property itself. So moving on from there, we go into stage 2, which is our title investigation. I'll be jumping between the buyer and the seller from this point. So when we start a title investigation from the seller side, we would obviously be preparing the contract pack, which is to give all the information to the purchaser solicitors about the property details. I've got there a lovely, very lovely template of a title deed we get here from the HM Land Registry, blacked out for obvious reasons. So from here we can see that these are the documents that the seller solicitors have to prepare when issuing these documents to the purchaser solicitors. On the purchaser solicitor side, they receive this contract pack. They will then order their searches to see whatever the details come back on the property is, as well as preparing any inquiries they have in terms of the title itself and the ownership as well. Whilst we do have here in this template the mention of a proprietor, the duty will really be to check that the person who is selling the property is actually the one who has the right ownership. Ever since the case between Dreamvar and Mishcon Dorea, there's a more heavy weight on both sides solicitors to ensure that the parties are who they claim to be. Even if the seller solicitors do check that they are representing the right party, the buyer solicitors can still get into trouble if they don't do their own due diligence to make sure the sellers have carried out their own due diligence on the seller itself. This is what we learned from the Dreamvar case and how it impacts even from a property fraud point of view. Once the inquiries have been raised and the searches have come back and all the parties have raised their inquiries and we've got appropriate responses from the purchaser side, we then will move on to the next step, which is pre-exchange measures. This is where we will have, from the purchaser side, they just have to see that whatever inquiries they've raised is okay and that they're happy with everything from their due diligence checks. They'll prepare a report for their client as well as a completion statement. And at this point, it's really a final check to make sure that all of their due diligence is covered, not just to do with the property, but also from their money laundering position, and as well make sure that they have done all checks on every single point. From the seller side, all they have to do is just make sure that they have got all of their concerns checked off, that this is still the legitimate person and has remained the same person, and if they've got all their details, they've got the details for any mortgage that may be on the property, and they have to make sure that all of that is redeemed at the completion time. Now, after all the pre-exchange checks are okay and the parties are ready to move forward, we then obviously have this lovely title report just to show for them that they're happy with the property and give them any concerns they have. Now we move on to we move on to exchange. Before we go into the completion, we go into the exchange part where the parties confirm that they're ready to proceed. This is where, from the purchaser side, they confirm that they have the 10% deposit that's required under UK law, as well as also having their signed client's contract to proceed. Seller side, they just require the signed contract and as well as any other miscellaneous documents required for themselves. After they have got all of this information, then the parties will call each other, the buyer solicitors and the seller solicitors, and they will then do their legal parts to speak to each other to confirm that they are representing this party from the buyer side, and the seller solicitors will confirm they're representing this party, and that all the details in there are correct. The property address, the title number, and that this is the purchase amount. We'll say 500,000 just for this example. On the case of 500,000, an exchange, we would need to have 10% of the purchase price, which would be in the buyer solicitor's client account, which would be 50,000. Now, after we have got the parties exchanged, the buyer has to prepare for himself the building insurance because he will be responsible from that point. At this point, the buyer will still believe that he is buying a property and the seller is still legitimate at all points. Now we move on to stage 5, which is completion. At this point, the buyer and the seller solicitors are ready to proceed. The buyer solicitors would have got all the funds from the buyer themselves, as well as any lender, all their funds as well. And once they have all the funds collected, they will transfer those funds across to the seller solicitors. Seller solicitors will confirm whether they have the funds, and then they will just follow these things to make sure that everything is clear. Seller solicitors receive the funds, and once they have it, they will then transfer the funds across to the purchaser. They will contact the purchaser to confirm receipt and to do the formal legals to make sure all the parties are done. In the case where we've done an exchange and the parties have not completed by a stipulated time set out in the contract, then the defaulting party will be served with a notice to complete. So in this case, if the seller is ready and the purchaser is not, we would send a notice to complete to them to advise that the concern is you are not ready to complete at this time. We need to move on, and we are giving you 10 working days to get this matter completed. Should it not complete within that time, the seller will be able to take away the 10% deposit, 50,000, as mentioned in the example, and they can then walk away from the matter. But if everything does go well and they have the funds in place, then we get the completion done and the buyer gets the property and the seller will have given their property away for a good financial benefit, to be honest. And it is always at this point that up until completion, we always have to think about whether the seller is actually the legitimate owner, and we would always advise clients that even before we get to this point, that they take steps to check who is the actual seller, meet them in person, meet them at the property, try to see their surroundings. So we always advise them to take those steps. Now, after the completion has taken place, we move on to the post-completion, what's expected from both sides. From the sales side, we got all that lovely paperwork from the seller's solicitors giving it to the purchaser solicitors. The seller solicitors will be redeeming any mortgage charge that's on the property, and issue the seller the signed documents to the purchaser solicitors. And then we go from the purchaser solicitor side, where they'll file with the HMRC stamp duty return to confirm the property, inform any third-party management companies about the change of ownership, as well as update the details on HM Land Registry to show the new ownership as well. And that would then conclude it from their side. And that is really all I have to say today. I would just like to thank World Law Alliance for the opportunity for me to speak in this brief time. And if anyone has any questions, we can speak after. I think we're running down the time for lunch, to be very honest.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Okay, let's hear from one more person then before we break for lunch. So we are moving on to the topic of health diplomacy, navigating the intersection of international trade and geopolitics. I'd like to welcome up to the stage Chad Alteri, who is the GSIP LLC Global Strategic Intelligence in the UAE. Please welcome Chad up to the stage. Chad will shed a light on health diplomacy navigating the intersection of international trade and geopolitics. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a scenario where the most vulnerable among us, facing dire health crises, are further burdened by the heavy hand of international sanctions. Picture a child in need of life-saving medication, a family struggling with access to basic health care, or a community grappling with healthcare system paralyzed by external restrictions. This is the stark reality for many sanctioned countries today. However, amidst these challenges lies a beacon of hope: humanitarian health diplomacy. Health diplomacy is not merely about medicine and healthcare. It's a powerful tool that operates at the convergence of global trade and geopolitics. It embodies the principles of compassion, collaboration, and strategic engagement to address the urgent healthcare needs of populations in sanctioned regions while navigating the complex geopolitical landscapes. Yet to unlock the full potential of diplomacy, we must first navigate the intricate web of global sanctions. Compliance with these regulations is not just a legal necessity, it's an ethical imperative. It ensures that humanitarian aid reaches those who need it the most while upholding international norms and legal frameworks. So over the next few minutes, we will examine the challenges, solutions, and transformative impact of humanitarian health diplomacy at the intersect of global trade and compliance. Join me on this journey of exploration and discovery as we uncover the power of humanitarian aid in having diplomatic tensions and fostering a healthier, more interconnected world. So let's start by demystifying the term sanctions. Sanctions are international penalties imposed by one or more countries on another nation to influence change in behavior or policies. Sanctions are a critical tool for thwarting terrorism by restricting the flow of funds to terrorist organizations and individuals involved in terrorist activities. They also play a crucial role in controlling nuclear programs by imposing restrictions on the trade of nuclear-related materials and technologies with countries that pose proliferation risks. Additionally, sanctions are instrumental in combating illicit international behavior, such as trade-based and financial laundering, by targeting international behavior and entities engaged in those activities, and imposing penalties to deter such behavior. Sanctions come in various forms, including economic sanctions, trade restrictions, asset freezes, and travel bans. And while sanctions can serve as diplomatic tools, their impact on sanctioned countries and especially vulnerable communities is profound. And as sanctions create economic barriers, restricts trade, and hinders access to essential resources, these measures often result in economic hardships, limited access to essential goods and services, and challenges in delivering humanitarian aid effectively to those who need it most. Now, navigating the landscape of providing aid to sanctioned countries is akin to walking a regulatory minefield. The complexities are multifaceted, from financial transactions to supply chain logistics, every step met with restrictions and challenges. Financial transactions face scrutiny, making it difficult to transfer funds or procure goods. Supply chains encounter disruptions due to trade restrictions leading to delays in aid and these constraints often result in belated or inadequate delivery of vital aid, exacerbating the suffering and vulnerable populations. In this intricate dance of diplomacy and humanitarianism, compliance with sanctions regulations emerges as the cornerstone of effective aid delivery. Noncompliance not only jeopardizes the legality of aid efforts, but also risks severe legal repercussions for individuals and organizations involved. Thus, the critical need for thorough adherence to sanctions guidelines cannot be overstated. It requires robust compliance frameworks and expertise to navigate the complexities while ensuring aid reaches those in need. Tailored global compliance solutions require a suite of systems encompassing anti-money laundering, counterterrorism finance, know your customer, and anti-bribery measures, intertwined with robust supply chain and financial channel management protocols. These solutions cannot be off-the-shelf templates, but bespoke frameworks tailored to the specific nuances of international sanctions and export control laws. Take, for instance, an AML and CTF compliance manual designed to guide every transaction and decision with unwavering focus on ethical and legal conduct. Similarly, risk management procedures must be put in place to ensure proactive identification and mitigation of potential risks, safeguarding the integrity of operations and the adherence to regulatory requirements. And why are these solutions pivotal? Because they serve as a bridge between global trade and diplomacy, transcending mere legal compliance to foster meaningful dialogue and cooperation. By seamlessly integrating compliance measures into company and cooperation functions, global operations teams not only navigate the complexities of sanctions, but also pave the way for constructive diplomatic engagement. It's a symbiotic relationship where compliance is not just a checkbox, but a cornerstone of health diplomacy, facilitating trust, transparency, and progress between nations. Projects of this magnitude demand a strategic and diverse global operations team. This includes roles such as a project director overseeing alignment with humanitarian goals and legal compliance, compliance officers specializing in OFAC, UN sanctions, and AML and CTF programs, legal advisors ensuring adherence with international laws, finance managers handling project funds transparently, supply chain managers coordinating procurement with complying with export laws, quality assurance managers ensuring product standards, and humanitarian coordinators liaisoning for efficient distribution. Such a holistic team ensures compliance, efficiency, quality assurance, and effective coordination, embodying a commitment to humanitarianism and bridging diplomatic gaps through global health diplomacy. So let's explore a real-world scenario outlining the intersection of international trade with diplomacy, with compliance as a fulcrum. In one instance, let's say our team is currently tasked with facilitating the upcoming delivery of crucial medical supplies to Iran, a high-risk jurisdiction, navigating the labyrinth of sanctions and regulatory hurdles. The challenges are multi-layered, ranging from restrictive sectoral and financial sanctions, hindering financial transactions, to logistics complexities in sourcing and delivering the aid. These projects are not just about the movement of money. They're about the movement of value across borders, which in this case includes pharmaceuticals, medical equipment, and personal protection equipment, subjecting the entire operation to trade-based money laundering risks, terrorism finance risks, and sanctions evasion risks. All compliance officers are faced with the daunting task of ensuring that every step adheres to stringent AML, CTF, sanctions, anti-bribery, Title II drug compliance, export risk management, export controls, and KYC protocols, among many others, while also maintaining operational efficiency. To tackle these challenges, deploying a comprehensive risk management framework, carefully vetting every transaction and partner involved is absolutely critical. Supply chain managers must collaborate closely with reputable suppliers and logistics providers, ensuring compliance with export laws and shipping regulations. Moreover, tight supply chain management systems will ensure that no transshipment takes place or no diverted stock reaches illicit actors. Legal advisors must also navigate the intricate legal landscape, securing all necessary licenses and authorizations to proceed. So once medical supplies reach their destination, bolstering critical healthcare infrastructure and saving countless lives, success won't simply be measured by delivering the aid effectively, but also by serving as a catalyst for thawing diplomatic tensions and fostering cooperation between nations. Through perseverance, discipline, strategic planning, and an unwavering commitment to compliance, health diplomacy can transcend borders and geopolitical tension. This case study epitomizes the transformative power of health diplomacy. By leveraging compliance solutions as a conduit for humanitarian aid, we not only can address urgent healthcare needs, but also marshal positive diplomatic engagement. It's a testament to the fact that compliance isn't a hindrance, but a catalyst for forging meaningful partnerships and driving impactful change on a global scale. So we've explored the challenges posed by sanctions, the complexities of providing aid in high-risk jurisdictions, and the critical need for compliance to navigate these intricate landscapes. So now let's zoom out and examine the broader impact of these solutions. Beyond facilitating aid delivery, our compliance frameworks contribute significantly to promoting humanitarian efforts on a global scale. They pave the way for improved healthcare access in regions grappling with adversity to ensure that vital medical supplies, food, and pharma reach those that are in dire need. Moreover, these solutions aren't just about compliance. They're about fostering meaningful diplomatic ties. By engaging in health diplomacy, we bridge divides, build trust, and foster cooperation between nations. This isn't merely about delivering goods. It's about building conduits of understanding, empathy, transcending political differences for the greater good. So let's share in the acknowledgement of the vast potential of these solutions to contribute to global stability and peace. As we witness the positive ripple effects of health diplomacy, we sow the seeds of collaboration and harmony. By addressing humanitarian needs and nurturing diplomatic relationships, we take tangible steps towards a more stable, compassionate world. The nexus of bespoke compliance solutions, health diplomacy, and humanitarian aid is a pragmatic approach harnessing the power of compliance to make a tangible difference in people's lives, promote peace, and uphold the values of humanity on a global scale. So in this grand tapestry of international relations, health diplomacy emerges not just as a necessity, but as a beacon of hope and unity. It transcends borders and ideologies, reminding us that compassion knows no boundaries. And as we traverse the complex currents of sanctions and compliance, let us not forget the faces behind these policies. The children receiving life-saving medications, the families accessing essential health care, and the communities rebuilding amidst adversity. I urge each of us to embrace this pivotal moment as an opportunity for transformative change. Let us continue to champion health diplomacy as a force for good, leveraging our expertise, innovation, and collective will to build a healthier, more resilient world. Together, we can turn challenges into opportunities, divisions into bridges, and sanctions into pathways for healing and cooperation. Let's embark on this voyage driven by our shared humanity and the belief that every life, regardless of border or circumstances, deserves dignity, care, and compassion.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely phenomenal. Thank you. What words to hear at this juncture of the day where we are about to take a break that will really empower you into taking forward some of those sentiments as you take a lovely lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, please do make your way to the dining hall. Can I also point out that if you would like to join us for this very special evening tonight at the glorious and very unique Shard, then please register for dinner. The team do need to know numbers quite soon. We do hope you'll join us. It's going to be a really special and wonderful, wonderful evening. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch, and I will see you again in just under an hour's time. the delicious lunch, and had a nice break networking and chatting more with each other. We're moving on to some more very interesting solo presentations for you this afternoon. And our first topic is developing pro-arbitration regime in India. And I'd like to invite to the stage Gaurav Verma, founding partner of Intricon Law Offices in India. Gaurav is an advocate on record. Supreme Court of India has successfully represented his clients in a number of cases, reportedly widely in law journals and print media. He's quite an exceptional man and a brilliant person to start off the proceedings of this afternoon. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, World Law Alliance, for creating this kind of a platform where we get to meet lovely professionals from all jurisdictions. It's been a great experience since morning, and I wish I have something to add to everybody's benefit. So I have chosen this topic of pro-arbitration regime in India only considering that the global perspective has to be seen. When I'm talking about the word, say, pro-arbitration regime, that basically means that one, upholding and ensuring that you support the basic concept of party autonomy in arbitrations. And the second thing is to make the process so seamless that people go for arbitration, and whenever they choose arbitration as a mode for dispute resolution, there should not be many legal complications creating some kind of hurdles in the whole resolution process. So which is the reason why I've chosen this to explain that what have been the developments so far as India is concerned. So to start with, you see, what are the major challenges? What are the major challenges that you face while dealing with arbitration, be it in the domestic or as in international arbitrations? So the first one is applicability of clause, then the validity of the agreement, the enforcement of foreign awards, the scope of intervention by courts, that is something which always troubles the parties, and the jurisdictional challenge. So in the next few minutes, what I'll do is I'll explain you that how Indian courts have ironed out these issues insofar as the international commercial arbitrations are concerned, which is making it more conducive for people to choose India as a seat for arbitration. And those who have already chosen, then what are the developments to ensure that they have a seamless process of enforcement. So the first one is about the applicability of the arbitration clause. Now, this is something which has been very contentious so far as India is concerned. There have been cases where the non-parties have not been considered as entities which can be relegated to arbitration. So in that scenario, in one of the judgments of Chloro Control, court had held that, you see, if there is an entity which is claiming through another entity or claiming under an entity, only those non-signatories will be made parties to the arbitration. Now, thereafter, in the case of ONGC Limited in 2022, Supreme Court laid out 5 points. It said that mutual intent of the parties, relationship of the non-signatory, commonality of the subject matter, and composite nature of transactions and performance of the contract are the 5 elements which have to be examined to see whether a non-party can get out of the arbitration clause entered into by a group company or not. And then subsequently, in the case of very recent case of Cox and Kings in 2024, Supreme Court has said that, look, you have to again look at the conduct of the non-signatory, and you can't restrict it only to 2 angles, that only if a non-signatory is a alter ego, only in those cases it will not be party, or claiming through or under is a concept which is not the only thing which has to be looked at. One more important thing what Cox and Kings did for creating a pro-arbitration regime is that it said that the applicability of the clause is something which is not to be seen by the courts at the time of reference. This has to be left to be decided by the arbitral tribunal once constituted to look at the issue and decide. The second point is about the validity of an agreement. Now, Indian courts had been grappling with this issue of whether what is the stamp. Suppose in a case where the arbitration, suppose there's a case in which the arbitration arbitration is a clause in the main agreement, and the agreement does not have no stamp duty has been paid, or insufficient stamp duty has been paid on the arbitration on the agreement. So, arbitration clause being part of the agreement, whether that is enforceable or not, was the question which the courts had been grappling with. So, ultimately, after referring it to 3-judge bench, 5-judge bench, and finally by 7-judge bench, Constitution bench by Supreme Court, they came out with the doctrine that the issue of stamping is not relevant so far as the arbitration clause is concerned. Arbitration clause is independent, so therefore it will not be affected by the payment or non-payment of the stamp duty. It is a curable defect, and again, limiting the scope of the courts, they said that objections so far as the stamping of arbitration agreements is concerned, again it has to go to the arbitral tribunal. So again, this is a case which has opened some kind of a pro-arbitration regime so far as the challenge to the validity of agreement is concerned, which was happening in a number of cases where parties, despite getting into the arbitration clause, were referring the cases to civil suits for civil courts for adjudication. Another path-breaking case was a judgment of PASL by Supreme Court in 2021, where apart from recognizing the relevance of seat and venue, which has always been a debatable issue, Supreme Court said that even for recognizing that, look, internationally also, two parties can, when they can choose one neutral seat. Similarly, let us open the gates for Indians also, that two Indians also can choose a neutral place for arbitration. And then they distinguish between two concepts of foreign award and the international commercial arbitration to pave a way where two Indian parties can actually get into some kind of an agreement where they choose a neutral country as a seat. The most important and the most troublesome has always been the intervention by courts. Now, intervention by courts in arbitration cases in India has been happening at different stages. One is the stage where the parties have to be referred to arbitration, or at the time of the appointment of the arbitrator. So there has been a clause which was amended and added, then removed, but then it has not come into effect. But so far as the jurisprudence is concerned, as of now, in the Supreme Court, in Vidya Dora's case, has said that you cannot go, basically, that the judicial review is limited, very limited, and you only have to see whether there is a prima facie, there is an agreement clause or not. If there is an arbitration clause prima facie which is shown from the contents of the agreement, that is the only limited extent to which the court has to see. Even the court has gone to the extent of saying that suppose one of the parties says that there are elements of fraud in this case. So fraud cannot be examined by arbitrator, it has to go to the court. The court have again clarified, if there is something which is arguable, you go to the arbitrator and get it decided. Again, saying that if the parties have decided that their disputes have to be decided by arbitration, we are giving extreme powers to the arbitrator to decide even the issues of fraud, if at all one party has raised it. It does not mean if one party raises this kind of a dispute of fraud, that doesn't mean that the arbitrator's jurisdiction will go away. Then apart from at the time of referring to, then comes the issue whether courts should intervene by way of interim measures. So they say that if the arbitral tribunal, there's a provision in the Indian Act which says that if the arbitral tribunal has the power to pass interim orders, it can do so, but courts also have a exceptionally less power if the arbitral tribunal has been constituted. So this is what the court says, that even if the courts have been given the power, still if the arbitral tribunal has been formed, the courts should not be passing any interim measures which otherwise comes in the jurisdiction of the arbitrators. So again, a step towards a pro-arbitration regime in India. Now at this stage of the challenge to the arbitral award, when the award is passed, that is the main time when the intervention by courts is noticed. So there has been a very settled position in Indian law that you can't reappreciate the evidence which has been examined by the arbitral tribunal. Now thereafter, there was a series of judgments. In fact, as we speak today, one of our cases was also listed where we were assisting the Solicitor General in one of the propositions, that the Supreme Court is now examining the issue that whether after 4 or 5 years of arbitration or 2 years of arbitration, if the award comes to be challenged before the court, to what extent the court can even modify the arbitral award, whether the court has the power to modify the award, whether the court has the power to modify one part of the award when there are claims under different heads, and whether they should be sending it to de novo arbitration, frustrating the whole process and the whole exercise of the arbitration which has continued for last 2-3 years. So this is something which the court is now going to examine, that whether the courts should go into modification of the award and to what extent they can intervene. The last one comes as enforcement. In the enforcement of foreign awards, Supreme Court in the case of Amazon has held that even emergency arbitral awards are directly enforceable. They have also in one more judgment says that the foreign award is not liable to be stamped. And another case of Vijay Karya, they've said that even if there is a breach of foreign laws in India, still it does not mean that it is against the public policy of law. Now what happened is, the background of this was that in number of cases what has happened is when there are cross-border transactions, there were some clauses which gave some kind of an exit to the investors at a rate which was below the permissible rate as per the foreign exchange. Now there were some judgments of Tata Docomo and other judgments where the foreign investors felt this hit, that once the arbitral tribunal which is sitting outside, parties had decided that the seat will be outside and the Indian law will apply, Indian law was applied and it was decided. Still today when we come for the enforcement, we get a challenge before the court saying that no, this is against the FEMA, you can't be passing an order which is against FEMA. So therefore, court in this, Supreme Court in 2020 passed this judgment saying that even if there are slight violations, it can still be overlooked, and it is only in cases of violation of morality and justice that the court should set aside the awards. Now this is the judgment of Evitel, which is the most recent one, where the court has said that you have to, now this is a very strong message the court has given. In fact, this is one of the lines they have said, that we are passing an order to give out a very strong message that if there is a foreign award, we are honoring it. And there is no way you are going with the idea of challenging it on the grounds of bias or public policy in India for one reason or the flimsy reason, to somehow ensure that the arbitral awards are not enforced. So they have strongly said that there has to be a distinction between the public policy when it is applied to the domestic arbitrations and the foreign arbitrators. So basically what they've said is, we have to follow the international standards for this seeing while at the time of scrutinizing the foreign awards. You can't have the same yardstick which you apply at the time of enforcing the domestic awards. Now, having said that, on the 4-5 points which we just discussed, that how the Supreme Court has passed certain judgments to somehow create a regime which is pro-arbitration, basically upholding the party autonomy and giving a seamless process. There are also efforts by the legislature by establishment of some commercial courts to deal with the arbitration cases. there have been amendments in the year 2015, 19, and 21. There's a permanent committee which has been formed by the Ministry of Law to constantly look at the global developments and look at what recommendations can be done. There's also a provision which has not been implemented as of now, but soon to be seen, where there'll be a Arbitration Council of India to review the grading of the arbitration institutions and to give accreditation to the arbitrators and have different kind of training and workshops for the arbitrators, and also give recommendations. So these are the things that I wanted to highlight just to show that how India is creating a pro-arbitration regime. That's all for the day.
Thank you so much for that informative speech there and for kicking things off for us this afternoon. So I would like to now welcome up another one of our esteemed speakers. Very much looking forward to this one. The topic is the Organization of the Harmonization of Business Law in Africa. Arbitration and Mediation Framework is the next one I'd like to invite on the stage. Dr. Abubakar Fall, who is definitely ready to go, Senior Partner at AF Legal Law Firm, Senegal.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Abubakar Fall, as you've just heard. I'm a senior advisor, senior partner of AF Legal in Senegal. I'm going to walk you through a treaty which has been created a couple of years ago between 17 countries, 17 African countries from West and Central Africa. Out of 17, you have 15 that are Francophone, that are French as an official language. One has Spanish, it's Equatorial Guinea, and another one has Portuguese as official language, which is Guinea-Bissau. The 17 countries share the same currency, which is a CFA franc. And then they share also the same central bank. This has been an impetus to organize what we call OHADA. OHADA stands for Organisation pour l'harmonisation du droit des affaires en Afrique, which is a French acronym. That's what we can translate by the Organization for the Harmonization in Africa of Business Law. The purpose of the treaty, as I just mentioned, is to harmonize the rules, commercial laws within the 17 countries, and especially to encourage the countries to use arbitration as a means to resolve their commercial disputes. I mentioned commercial disputes, but we'll see in the course of the presentation that the reform has been conducted recently, which has led to the adoption of new rules to open OHADA to investment arbitration also. So now we are moving from commercial arbitration to investment arbitration. What are the matters that are that fall in the ambit of the OHADA scheme? These are all regulations concerning company laws, company laws, the legal status of business people, debt recovery, security interests and enforcing proceedings, company receivership and judicial liquidation, arbitration law, I will talk about later on, labor law, accounting law, transportation, and commercial transaction law, as well as any other issues decided by the Minister of the Council of Ministers. We'll see what is the role of the Council of Ministers. Let's move to the institutional governance of OHADA. The OHADA governance includes four main institutions. The first one is the Conference of Heads of States and Government, which is the one that has negotiated and signed the treaty. We have now the permanent secretary. The secretariat is the one in charge of preparing preparing the rules, the common rules, because we're talking about harmonized rules. The permanent secretary is in charge of preparing those rules in conjunction and in collaboration with the Council of Ministers. The Council of Ministers is the institution in charge of adopting the common rules. And these common rules are now implemented by the Common Court of Justice and Arbitration, which role we will see later on. All these decisions taken by the Council of Ministers regarding the rules, the common rules, are called uniform acts. Uniform acts. These uniform acts are published once adopted by the Council of Ministers. They are published in the official journal of the OHADA and in the journal official of different member countries. What is interesting in this OHADA scheme is that the uniform acts, once adopted, are directly applicable in the state parties, in the territory of the state parties. They are immediately applicable once they are adopted by the Council of Ministers. And this, notwithstanding, let me see, the uniform acts shall be directly applicable and they are binding in the state parties, notwithstanding any contrary provision of previous or subsequent national legislation. Meaning that if there was a previous disposition in the commercial code, the Uniform Act will take over. And this is an innovation which makes OHADA very attractive in terms of process of harmonizing business law in Africa. We'll have two parts in this presentation. One is dealing with the judicial role of the Court of Justice and Arbitration, and the second part will deal with arbitration. Regarding disputes relating to the interpretation and application of the Uniform Acts, all the disputes relating to the application of Uniform Acts shall be settled in the first instance and in appeal by the state courts. Each state court has jurisdiction over the application of Uniform Acts. But when it comes to the final appeal, then only the Court of Justice and Arbitration has jurisdiction. Therefore, when it says as Court of Final Appeal, the court shall rule on decisions taken by appeal courts on the state parties in all matters raising issues to the application of the Uniform Acts and to the regulation contemplated by the treaty. And also, if a case is referred to the commercial court, then all other proceedings that have been referred to state courts shall be stayed. And another consequence of this is that the judgments taken, the judgment rendered by the Court of Justice and Arbitration will have force of res judicata, meaning that no longer nobody can challenge those decisions because the decision is enforceable and it is enforceable in all the territories of the 17 countries. Now, after the judicial part, let's go to the arbitration part of the Court of Justice and Arbitration. Any party can request or file a request for arbitration, provided that it fulfills two conditions. The first one is it has a domicile, its domicile or the usual residence in one of the state parties, or the contract in question is executed or has been executed in its entirety or partially on the territory of one of the several state parties.
the court shall rule, the court shall not rule on disputes. This is not the role of the court to rule on disputes. The court has only, as a matter of overseeing, to appoint, to confirm arbitrators, follow up on the conduct of the proceedings, and examine the sentences, the draft of the awards. So the role of the court is not much to decide over the disputes, but rather to appoint, when the parties have failed to do so, to appoint arbitrators, follow up the conduct of the proceedings, and examine the draft awards. A dispute may be settled by a sole arbitrator or 3 arbitrators, but if parties fail to designate or to nominate their arbitrator or the arbitrator, then the court has a list of arbitrators from which it will appoint arbitrators through a process that is already designated by the court's internal regulations. Coming to arbitration, any court or state party hearing a dispute which the party have agreed to submit to arbitration shall declare itself incompetent. And that's a rule, a common rule that we know in arbitration. Once you have an arbitration clause, then the courts, state courts must declare themselves incompetent. Second, before signing a partial or final award, the arbitrator shall submit the draft award to the Common Court of Justice, as I mentioned earlier, and the court will have as a mandate to suggest amendment, but only on the forms, only on the form of the award, not on the substance or the merit of the case. Arbitral awards made pursuant to the stipulation of the title regarding arbitration have force of res judicata, as I mentioned earlier, for the judgment on the all territories of the OHADA scheme. And then these decisions taken, or the awards rendered by the arbitrators, will have in the countries, in the territory of the countries, member countries of the OHADA, the same value, the same legal status as judgment rendered by national courts. And awards rendered by virtue of an order of enforcement, all the awards rendered by the arbitrators must be recognized by virtue of an order of enforcement, which we call exequatur. And the Common Court of Justice and Arbitration shall be the only one to render such an order. The exequatur may only be rejected in the following cases, and then we'll see that this is a replication of the New York Convention sort of conditions, as you may know probably for those who are familiar with the New York Convention on the recognition and enforcement of international foreign arbitral awards. The case to reject the exequatur is if the arbitrator ruled without an arbitration agreement, or if an agreement, the agreement in question is null and void. The second condition is that the arbitrator did not rule pursuant to the mandate that it was conferred by the parties. The third condition would be that the principle of adversarial proceedings was not observed, meaning that parties have not get the chance to exchange pleadings or documents, or have given the same chance to respond to each other's pleadings. And then the fourth condition is that the award is contrary to international public policy. Somebody was talking, my predecessor was talking about public policy. Here we're talking about international public policy, but we can imagine that an award can be contrary to the internal policy, the policy of a state where the exequatur is sought. Uniform acts on arbitration mediation. In 2017, a reform has been conducted by OHADA Council of Ministers, adopting 3 new documents. The first one is Uniform Acts on Mediation, which is very new because previously OHADA didn't have a Uniform Act on Mediation. It used to have one on arbitration. And the one on arbitration has been revised to allow now certain innovative solutions that we'll see later on. And the third reform concerned the new arbitration rules for the CCGA. CCGA is the Common Court of Justice and Arbitration. These 3 documents offer a new framework for alternative disputes in OHADA countries. And the objective is the same as previously stated, meaning that the OHADA objective, overarching objective, are first to attract investors, to bring about growth, economic growth, and to resolve disputes not before the state courts, but rather through arbitration, and now through mediation, which is very, very new. And the new Arbitration Act and the revised rules of CCJ do address certain issues that have cast a shadow of OHADA arbitration in recent years and reflect a current trend in international arbitration. And I was mentioning the importance of the new provision allowing CCGA to hear or to promote investment arbitration. Because as you know, most of the African countries have signed BITs, bilateral investment treaties, which could generate disputes over the investment. The Uniform Mediation Act, which by virtue of OHADA Treaty becomes directly applicable, as I mentioned earlier, in the 17 states, it will apply to all mediation that have been commenced or have been started after March 2018. And this, irrespective of the date of signature of these mediation agreements, irrespective of if it's ad hoc mediation, of institutional mediation, be they initiated by parties themselves or a national court, an arbitral tribunal, an administrative entity, in all these cases, the Uniform Act on Mediation will apply, will be applicable immediately. The Arbitration Act also, which includes, as I mentioned earlier, many innovative solutions, one of which is that parties can, which is very new and very original, you cannot find it anywhere else. Parties can waive their rights to seek to set aside an award, which is something that's very new in the world of arbitration, international arbitration, to see that parties can, before the award is rendered, to waive, to renounce, to waive their rights to seek to set aside an award. And the objective was pursued by the OHADA Treaty is to allow business to flow very easily instead of having recourse to state courts or different other ways to challenge the award. So this is an important set of innovation. Also, the Arbitration Act now enshrines the tribunal power to issue interim or conservative orders, which the court, the arbitration would not allow before. Now, the parties can request from the arbitrators or the tribunal interim measures or conservative orders. The Uniform Act on Mediation and the Uniform Act on Arbitration have brought into the the broader spectrum of OHADA arbitration dispute resolution, and innovation, which reflects the trend in international arbitration. For example, when there's a pre-litigation requirement, let's say most of the time you have a clause called mediation arbitration, MEDARB clause. If there's a MEDARB clause, it is imperative that parties fulfill the mediation part before going to arbitration. Because sometimes you can find it, it's quite usual that parties prefer to pass by the pre-litigation phase and then go directly to arbitration. Then the award will be declared null and void because it has not fulfilled the prerequisite, which is the pre-litigation requirement. You have to give effect to that pre-litigation requirement, which is the mediation part. Another innovation by the reform is that the Uniform Act on Arbitration adds its mandatory steps that have been initiated by a tribunal that the tribunal must acknowledge the failure of parties to fulfill the pre-litigation requirement. In terms of exequatur, meaning the order to the enforcement order, a national court has now 15 days to rule on a request for exequatur. If the court does not do that, if that doesn't issue the ruling within those 15 days, then the exequatur is deemed to have been granted. And this is a rule borrowed from the administrative law, of a French administrative law, whereby an official decision is thought, and it has not been rendered in a matter of days. Here is 15 days. Sometimes it's a bit longer. It could be 30 days, but here is 15 days. Then the decision is deemed to have been granted. So this is the case here, where if the exequatur is sought and the court does not issue a ruling on that request, then the exequatur is deemed to have been granted. A decision declining exequatur is subject to direct appeal to CCGA, because the CCGA is the court of final appeal. But the decision granting exequatur, once done, cannot be appealed. So it's a final decision. And I think that this shows the new sort of framework that OHADA has tried to put in place, trying to reflect the trends that we can observe in international arbitration, but also with some innovative solutions, such as the one I mentioned, which is that parties can waive their rights to seek the award to be set aside, which is something very, very new. And I think this is something very original. And to learn more about OHADA has a website, ohada.com, and you will find a lot of information about both the institution as the organization as such, but also all the application or the implementation of the Uniform Acts, including the Uniform Act on Arbitration and Mediation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that very detailed presentation. Thank you ever so much. Okay, we're moving on to another panel discussion now. Yeah. So I would like to invite a number of people over to the stage. I'd like to start with Marilena Ula Tipenada, Managing Partner at Ulloa and Asociados Honduras. Can I please invite you to the stage? Marilena is a highly qualified legal professional with extensive experience. She holds various prestigious titles and memberships, including Managing Partner, Notary Coordinator, to name but a few. She's quite an incredible woman, and we are very grateful to have her with us today. Can I then please invite Mikhail Linton Wallgren founder and arbitrator mediator of Linton Wahlgren law firm AB in Sweden, who is a moderator. Thank you so much. Welcome. Mikhail is a seasoned arbitrator, mediator, and adjudicator with over 25 years of experience managing and resolving intricate commercial disputes spanning across various industries. Can I then please invite back to the stage Sanjeev Ahuja, the mediator and founder of Missing Bridge India. Thank you so much. And finally, Lata K, advocate, arbitrator, mediator, Law Chamber India. Lata K has served as the editor-in-chief in Asia of FIDA Publications, affiliated with the United Nations. Welcome. And we have one more person to invite, and that is Ripple Hamza, founder of Confer Global Legal UAE. Advocate Ripple Hamza has a career that spans over 3 decades of experience in various things around the world, especially in India, Iran, Russia, Thailand, Eastern Europe, and Arab countries, to name but a few. Do we have Ripple Hamza with us? Is Ripple here? No? Maybe Ripple is relaxing somewhere else. Well, not to worry. We are pushed for time, so we're going to continue. So I'm going to hand you over to the very capable hands. And thank you so much.
Hello, hello. Yes, now it's on. Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you for the World Law Alliance for organizing this, and thank you for all the panelists who have chosen to join me here today. We should have had a little better representation of the world, but we still have both from the Americas, we have from Asia, and we have me from Europe. So we cover a little bit of the world at least. And we are going to talk about the international arbitration, and we're also going to talk about the differences or similarities between the different regions and countries. So, having said that, I will start off with the first question, or I wanted everyone to just introduce themselves or their arbitration system. And I'm coming from Sweden, so that is up in the Nordic, and in the Nordic we are still quite conservative, so it is mainly court or arbitration that resolves disputes. Having said that, there is a tendency and a strive to get more mediation on board. It is very strange because we are a consensus-driven population, so we should be very prone to use mediation especially. Also, dispute resolution board is on its rise, but still it is arbitration and court that decides most of the issues. Sanjeev, how is it in your corner?
Good afternoon, everyone. So the topic is, of course, about ADR, but you'll hear more about mediation from me, though I am an arbitrator and a mediator. So I represent a forum called Solutions and Resolutions Forum, and we have a setup called Missing Bridge, which has been positioned as a center for conflict management. So essentially, whenever we have a debate with regards to ADR, we figured out that over the period, our interaction with professionals from across jurisdictions, almost 97-98% of people link ADR with arbitration still. Right now, that's slightly sad. Now, point is, arbitration happened prior. We had the New York Convention, and then we had the laws which got notified in various countries over the period. So arbitration found its feet over the period. What it led to was the non-adversarial part of ADR, which essentially can be as wide as, I mean, it starts from a simple dialogue, conversation, mediation, negotiation, settlement, conciliation, I mean, you name it. So many terminologies, nomenclatures that we use, but it hasn't found its due place under the sun still. So the whole idea of, elevating from just setting up a typical mediation center, we thought like it needs to be elevated and should be actually termed as a center for conflict management, so that we handle the conflict, we assist you in understanding the conflict, we help you break the conflict, and then treat it the way it needs to be treated. So with regards to India, where I come from, arbitration has been there. I mean, we had a law as as we go back, 1940. Then it got changed big time in 1996. We had a presentation from Gaurav some time back, like who's given he's highlighted the issues what still plague to an extent with regards to the arbitration space. Of course, changes are happening for good. The court intervention, which had to be as minimal as possible, it does continue, but I think a lot of things need to settle. But what has happened over the period, there's been a growing demand of having enough focus on the non-adversarial part. So when we speak about ADR and when we speak about the balance 2% for now, which needs to go up, that is where Indian government, India thought it prudent and right to be a signatory to the Singapore Convention, which happened in 2019, which is going to be equivalent of the New York Convention. And ever since there was a discussion, of course, we all got disturbed with regard to the COVID situation, which about continued for 2.5 years. But 6 months back, the country has its own mediation act now, right? So that's a big development. So just from being a signatory, earlier there were discussions, then being a signatory, now we have an act of our own. So now I think what remains to be seen is how soon we look at ratifying the convention. And there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of noise, voice with regards to stakeholders across the spectrum on growing importance of this non-adversarial mechanism called mediation. So from that perspective, we already had a particular law where it required mandatorily for people to try out institutional mediation before filing a suit or going to the court. But the Mediation Act currently speaks about the voluntary part. I mean, there was a bit of back and forth. We started as making it mandatory, but then eventually the final act, what we have, it says it's a voluntary thing. But all said and done, I think more important is it's a great step taken forward, and we are happy to see how fast it gets rolled out, how fast it gets embraced, and adopted by people. So from that perspective, I think the things are changing for better. Yeah.
Thank you. And Lita, do you want to add anything? For you both come from the same country, but
yes, both the speakers from India already enlightened them what is the position in India. Actually, the court-annexed mediation is going on, court-annexed arbitration is going on. At the same time, in India, the Foreign Arbitration Award and the Foreign Arbitration Mediation Agreement is executable in a easy manner nowadays, because India already UNCITRAL model of law and New York Convention and Singapore Convention, everything is already acceptable, and it is quite easy. But my question is, we are sitting in an international ADR subject, but now we heard the word of globalization for the more than last 10 decades. We are hearing that globalization is happening, and even the business community needs a single platform to execute their arbitration award or mediation agreement. Still the question is there, is it still possible? So normally during this time, if anybody is entering into an international arbitration agreement, they have to specify in which country this will going on, and under whether it is ad hoc arbitration or institutional arbitration, under which law, and all the matters has to be expressly detailed in that agreement so that future dispute can be settled down. So we are facing that position, and we have to, at least after this international conference, we have to resolve that the policy makers in every country has to attend this issue, accessibility, affordability, and the enforceability issue of execution of international arbitration award and international arbitration agreement, settlement agreement has to be executed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And Maria Elena?
I don't know if it works. It works? Yeah. In Central America, basically in Honduras, the arbitration and mediation has been working for many years. Legally, but it is not binding until 2013, that the investor law allows the investor among themselves and between shareholders and partners of companies can fix the problems by arbitration. Arbitration has not been famous because it's paid justice, and normally people like to avoid that kind of fees. But I'm very pleased that in the recent years, mediation has been very strong, suggested by law firms, and we independent lawyers also try to fix problems before it goes to court. Going to court, you know, it's difficult. Going to court takes forever. Sometimes the fights between partners themselves, it's, you know, it's a lot of emotions in the middle. And mediation has become very important. And we are given a lot of importance to that. And one of the things that we were discussing before this panel is that if you, it's a matter of the mentality, because before, if you want to negotiate and you are a lawyer and you want to get with somebody who are in the other side of a lawsuit and want to negotiate and make a proposal, normally what we think in our culture is that you have a weak case, and that's why you want to negotiate, because you don't want to get beat by the court. But that mentality has been changing, and the persons who want to negotiate is not a loser anymore, is somebody who want to fix the situations. We as a country has been involved in 10 or 12 arbitrations internationally because that's the way that we wanted to solve problems, mostly with investors and in Washington. And one of the things that I do not like about arbitration is that the confidentiality doesn't mean that you don't have to make publicity about how many things, how many statistics are being solved by mediation or arbitration. Because you want to be confidential, you don't want to release information, and that's good. That's our duty as lawyers. But at least in our legislation, in our countries, we don't have the tendency to put statistics available to the public. In the last 10 years, we have a many amount of mediations or conciliations, arbitrations, and that will help people to get the decision to use the arbitration. Sometimes it's in the contract, sometimes it's by law, which is good for us in the last years. But for me, we are still in our country behind because we want to be confidential and we do not release important information that will help people to get the decision to go through mediation or arbitration.
Okay, thank you very much. And that probably also answers a little bit about arbitration versus court system, as you say. And I can just reflect that in the Nordic states, where most of the cases, almost 90%, are settled before they come up for a judgment or award. So we are very pro arbitration. The only exception is Denmark by some strange, they like to fight the whole way to the end. So, but that's our cousins, they like to fight every time. Do you see any major, I mean, then enforceability, all that kind of things are they're working very well because we are all signatories of the New York Convention. But do you see any difference in between court and arbitration and the culture about that?
Yes. When we are talking about small economies, everybody knows everybody. So normally it's the tendency to have an attorney who has most access to the judges. And I know it happens everywhere, but in small economies happens the most. So we ensure that we will get the proper justice going through an arbitration process because it's not contaminated with politics, which normally happen in small economies. I don't know in big economies like some of yours. But yes, we rather have the arbitration, and we love to have start the mediation very strongly recommended to our clients because we wanted to have a fair resolution and in a short-term resolution instead of years. You know, I've been trying to enforce a resolution for big money for about 12 years, you know, and once I get the money for my client, and that will be a lot of time missing in efforts and resources from everybody. Everybody loses.
And Sajiv, what do you say about the arbitration courts and the cultural differences, especially when you have cross-border situations?
So our interaction with our clients within the country and outside, the main pain point is the intervention of the court. So the whole idea of having arbitration as an act was to have a kind of a private court, right? You have someone who can spend more time as an arbitrator, as an arbitral tribunal, and explain them in detail. But a lot of people have this thing, and I mean, of course, we do agree to an extent that essentially what we have done is replicated the public court now as a private court. The entire proceedings, adversarial, the way they were supposed to, happen. It just continues, and the flip side continues to be that after getting the award, you still need to go to the court for either somebody, the losing party goes to challenge, the winning party has to go for execution. So at the end, what exactly we have achieved. And over the period, again, if I take India's context, I think 96-97% is a ad hoc arbitration. And only just 2-3-4% is institutional, which continues to be again a concern. I mean, for last almost 10 odd years, I mean, I've been attending programs and hearing stalwarts talking about giving the adequate push to the institutional arbitration, so that there's I would say more transparency, more consistency, because there are rules, and rules of the game are there for everyone to see, including the cost for that matter. And then you can as you said, a lot of data is not available, right? Statistics. So if it's institutional, you get to know more and more about. It's not about knowing the facts, but at least you know that there are people who are adopting it as an alternative, and then they're coming forward, and it's finding acceptability. But in ad hoc, unless until, of course, it gets challenged or whichever ways, you don't get to know. So all in all, the issues or the pain points slightly are higher than the satisfaction. And I think that's where this parallel thing now, I mean, not parallel, it's been there for a while, but the mediation part or the discussion, that's taking a lot of, steam. So now people are saying, are we already late in the day? But if that be even if that be the case, why not we at least get started? So there have been initially talks about MEDAB, APMED, slightly confusing for some, but the point was at the end, I mean, can we have a dialogue? I mean, why are we so conditioned in a way that, we want a third party, right? Of course, a judge, with all due respect, but we want a third party to decide what's good for us, even if it's a non-legal issue. So somewhere that thinking is now growing much faster. At least let's break our disputes, let's break the conflicts or the issues. Take the legal part away. At least the non-legal needs to be handled. And as we become more comfortable, maybe a bit of legal also, we can interact and get that resolved. And let only that portion go to the court, which requires implementation of a law, adjudication, or a third party to decide for you. But for the rest of it, we need to find alternatives. So that's what it is.
That's very interesting. And as being also active in the dispute resolution boards, I think it's interesting to see that if you look at which is mainly used for big construction infrastructure projects, which last for a long time, where you appoint the tribunal or the board in the beginning. I mean, if you look at the statistics from especially FIDIC, another organization that facilitates this in the standard forms, for example, the World Bank, almost 98% of the disputes, and that is a mixture of legal and the more commercial issues, are resolved during that period, and only 2%, which is always an option. You can always go to arbitration afterwards, but only 2% are ending up in arbitration, which I think is, interesting from the point of view, as you say. Lita, do you have anything to add to what Saeed said?
Actually, he almost covered whole area or situation of India.
Then I put another. Do you see any problem with the enforceability? Now we heard about the Indian Act here, and it shouldn't be a problem, but do you have any thoughts about the enforcement is there a...
Nowadays, enforceability, no problem. Actually, accepted almost, that's enlightened with, in the paper, almost all cases. Even Supreme Court had taken such a view. The enforceability ensuring 100% in India nowadays. And we are accepting unsettled model, and almost all enforceability issue is not there. But still, even in our country, equally court annexed mediation, court annexed arbitration, at the same time, private mediation, institutionalized mediation, and institutionalized arbitration. That is international FICCI. International Chamber of Commerce under ICA is there. There are so many, n number of institutionalized arbitration and mediation facilities going on. That is equally enforceable. That's good. Yep. That's why we are moving forward and acceptable to the entire business community.
Yeah. And do you have anything to add to that?
One of the things that comes to my mind when talking about mediation and arbitration is that I have the impression, and I may be wrong, that arbitrators and mediators has more tendency to understand business than regular judges. Have you tried a judge to understand something related to contract, of a construction contract? There is like you're talking in another different language, and it's a double effort for them, and knowing the law and try to understand the situation of a specific contract. Sometimes it's very complicated, but arbitrators have the tendency to understand business as a whole, not just the part of the law that is related to the things that they are doing. So for my understanding, arbitrators, the most experience that they have, it's better, but arbitrators are more complete professionals in order to help solve situation than regular judges, which they deserve all my respect, but they are not business persons.
And then enforceability, is that the problem in your...
Enforceability, yes, there's one resource that normally people use is the nullity of the resolution, but normally maybe 80% of the time the people who lose or did not win as much as they wanted to normally are willing to accomplish what they contracted to do before.
And Sajid?
I mean, I really don't want this entire panel to be, only about mediation. Let that be ADR. But yes, 2 points very important. The previous presentation, right, from the gentleman from Senegal, the specific innovation he spoke about is very interesting because you talk about enforcement, and he actually emphasized, and we could read on the slide, that the parties have a right, the parties are given an option to waive the right to not seek a set aside, which means a waiver for challenging the award. Now, that's a direct answer to the enforcement you're talking about. That means the parties on themselves, if they give up that right, that come what may, irrespective what the decision is, what the award is, we'll accept it. That means this entire discussion on the enforcement actually goes back. Now, in the same context, I would want to extend this particular discussion to mediation. Though the Mediation Act, especially again, I'm talking about the Indian Mediation Act, it does say that, a mediated settlement agreement, which is post the process run, would be enforceable. In the sense, it will carry the same strength and power of a judgment or a decree of a court. Now, that's where it starts getting blurred, because somebody is saying that if the other party doesn't do what they agreed to do, go to the court. Right. So again, the intervention. Now, the whole idea about mediation, apparently we lose somewhere. So there were a lot of fence-sitters who were, saying all this while prior to the act we had, that what happens if the parties don't adhere to what they agree, right? My simple answer has been the mediation fails, right? The mediation fails. So every time, if the last resort has to be, the court. Point is, we are probably missing out on few things. So either in mediation, the parties agree to do something because the parties themselves who are in dispute are discovering and defining and determining the agreement which is amicable. Nobody is thrusting anything, which means unless until you have a consensus, right, it's just not moving ahead. It's a failure of mediation otherwise. So from that perspective, I think we should be giving some real comfort to the parties that you are the guys who decide. So this whole idea of enforcement means the pressure. What is enforcement, right? I mean, it's in the legal language, you're talking about pressure from the court or some authority which is higher power than you, who can enforce, who can sit on your head. So maybe somewhere, I think we need to recondition our mind and say, guys, you decide what you think you can. And if both the parties are agreeing to something, that is what we call a successful mediation. And I really doubt whether you would require a enforcement after that. Because in case one of the parties decides to walk out, mediation fails. So go back to the next best alternative you had. Whether it was like in litigation or you wanted to fight it out on the street, I mean, whatever you guys wanted to, but go with that. So I think the whole idea is like, somebody wants to drive the narrative every time and then bring the court at a point in time. So let's keep it out for a while.
That's a good thought. And it's interesting, actually, in Sweden and in the Nordic countries. The quickest path is, of course, the court. But as you say, the competence of the court is very... in Sweden, we don't have special courts. So you can very easily end up with a judge who is extremely good in criminal law or in family law, but have never been close to any commercial issues. So that's the warning sign. But as I said, we signed the New York Conventions, all of us, and the enforceability is never a question. But what you say is quite interesting. There was a debate in the Supreme Court about the mediation and other, so to say, ADR, how they should be looked upon. And the conclusion was that it is a contract. It's not so you two parties enter a contract, and if they violate that contract, it's a breach of contract. And it will be handled according to breach of contract premises, not as an enforceability issue. Moving on here, I just wanted us to pick down on also this investor-state arbitration. How common are they in your regions?
There's a lot because we do have lots of foreign investment right now. Honduras, the 24th of February this year, they are separating from the CIADI that we call in Spanish, with the Arbitration Investment Court in Washington. And it's a shame, because we should have the right to defend ourselves through the proper channels. But yes, we do have lots of arbitration, not so much mediations, but we are going to that path in the near future.
And what do you say about that?
Adding to that, if mediation fails, actually in commercial matters, mediation, negotiation, conciliation, all together it is applying. First, that is the difference is little bit slight difference. Mediation normally doing the facilitation part. So the parties are the mediator is just facilitating and the parties around the table mediating the matter. But in some cases, proactive situations has to be taken care of by the mediator. Then he will be getting into the shoes as a conciliator. Conciliation and negotiation should be there in almost all commercial meetings because normally the parties always wish to retain their relationship. This is commercial matter. Sometimes the business may improve after negotiation and conciliation. The more pathway will be there. So they will definitely cooperate in such conciliation and negotiation techniques. If everything fails, then definitely in the agreement itself, the arbitration steps into the action. The arbitration is based on the evidences and like all the arbitral procedures, comes to an end with an arbitral award. This arbitral award, execution part is, the question is very limited in almost all law, that if there is a fraud or if that procedure, any error or very limited ground based on that, arbitration award cannot be executed. So it's very effective. We have to understand and realize that true fact. In commercial agreements, ADR mechanism is the best, and the only thing, one, as borderless community, one platform should be there. All communities should accept the entire law so that it is very easy in future, at least.
Sajid, do you have anything for the investor state? I mean, is that a common kind of arbitrations in?
No, so we had, I mean, without getting into the names, but we had few cases where, in one of the cases, government took an extreme step and they amended the law retrospectively, which wasn't something good to do. But over the period, I think currently, if we see last 8-10 odd years, the confidence has again been reposed in the country, and we've not seen ever since a lot of confrontations from that perspective. Yeah. So things are better, but we have seen a lot of settlements being endorsed, both from the government side as well as from the multinational companies who are working. So that's something which is heartening.
We are obviously running out of time here, it seems, which was not really the plan. We had another 50 minutes, I think. But anyway, I think just a quick conclusion here. I mean, we all are, of course, speaking warmly for the mediation, and it is a mindset that has to be changed. I mean, we have to convince the stakeholders, especially maybe the CEO, the CFOs, to grasp this opportunity to preserve relationship, to have a cheaper and better way of preserving future relationships and business. So, yeah. So we don't. We have a strong person here who have, yeah. Yeah. So just make some quick closing remark, and then we end.
Okay. So, yeah, after you.
I guess you said many important things to share with us, and thanks a lot for being part of this panel. And look forward to work and enforce the mediation, which really calls my attention. Thanks.
Okay, I'll just say three simple points. One is the debate on the ADR now going forward in any of the forums should go to the next level. I think we should start discussing between adversarial and non-adversarial. We just probably need of that to understand what the actions have to be taken on the ground. Second thing is we should all ask ourselves as practitioners, has ADR been able to reduce the litigation? Right, I mean, unless until if it's really benefiting. Otherwise, I think it's a lot of talk and less of action. And third thing is it only relevant because the courts are under pressure? Because more often than not what we hear is, the courts are grappling with infrastructure and there is like a lot of pendency and all, hence ADR. Now to me, if it has inherent advantages and features which can be put to use, which helps to preserve the relationship, which helps to continue the business, it kind of, it gives you more certainty, it gives you more power to, decide for yourself. Why not let that be the first port of call? And by default, the litigation becomes the last, and the courts over the period will get lesser burdened. So I think that's what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Almost I had gone through that. The only idea is the business community needs a borderless community nowadays. So one platform, one law, because New York Convention only 135 countries and Singapore Convention in almost all countries, it should be in one platform. At least business community should take action and policy makers should accept that true fact to develop. Economic development is a must in almost all countries. So they have to accept this true fact. One business, worldwide one business community and the ADR platform in one single platform, all the law should be codified. One platform should be there. We hope so. Within short span of time, this matter will be taking up and entire community, worldwide business community accepting such a platform to enforce the ADR mechanism directly between them.
Okay. Sorry? Yes. No, you can. Yeah. We are, as we are running out of time, and we are now concluding. I look at my director over here, or conductor, I should call it. So we will stop. I think, as you understand, there is a lot of things that can be discussed in this area, a lot of interesting new concepts and everything. So I thank all the panelists for attending here and invite you to come to the ICM tomorrow, which is the inauguration, and there will be a lot of other discussion regarding this. So we continue there, and thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you ever so much. That was fascinating, and we are sorry that we are having to be very strict about time, but we've got so many further things to get through, and we cannot be late to take you for your special evening event tonight. So unfortunately, we do have to be fairly strict. Okay, thank you again so much for that. So we're moving on to our next session and block here, and it's all about global immigration law. The Global International Immigration Law block delves into the complexities and nuances of global migration policies, regulations and challenges. With a mix of solo presentations and panel discussions, our speakers offer diverse perspectives and expertise on navigating the intricate web of international immigration law. May I just say that if you are coming up on stage and you are doing a speech, you're part of a panel, would you kindly just keep an eye on this screen over here to your far right? That will indicate time and just keep you in check. That would be brilliant. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. First of our solo presentations then. The topic is immigration to Switzerland, and I would like to invite our very special speaker, Frederique V. Rusch, CEO of Convenus Global Mobility Solutions Switzerland. Frederique V. Rusch is the CEO of Convenus Global Mobility Solutions in Zurich, Switzerland. She has over 20 years of experience advising companies on international assignments and cross-border employment. Rusch is also the founder and managing partner of Convenus. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very welcome also from my side, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Friederike, and I'm coming most likely from one of the smaller countries being present here from Switzerland. I don't know how much you know about it, but immigration is one of the topics, I would say, which are quite strict, and it's most likely also not the most favorable one in Switzerland. Even we are so small, we are quite international. You will find lots of headquarters, international headquarters in Switzerland, lots of companies having affiliated legal entities in Switzerland, and therefore immigration or global immigration is quite a hot topic. Now, companies deciding to have a presence in Switzerland is most likely not about my today's topic, immigration, but more like because we have a quite favorable tax regime. But we will talk today about immigration because that is something which I think everybody should be a bit more conscious about. In Switzerland, we are getting also stricter and stricter, and we see more and more labor market controls and companies or employees being fined for it. Switzerland is small, and we will look today at 3 different categories of people. One is business travelers, which I think is one of the hotter topics in our today's world at least, assignments, as well as permanent moves, meaning really somebody is going on a local employment basis to Switzerland. So this session now will be a bit more technical, immigration technical-wise. You will see here, Switzerland is small. We have 26 cantons. Even though we have only one law, we have 26 different procedures and processes in place. So each canton still is quite on its own and administering everything on its own. We make ourselves also it not quite easy because we have to deal with 3 different languages in Switzerland. So if you want to deal with immigration in the French-speaking part of Switzerland, you have to speak in French and you have to file everything in French. If you go in the German-speaking area, everything is in German, and in the Italian part, everything is in Italian. So that makes it also not that easy. Business travelers, I said, is something which is at least now being about 25 years in that business, the hot topic or the hotter topic in our today's world. Because the long-term assignments, when I started my career, that was the hot topic. That is not any longer. You rather send people on a quicker term, on a quicker period to the other country, either to really work on a project basis or have management meetings or for whatever other reasons. If we look at immigration and see whether a work permit is required or not, then the first point is to see what is the definition of employment. And there you will find in Switzerland that it is quite strict, quite conservative. So more or less everything which you might say, oh, that's just a business trip, you may end up in Switzerland with the need of a work permit. We will go in the next second or the next slide, better to say, on a couple of samples, and then I can show you what it means. There's basically only a few exceptions where no work permit is required, and one of the exceptional rules, which everybody, I think, knows, is the 8 days exceptional rule, and they think that that will just cover more or less everything. And we will see in a second that that is not the case. For business travelers, we basically have 2 different types of work permits. One is the 120 days permit and one is the notification process. Now, that is quite technical, and there is basically the flexibility is with the 120 days work permit, because based on that permit, I can work for up to 120 days in a 12-month period, which gives me as a company, as well as the employee, quite a bit of flexibility. The notification process, which we just have for companies being situated in the EU and sending people to Switzerland, there's just a 90 days quota. But it is quite complex if then looking at all of the practicalities. When we look at business travelers, then there's also the topic of taxes and social security, but more or less both are rather in the background usually, because the major part is also looking at other countries, the immigration part. And here are a couple of samples what is viewed as, or for what do I need then in the end a work permit, because it is viewed as employment. And now, if the conference would be held in Switzerland and I would be speaking here, that would be in Swiss perspective being viewed as employment. And therefore, in principle, I would need to have a work permit for being here as a speaker, even if it is just 15 minutes. Whereas being just participating and just listening, I wouldn't need one. So there is a bit of you have to look at what you do. To make it simple, that 8 days exemption rule is basically if I would be employed as a German national in the US, I can work in Switzerland for up to 8 days without the need of the work permit. Even whatever I do in Switzerland will be viewed as employment. Now, if as a German national I would be employed in Germany, then it's not any longer that I would need to look at employee basis, I would look at the company level. And if now my employer has sent already for 8 days someone to Switzerland, then I definitely need to have a work permit for every day someone is working in Switzerland, because it's done on the employer level. In addition, you would need to look at the Posted Worker Act. Now, there are lots of stuff in there. The more crucial ones are the work hours, the number of bank holidays, the number of vacation days, as well as the more specific one, the base salary. We are quite protective of our workforce in Switzerland, and therefore one of the crucial things is that someone, even being sent not just for 1 day to Switzerland, has to get the Swiss salary level. So the salary level somebody would earn in the same position in Switzerland. There are 2 or 3 tools available in Switzerland for this, and this, what you see here on the screen, is one of them. And that is the salary level everybody needs to get, or being paid while working in Switzerland. This is just a sample to show you how it's calculated. Now, if I would be in Switzerland for just 1 day, have to have a work permit, being employed in Germany, Germany definitely has a lower employment scale or salary scale as Switzerland, so my employer would need to pay an uplift of the salary for just that 1 day. So based on that calculation, I would split down what the proportion is for 1 day, and that is what has to be paid. In regard to assignments, we have to consider the same things I just said for business travelers as well. The only thing is that assignments are for a bit longer, therefore a bit of different rules apply in addition to the ones we just looked at. We view, from a Swiss perspective, assignments for up to 6 years. That is still an assignment. Anything beyond 6 years, we say someone has to switch either to local employment or actually has to leave the country. So there is not much difference in between. We have work permit quotas, which I haven't showed you now for business travelers, but If you are in Switzerland for a bit of a longer period, then there are work permit quotas. And you will see in a second that they are quite low. So you see the restriction there and the protectiveness of Switzerland, of the Swiss government for the workforce. If we look at assignments, then definitely tax law and social security might be a bit of more of a topic you have to look at. Tax-wise, definitely, as soon as you take up residence, and you will do that if you are on an assignment basis, you will actually have to pay taxes in Switzerland as well. Social security-wise, there's one thing which we are a bit different than other countries. Based on taking up residency, we see that someone has to have a Swiss health insurance. So that is something we are caring quite strictly. And everybody really has to have either a Swiss health insurance or something equivalent to the Swiss health insurance. So that is not connected to working somewhere, being employed. It's really connected to the residence. And here you see the quotas split now on the different cantons we have. And if you see in Canton of Zurich, basically there are 394 quotas for L permits, which are the short-term permits, in a year. So that is not very much. And then you can see that there is a huge discussion with the authorities, and you have to have a very good case when you send somebody to Switzerland that you can get the work permit approved for that person. We still have also, for assignment reasons, quotas for EU nationals coming to Switzerland, as well as we have different categories for UK citizens. Here again, the salary discussion, or the salary calculation we looked at in a second before, has to be applied as well. But in addition, as an employer and sending someone to Switzerland, I would have to pay for the accommodation, for the food, as well as for the travel. And that is something which I have to show and prove to the authority that I do so. And here's just the difference between what an L permit or a B permit means. L permit is something which is a short-term permit, and B permit is a long-term permit. Short-term is up to 2 years, and anything beyond is a B permit. But that is more technical. Coming to the last point, it's about the permanent move, which is local employment. And there, I just would like to raise 2 points. Local employment, meaning you have a Swiss employer who actually employs you. And that Swiss employer needs now to prove, if you're a non-EU EFTA national, that you are really the specialist and that you are the only person being able to do the job in Switzerland, which is not that easy because you have to put your job advertisement in at least on 3 platforms and proving and showing that nobody else is being able to job. You have to list down all the candidates as well as with the reason why you're not hiring them. Therefore, there's a lot of things you as an employer have to do, and therefore Swiss employers are a bit hesitant to actually then really engage or hire a non-EU EFTA national. The rest of it is but just the same as said before, and for assignments, Swiss salary level has to be kept, and somebody having a local employment in Switzerland will take up residency and therefore basically has an income tax liability as well as a social security liability in Switzerland. The last point before I finish is that we do have a new integration law, which I think is really very good in Switzerland. However, they are only focusing on the spouses. So if an American person, for example, coming to Switzerland for 3 or 4 years, then the spouse needs to prove that she actually has some German language skills. The employee coming to Switzerland, so the main applicant holder, doesn't have to do that. that for me doesn't make really much sense because integration is basically for everybody. But from a Swiss perspective, they are just focusing more on the spouse than actually on the main applicant holder. So that was in quick something about Switzerland. I hope you had enjoyed it, and thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you again. So we're moving on now to hear from another speaker this afternoon, and the topic is corporate immigration and how it has changed in the UK labour market. Our speaker is Mohammed Amil Kosawala, founder of Immigration Lawyer and Managing Director at MAC 25 London Limited, United Kingdom. Welcome. Mohammed is the driving force behind one of London's leading immigration law and consulting firms, hailing from Mumbai, India. His journey was fueled by a passion for British politics and UK immigration law.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I think today I heard some of the most brilliant mind in the room. I hope I try to match up the expectation like I'm trying to match the bar of this podium. So thank you so much. So I often introduce myself in the most informal way, where I introduce myself as I happen to be one of the most handsome guy in the podium, but I happen to be an immigration lawyer as well. I think I try to keep a bit funny and humorous rather than boring and with a lot of jargons. I was born and brought up in Mumbai, but I got my identity in London. Immigration is something which is very close to my heart because I am one of the overseas migrants who have seen the difficulties of getting settled here in the UK. Getting settled in the UK is not an easy task. I am sure people from different parts of the world are over here and they have mentioned the kind of difficulties they face in different industries, whether it's arbitration, tax, or law. So today I'm going to focus on the things in global immigration we see, especially in the UK market. So first I would like to emphasize on the fact that the kind of rise we have of artificial intelligence, and specifically in immigration industry. You, me, every one of us have used something called ChatGPT, like our cousin brother. We have used things like Content AI at scale, and we use other kinds of AI tools as well along with us. But we always use AI as if it is our employer. We never use AI which is something which could work under us. We always emphasize on AI that AI is our best friend. But do we know the history of this best friend? No, we don't. Let's talk about the recent immigration changes in United Kingdom. This recent changes in United Kingdom doesn't feel like it has happened in the past 6 months. It feels like it's been 10 years. In the past 6 months, we have seen the statistics of UK immigration growing from this bar to this level. It's not been easy for immigrants who come here in United Kingdom to work as skilled workers. I was one of the skilled workers from India, though I don't look like one, but trust me, I was. In the past 6 months, we have seen how much struggle the skilled workers have been facing in the United Kingdom. Just take a small example, what have happened just a month back, on 4th of April. So if you are a skilled worker working as a software engineer, rather than getting a salary of £26,200, now you need a salary of £38,700. Can you expect the same amount of salary any 28-year-old getting in the UK? A software engineer who was getting paid £29,000, now the same software engineer needs to get £50,000. Do you think it's fair? Can I see some hands in the air without dancing? How many of you agree that a 20-year-old, 28, 29-year-old can get a salary of £50,000 in the UK as a software engineer? Can I see some hands up in the air? Do we all agree with that? I'm sure we do not. It is very important to emphasize on the fact that the government needs to understand the kind of talents we are all missing out in United Kingdom. I was very lucky, one of them, who have been into that phase and now been here settled. But what about people from different parts of the world, mainly India, Pakistan, China, who come to this country in order to do something in their life, but they don't get that opportunity? But yeah, I would like to emphasize on the topic which is below, which is called supplementary income. So somebody who used to work as a software engineer in the UK, they could not work as a chef and make biryani. But now, as per the new rules, a software engineer can now work as a chef and make biryani, or whatever cuisine you would like to have in the restaurant. That's up to you. So these are the further changes which are for all of us for global mobility routes. So global mobility routes used to have a settlement scheme before Brexit. But now the new Home Office rule has completely changed it. So now the people who would like to come on a global mobility route, it does not lead to settlement anymore. Now you come, you work, and go back where you belong. This is not right. This is not the reason why I've come to United Kingdom. I've come here to explore opportunities. I've come here to understand what the market is all about. I've come here to make a name of myself, to enhance my skills. But this is not what the government wants. So there are a few kinds of sponsorship licenses which is being specialized by me and my firm. It is not an advertisement, but I'm pretty best in that. So there are companies in the United Kingdom, if they want to hire talented individuals like you all, if you want to get settled, they hire you from overseas, from different parts of the world. And the most prominent and common type of license is skilled workers license. So if, let's say, my company, Mac25, would like to hire a brilliant lawyer from India, I could hire them if I have that kind of a sponsorship license. Let's say if I'm running a university, then I need a kind of a license which is for students. If I'm running a school, then I need a kind of a license through which I can sponsor a child student whose age between, 4 to 17 years old. So these are the kind of sponsorship license which company needs if they want to hire individual from overseas. Expansion route worker. I think this is very interesting to all of us because we are all here together from different parts of the world. Some are from USA, some are from Netherlands, Malaysia, Iraq, Iran, from different parts of the world. If we at all want to increase or extend our company's footprint in United Kingdom, we can get this kind of license, which is known as expansion worker. If you get this expansion worker license, you can sponsor your own self and come to United Kingdom for 2 years and then go back. Or else switch to skilled worker visa, which is again the most common type of sponsorship license what people are getting into. But there is a possibility if you think that we just need 2 years to extend our footprint in United Kingdom, and you can get this kind of license, which is this expansion worker license, and then sponsor your own self. Very interesting topic. So what kind of AI do we use in immigration law apart from ChatGPT, Content AI at Scale, BARD, which is known as Gemini? I think we are too much reliant on the fact that ChatGPT is our best friend. But what I believe after going to so many events in the past 2 years, that AI is not just limited to ChatGPT. AI is not just limited to Sora. AI is not just limited to BARD. AI is much more than that. There are thousands of softwares and tools we see in the market which can help us to reduce our work, which can make sure that obviously we don't need to hire somebody to do our admin work. But we don't do that kind of work with AI. We make sure AI work with us as our boss. AI tells us that you are wrong and ChatGPT is right. If I make a client representation letter to the Home Office stating that my client wants to apply for a sponsorship license and I give a prompt to ChatGPT, ChatGPT don't have a databases. ChatGPT only gives me information what I ask them. ChatGPT only gives me information what I want to know about it. It doesn't have a brain. Rather than if we make this AI tools like ChatGPT and BARD and content scaling, and we use it in a different way, then it would come to our benefit. Because as we see the limitations of AI, AI cannot become someone who can give personal touch to our clients. We are all here from different industries. We are all here from taxation, advisory, arbitration, immigration law, and so many kinds of stuff. But AI lacks expertise. AI doesn't know yet much about your industry. I have seen brilliant lawyers from different parts of the world have defined cases on screen. Do you think AI knows about that? It is not even updated after April 2023. So we need to understand that how we need to use AI. In many countries, I have heard that in universities, they are not taking content from AI because rather than student going through all the research books, research articles, they're just going to ChatGPT and asking them to write a literature review. And I won't go into much depth because I think today we have got enough jargon conversations. I tried to make it a bit humorous and funny with my sweet, handsome face. And I'll go to the last slide. Tapping the AI potential. Again, it's too much jargon. Thank you, Shireen, for making it so technical. So how we can use AI? As I said, we should never use AI as our final copy. We should always use ChatGPT or any content we use as a first draft. If you want to give it a prompt, just understand what AI is giving it to you and just go through it once. I have seen full of LinkedIn is all about ChatGPT. I have seen recent graduate uses phrases like navigation, testament, complex, issues. They are full of ChatGPT. And I feel very pity on individuals that you don't have your own self. You are just writing what ChatGPT is telling you to write. And I'm not against ChatGPT because I think my business cannot even run without it. But I know how to use it. I know how to take advantage of it. I know that just with the help of ChatGPT, I cannot go where I want to go. That's why we have got different tools in the market. Lastly, I know that I'm short of time. Suman strictly told me, and Ishita and everyone, that Amil, you have just got 15 minutes. I'll make sure I'm on time. I don't waste the time anymore. Lastly, it is very important to understand that mostly universities and many governments are making sure that this type of content has been investigated in a detailed way because they don't want any plagiarism to come into contact. So I think it is very important for us to know how to understand and how to use these kinds of new tools which are in the market and stop relying on them and use them as our assistants and not our subordinates. Again, this is a technical line, not by me, but I think it does make sense that we need to generate results and not risk with AI. And this line is, trust me, not by me because I don't believe it. Lastly, this line is by me, where to find this handsome. You can find this handsome on LinkedIn. You can take my barcode and you can connect with me and we can definitely talk about it. And I think I have self-praised a lot. So thank you so much, everyone, for being such a kind audience. And I hope to see you all very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a lively presentation. It's just what we needed at this point in the afternoon. And I think we could also do with a very quick coffee and refreshment break. But what we're going to suggest is that if you would like to go and get your refreshments, there's some lovely fruit out there and some yummy cake and a hot drink, then if you wouldn't mind bringing it back in here, we can then continue. And that will mean that we will be able to finish on time in just over an hour's time, which will get you to your special dinner on time. Let's hope that's okay for you all and find you back here very soon.
music or something.
Easy love.
Whenever dark is falling, you know the spirit of the party starts to come alive until the day is dawning. You can throw out all the blues and hit the city lights, 'cause there's music in the air and lots of loving everywhere. So give me the night. Give me the night. Action, a place to dine, a glass of wine, a little late romance. It's a chain reaction. We'll see the people of the world coming out to dance, 'cause there's music in the air and lots of loving everywhere. So give me the night. Give me the night. So come on out tonight, and we'll leave the others on a ride through paradise. And if you feel alright, then we can be lovers, 'cause I see that starlight look in your eyes. And don't you know we can fly? Just give me the night. Give me the night. Cause there's music in the air and lots of loving everywhere. So give me the night. Give me the night. So come on out tonight, and we'll leave the others on a ride through paradise. And if you feel alright, then we can be lovers, 'cause I see that starlight look in your eyes. Don't you know we can fly? And if we stay together, we'll feel the rhythm of the evening picking us up high. Never mind the weather, we'll be dancing in the street until the morning light. 'Cause there's music in the air and lots of loving everywhere. So give me the night. 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 So give me the night.
Can't get off my horse, and I can't let you go. You are the one who, you are the one who makes me feel so real. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, what am I supposed to do? Oh, what am I supposed to do, baby, when I'm so hooked up on
Okay. Okay, everybody, can I once again ask you to kindly make your way back into the conference room? Once again, everyone, can I kindly ask you to make your way back into the conference rooms with your coffees and teas?
Who makes me feel so real? Ooh, what am I supposed to do when I want so on you? And then I realize that you're somebody else's guy. That day in September, I'm sure you can remember. That's when all the stuff hit the fan. You told me a lie, and you didn't have an alibi. But baby, yet I still cared. You know I loved you so, baby, that I can't let you go. No, no, you are the one who makes me feel so real. Ooh, what am I supposed to do when I want to?
Okay, everybody. I hope you're enjoying your fruit and that tasty little cake. That cake was absolutely delicious. Now, I am a real stickler for time, but also I am so aware that you have such a special evening event planned. We do not want you to miss it, and more importantly, we don't want you to miss out on being able to go back to your rooms and change for it. Priorities in life. Okay, so we're moving on to another solo presentation, and the topic is immigration policy in Croatia. EU blue cards, work permits for third country citizens, digital nomad visas, etc. And we have a lovely speaker with us today. Her name is Anja Jurcetic, a senior partner at law firm Jurcetic and Partners LLC, Croatia. Anja is a prominent attorney at law and a senior partner at the esteemed law firm. And she's headquarters in Zagreb, Croatia. And here she is. Can you please give her a warm welcome, everybody? Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to the VBF 2024. Thank you for such an amazing organization. I'm Anja Jurcetic. I am CEO and managing partner of law firm Jurcetic and Partners from Croatia. I'm actually one of the youngest women manager partners from Croatia, which is why today I will be speaking about immigration options in Croatia, which is one of my specializations. So I'm working in the field of corporate law and immigration. And just once again, I would like to really thank you for this event. And it's also a platform, since I'm very young, it's also a platform not to just meet new people, but also to learn from them. For many years, Croatia has been a popular destination for expats. While Croatia is a young country, it has rich cultural heritage and diverse geographical landscape. With its rich history, with beautiful seaside, with stunning islands, warm people, affordable living costs, Croatia offers a lot to the expat community. As I said today, I will be speaking a little bit about immigration options for Croatia for third country citizens. Or not. Okay. So our law firm is part of many international cooperations. Among those are World Law Alliance and Visegrad Plus Legal. It's a cooperation of middle-sized law firms which operates throughout the Central European area. Our agenda today will be the residence of third country nationals in Croatia, changes to work permits, digital nomad visas, and EU blue cards. To begin with, it's important to define who the third country nationals are according to the Article 3 of the Croatians Foreigners Act. So the third country nationals are, as defined by the Article 3 of the Croatian Foreigners Act, nationals who are nationals of countries which are not member states of the European Economic Area or Swiss Confederation, or do not have a state which they come from, so are stateless. First, let's say something about the residence of third country citizens in Croatia. So the third country nationals may be granted few types of residence in the Republic of Croatia, which are short-term stay, the temporary stay, and the permanent stay. The short-term stay of a third country national is the one that gives them the right to spend 90 days in any 180-day period. However, when entering the Republic of Croatia, it also counts how long the third country national stayed in the Schengen area in the previous 180-day period. When it comes to temporary residence, so temporary residence may be granted up to 1 year to a third country national for the purpose of family reunification, secondary or higher education, humanitarian reasons, life partnership, work or stay of digital nomads. This is the topic which we will talk a little bit later. The applications for the temporary residence are submitted to the competent diplomatic mission or consular office of the Republic of Croatia, outside of Croatia, before entry into the Republic of Croatia, or at the Croatia's Ministry of Internal Affairs, in case where the third country national does not need to have visa to enter Croatia. Third country nationals will be granted temporary residence if they met further conditions. So they need to prove the purpose of their temporary residence. They have to have a valid travel document. They have to prove that they have the means to support themselves, the health insurance, and that they haven't been banned from entering or staying in the Republic of Croatia, or that no warning has been issued in the Schengen information system to ban them from entering, and that they do not pose a threat to the national security of Republic of Croatia. When it comes to permanent residence, so people who have lived in Croatia consequently for 5 years may apply for permanent residence, which could be granted to them for an indefinite period. Requirements to be granted a long-term residence is, of course, to have an uninterrupted stay for over 5 years, to have a valid foreign travel document, means of supporting oneself, and health insurance, and also knowing the Croatian language and Latin script. Following approved stay for Croatia, either temporary one or the permanent one, the applicant who needs visa to enter Croatia must obtain the long stay visa, which is the visa type D, in order to enter Croatia. Since the abolition of quota system for employing foreign workers 3 years ago, and the introduction of a more liberal system in Croatia, there has been a chaos in the market for importing workers from third countries. The number of agencies specializing in labor demand is growing, with more and more workers coming from Nepal, India, Philippines, and others. According to the data of the Ministry of Interior, a total of 170,000 work permits were issued to workers from third countries in Croatia in 2023, which you can all imagine it's a lot since Croatia is a really, really small country. Third country nationals may work in Republic of Croatia based on a residence and work permit. It can be issued and is based on a favorable opinion of the Croatian Employment Service or without one, when the competent police administration or station may issue residence and work permits to specifically prescribed categories of persons for specifically prescribed jobs. When it comes to residence and work permits based on a favorable opinion of the Croatian Employment Service, so an employer has to request that the Croatian Employment Service or its regional office conducts a labor market test. In case of lack of workforce on the labor market of Republic of Croatia, the employer may, having of course received the notification on the positive result of the labor market test, apply for a residence and work permit before the Ministry of Internal Affairs. When it comes to the exemption from the labor market test, so the managing board of the Croatian Employment Service can take a decision on the professions for which employers are not required to request that the labor market test is conducted. Which professions will be published on the website of the Croatian Employment Service. And basically, this is a list of deficitary professions. The digital nomad visas are a program for foreigners who are third country nationals who are employed or perform work through communication technology for a company of their own or that is not registered in the Republic of Croatia. Nomad digital visas are, of course, the permits that are granted to most third country citizens nowadays that are using internet technology and that are coming to Croatia. The most important condition that digital nomad is required to have is the amount corresponding to at least 2.5 average monthly net salaries paid for the previous year in accordance with the official data published by the Croatian Bureau of Statistics. When we put that in numbers, it turns out that the amount required on a monthly basis for a digital nomad is a minimum of around 2,500 euros. In order to simplify the procedure and to attract an increasing number of digital nomads to Croatia, the provisions of the income tax of Croatia has exempt their income from taxation. That means that digital nomads are exempt from paying income tax on the income they earn through their work in Croatia. As for contributions are concerned, digital nomads are also not required to pay contributions for pension or for health insurance in Croatia due to the fact they are employed or perform tasks for their companies that are not registered in Croatia. In terms of health insurance, the Croatian Parliament adopted amendments to the law on mandatory health insurance and health care for foreigners in Republic of Croatia on March 5th, 2021, enabling the access to healthcare services. This law stipulates that a third country national on a temporary residence in Croatia, staying in Croatia as a digital nomad, is not obliged to register for mandatory health insurance or to pay contributions for it. As a result, digital nomads are responsible for covering the costs of healthcare services received at healthcare institutions from private healthcare practitioners or other healthcare providers in Croatia. The next and the last topic will be about EU blue cards, which are work permits for third country nationals who are highly qualified. As an interesting fact, the concept of the EU blue card was inspired by the American green card, which allows foreign nationals to live and work in the United States with the intention to attract and employ highly skilled workers. It's the same with the European blue card. So it's a residence and work permit that allows third country nationals to live and work in the member states of the European Union and European Economic Area if they meet certain conditions. The main objective of the European Blue Card is to attract highly skilled workers from third countries to contribute to the economic development of the European Union. The application for the issuance of a residence and work permit must be accompanied by, of course, among other conditions, by an employment contract with a duration of at least 1 year, which must specify the gross annual salary, which must not be less than 1.5 of the average gross annual salary paid in the industry in which the third country national is employed, while the official data on the average gross annual salary is published by the competent statistical authority, which is in Croatia, the State Bureau of Statistics. So, to finalize, no matter on which ground you choose Croatia as your next destination to work in or to just reside in, what I can promise you is that Croatia is the land of sunshine. We have a lot of sun. It's one of the sunniest places in the world. Beautiful countryside, many historical UNESCO heritage sites, free public education in kindergarten, in primary and secondary schools, affordable healthcare, and great options for your retirement. thank you, everyone, once again. We can connect via LinkedIn since it's very, very popular these days. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you again. Okay, so we are moving on to the final panel discussion now, which is about immigration law. This is going to be such a fabulous way for us to end the first day of proceedings. It really will be. I would like to invite to the stage, first of all, our incredible moderator, Rachna Khanna, Managing Partner at Law Office of Rachna Khanna, USA. Rachna is a graduate of Western New England University's School of Law, established RK Law Group, LLC, dedicated to offering accessible legal services across various areas, including immigration, small business, real estate, and estate planning. She's been recognized for her excellence. She was named a Rising Star by Super Lawyers in 2023. There she is, taken to the stage. And next up, I'd like to welcome back, he's definitely become a character this afternoon in a very positive way. Mohammed Amil Kosawala, please, can you join us on the stage? This is going to be lots of fun. And I'd now like to ask Evie Papakliavulu, Advocate Law Chambers, Nikos Papakliavulu, LLC, Cyprus, to join us on the stage. And I think, yes, with over 15 years of extensive legal practice in Cyprus, including roles as a practicing lawyer at Law Chambers, along with qualifications as a mediator and an arbitrator accredited by various institutions, Evie brings a wealth of experience in Cyprus law. Thank you so much. And then I'd like to invite Geraldine Knoll, founder, Acumen Legal and Advisory Malta, to join us on the stage. As a founder and managing partner, Geraldine devotes focused time, passion, and extensive expertise towards overseeing and directly managing operations of the Acumen Group of companies. I would also like to invite Anastasia Severa, Associate Attorney at Wolfsdorf Rosenthal LLP USA, to join me on the stage. Anastasia assists clients with all aspects of business immigration. She's worked with a variety of companies, including IT companies and Fortune 500. And finally, I'd like to welcome back, and I'm just wondering if I can see her unless she's had an outfit change, which could be the case. I'd like to welcome back Siti. Is Siti here? Ah, there she is. Siti Nur Farhana Omar Aziz, CEO Corporate Mind Group Malaysia. I knew that there'd been an outfit change. I clocked in my mind because she's such a fashionable and fabulous woman. I will hand you over to the brilliant Rachna.
Good evening, everybody. I know we're hitting jet lag. It's the end of the day and we all want to go for dinner. So the rules for this panel are going to be strict so that we all can go change and freshen up. There's going to be 5 minutes given to each one of us to speak about our respective immigration topics. And we're available for questions after today or dinner or tomorrow. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that we make the Oscar rules. And I'm going to ask everybody to quickly introduce themselves, not as a lawyer, but I want everybody here to give me a fun fact or a personal fact about themselves, 30 seconds, and then we are going to go into 5 minutes for each person. And I want to leave 15 minutes at the end for any question or answers from any of you, or if you want to delve into any of the different topics. We have the United States, UK, Malta, Cyprus, Malaysia. So we have a lot of countries we are covering for immigration. So fun fact about you, starting with Miss Malta. Tell us something fun about yourself or something personal that we don't know.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Fun facts about me. I like my dogs like I like myself, fat and lazy. Hence why I have 50-kilo bull mastiffs.
I love it. So we know he's a film star in his previous life and current life. Tell us something else about yourself.
So as Rachna rightly said that I'm a film star, so I think that's a very big fun fact in my life. But as I said, apart from being handsome, I'm one of the overseas migrant in the United Kingdom. And I think the way I understand corporate immigration by being in the same industry, I think nobody could. But yeah, I was a fat guy as well once upon a time. But now I just eat fruit salad. So thank you, Suman, and the entire team for making sure that I was able to eat the things I would like to. Thank you.
So the fun fact about me is I have a lot of fun facts. But the latest one is I flew in from Japan yesterday to the United States, landed in JFK, drove to Connecticut, slept for 6 hours. During that time, I had to unpack and repack, got into a flight for London, and I'm here today, and I haven't passed out. So my children think I'm a mutant from Mars, but like I said, that's just one of the fun facts about me.
Hi everyone, my name is CV. I'm coming from the island of sunshine where is my Croatia colleague. We actually do have 320 days of sunshine per year. The fun fact about me is that during the pandemic, with everything not working as they should and everything else, I decided to invest in a vineyard. So I'm now producing some wine that most of my friends tell me it's not worth drinking, but I think it's the most superb wine people should ever drink and try, given that Cyprus is one of the countries of the oldest manufacturer of commercial wine worldwide. So I'll let you know next conference how good my session of this year's production will be.
Wonderful. That's such a fun fact.
Hi everyone, my name is Anastasia. It's nice to see everyone here in such a late hour. It's been a long day, so thanks for staying with us. Interesting fact about me is that I like France, I like French language. I learn French language now, so any French people in the room? Oh, okay. Bonjour!
Hello everyone, just to address about just now you recognize I already changed my clothes, right? The main reason why I changed to white, because we are talking about social issues for today, so I want to look clean and sacred. All right. All right. The three fun things about me, since my name starts with F, Farhana, so I think I would like to give 3 Fs about me. I'm fun, foodie, and fierce.
Love it.
All right. So 3F about me. Remember that. Don't forget. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So the reason I asked everybody fun facts is because this is being recorded, and for the record, I went to law school recently. It's my 4th career. I keep mutating every 10 years. So hopefully this is my final mutation. I love being a lawyer. So when I went to law school 7 years ago, my daughters, I have 3 daughters, 31, 29, and 25 years old. They gave me a book, and I was really excited. I thought this book is going to be best mother, motivation, we love you, go mom. And the book said, Lawyers and Other Crocodiles. So I want to prove to my daughters that we are not crocodiles or sharks. We are humans, and we have fun facts, and this is on the record. So we're going to segue from this into immigration. I'm going to talk about immigration in the United States, and then I'm going to partner with Anastasia, Anastasia is from United States, and both of us will talk a little bit about how do you immigrate to the United States. We both have 5 minutes each. If we run over 10 minutes, just like the Oscars, I have directed the DJ to start playing music, which means you have 30 seconds to wrap up. So how do you come to the United States? You either get born as a citizen, or you immigrate, and when you immigrate, how does that open the doors? So there's family-based immigration, which means you marry a US citizen and you can get a green card. You can then call, as a US citizen, you can call your parents, your children, if they're not born in that country, or you can call your siblings. And after that, it's a full stop. You cannot sponsor anybody else besides spouse, children, parents, and siblings. And just to get a little perspective, I sponsored my brother. It's a 14-year wait for India. So how do you come across really fast? You go to Mexico, you cross the border, You enter the country, and then the next thing you do is you file for asylum. So the second way you can get into the United States and get a green card is if you are from a country and you can prove that you are prosecuted or you are a class that is going to be damaged by staying in that country, you can enter the United States. The minute you put your foot in through the border, they will arrest you. All you have to say is seeking asylum. And at that point, the asylum paperwork begins. You get a lawyer who files for asylum. It takes a long time to get, but if you have the right lawyer, you get an EAD, which is a work permit, and you can stay in the country while your case is being processed. So the second way to get in is through asylum. The third way to get in is through what we call work visas. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Since we are all here, business, immigration is a big part of what people want to come to US for. So there's something called the H-1B visa, and it's a lottery, and you have to enter the lottery. And if you win the lottery, you have to have an employer that sponsors you. There is a process called the PERM process. Again, it's a long wait for countries like India, China, Philippines, but you get in the system to get a green card through the H-1B visa process. Now, I ordered my books. There were 2 really fat books on all the visas in the work area. So I cannot cover everything. We would need a whole day to do that. You can talk to me or you can talk to Anastasia. But there is many other forms of work visas. The most popular one we call the investment visa, which is EB-5, and she'll explain that a little bit in detail. There is EB-1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's E-1, E-2. There is TN visas. There is WAVA applications. Like I said, it's a complex world where you can get. The 3 big prongs are family, asylum, and work. And I would like to pass on the conversation so you can hear a little bit about 2 or 3 of the work visas that are very popular in the US. Again, we would need a whole day to talk to you about all different kinds of visas. We can do that tomorrow or at a later hour. But tell us about the 3 visas you want to talk about that are very common.
Hi again, everyone. So the US is the number 1 economy in the world, and it offers a lot of opportunities for investors and business expansion. It has over 300 million people, so it's a big market. It's also very diverse, and it has top universities in the US. So it's a great opportunity to, relocate for investors and businessmen. So today I wanted to talk to you about options for investors and businessmen. I'm going to talking about 3 types of visas. The first one is my favorite one, actually. It's L1A. It's intra-company transferee visa. What it means that there are 2 companies. One is outside of the US and another one should be inside of the US. How it works is, let's say if you are a businessman who run business outside of the US, then you can open a new office in the US of your company, and then to obtain that visa, L1A visa, based on that. This visa is valid for 1 year, and after that you can renew that for another 3 years and then another 2 years. So total 7 years. But why this visa is good for is that you can later apply for EB-1C visa, which is a path to the green card and ultimately the citizenship. So how it works is that you got your L1A visa, and then you need to develop your US company office so it grows, it has some employees doing business, so you can show that to the immigration service. And once you basically grow your company, then we're going to apply for green card for you based on that. So that was L1A and EB-1C option. And then the second visa, which is E2 investor visa. So I wanted to mention that L1A is available for all nationals in the world. The second visa is E2 is only available for the nationals of certain countries, which is majority of the world. the exceptions are such a big countries like China, Russia, and India. But it's available for UK people. It's available for 5 years. You don't need to have business in outside of the US. So all you need to have is money to invest. It's over $100,000. You open your company in the US, you invest 100,000, and then we apply for E2 for you. But that visa will not lead to the green card. You will renew it every 5 years, but it's just indefinite. We have clients who are on those visas for like 20 years, 30 years, and it's just how it works. And the last visa I wanted to talk about is EB5 visa. It's investor visa too, similar with E2, but the amount of investment is higher. It's starting from $900,000. But the difference with E2, the previous visa I was talking about, is that you can get a green card as a result of that. It's pretty, the amount of investment is pretty high, but it's available for all nationals in the world. You don't need to be national of certain countries, so that's an option to consider too. And EB5 can be a passive investment. So it means that you can give your money to a regional center, which is approved by Immigration Service of US, and they will handle everything for you. But E2 visa, it's only active investment. So that's all from me.
Yeah, and there was another visa that's very, very popular right now. It's the student visa. So a lot of students come in through the student visa system into the United States. With the STEM program, the US government gives them a 3-year OPT, which is a work permit, and they can work for 3 years on the OPT. Usually these young students will then go into the H-1B lottery system to try to get an H-1B visa through an employer that they've been working with, and then try to stay back in the country. If they do not win the lottery and do not get an employer, then they are required to go back out of the US. A lot of them overstay their B1, B2, which is a visitor visa. A lot of them overstay their student visas. And what that does is once you've overstayed a visa in the US, there's millions of people, undocumented workers. We do not call them aliens. We do not call them illegal. We call them undocumented workers. We have millions of them. The only path then they have is through the family immigration, because the work immigration world bars you. If you have overstayed your visa, I tell my people who are trying to get there on work visas is, if you overstay by 1 day, 1 hour, or even a minute, you are then barred. On that door is shut. So the only other door that's left open for you is the door of family visa, which means you would have to marry a US citizen, because obviously if you've come there on a student visa, you don't have family there because you would have been sponsored by a family. So you have to find a US citizen, get married, and even though you have lived there for a long time as undocumented or overstayed your visa, it does not bar you from getting a green card through marriage. But it bars you from work visa. So that's something we always, tell our clients, please go back and come back, do the right thing if you're trying to come through the channel of the work visas. So this is a very quick 5-minute dummies to US visas. It's way more complex. There's a lot of detail, and both of us are available to answer questions. I would like to then move on to the other countries that we have here. So let me start with a little bit about Malta. I really don't know much about the immigration system, so I'm really curious about how can immigrants work or live in Malta?
Oh, thank you. I shall start off a little bit about myself. I am an English and Irish barrister, and I moved to Malta 13 years ago. I actually moved from America. I handed back my green card and moved.
Why would you do that?
Why would I do that?
That's a fun fact.
for the same reasons why we're getting an increase of Americans applying for Maltese immigration services. Malta, just a little bit of background about Malta. Malta is a tiny EU country, full member EU state. We are situated under Sicily. So one way we look at Libya, one way we look at Sicily. As a full EU member state, a republic, a sovereign nation, Malta has a number of immigration programs. We have the Maltese Citizenship by Investment program. We are one of, I believe, 2 left in the EU, Portugal being the other that has citizenship by investment, and that is a result of pressure from the EU. Malta has, about 3 years ago, refined its citizenship program so that there are more links to Malta. There is a 1-year or a 3-year option in order to achieve Maltese citizenship. I believe Maltese passport is ranked number 7 in the world in strength. I believe it allows for visa-free entry into over 180 countries worldwide. Alongside Maltese citizenship, Malta also has a number of residency programs. We have the Malta Permanent Residency and Visa Program. That allows for permanent right to live in Malta, and for, I find, for business people who are third country nationals, they particularly want, and this program provides, a permanent Schengen visa. So you are issued a residency card, and in your residency card there is a Schengen visa. Alongside the Malta Permanent Residency visa and program, there is the Global Residency program, there is the retirement program, there is a program for startups, the Startup in Malta program. All of the programs, I should add, Malta is a very, being a very small country in Europe, it has to be competitive, and it is very tax competitive. There is, unlike the US, for instance, there is no worldwide taxation, even if you achieve Maltese citizenship by investment. That means foreigners, even those that have acquired Maltese citizenship, will only be taxed on money arising in Malta or foreign income brought into Malta. This allows for a number of very fiscal and tax efficient opportunities for foreign individuals who wish to take up either citizenship or the residency programs. And I won't go into the variety of the details of the variety, because there are a number of residency programs. Just suffice to say that both the Maltese citizenship and the residency programs are very generous as to the family members that can be included in the application. For instance, it can include parents, grandparents, children up to 26 years of age in some instances, disabled children of family members can also be included. So over the last 3-4 years, where we have to be licensed. I am a licensed accredited agent of the Maltese government. I am for Maltese citizenship, licensed, authorized, registered, mandatory for all the residency programs. I should also add that, of course, there is the digital nomad visa, and then there are work permits, including work permits which are fast-tracked, such as the Key Employee Initiative and the EU Blue Card, because again, Malta is a full EU member state. So there's a variety of options and cost and costs depending on the type of program and really what an individual or what the family require, what their objectives are. Different people are looking for different things. We have some citizenship clients who have particularly come from insecure countries or unstable, politically unstable countries like the USA, who are looking for second passports, they're looking for security, they're looking for options, not just for themselves but for their children. Also, there are, as I've mentioned, there are various wealth structuring opportunities that Malta provides. And as well, being a full EU member state, it's an entry to the EU, or indeed to be piggybacked into the UK.
That was really interesting. It's one of my places to visit. I've seen pictures. It's a beautiful country. So this was very exciting to know that you still have a lot of options for visas there. So from Malta, that is opening its doors and arms to welcoming you, we're going to go back to the UK because we've heard a presentation about how the visas are restricted in the UK. So my specific question is, you've talked in general, but how is the skilled labor market in the UK impacted with these changes, for the employers and for the employees both?
Before I answer that, I hope DJ plays a better song if I extend my 5 minutes. Make sure it's a Hindi Bollywood song. To answer your question, I think as far as the labor market is concerned, I would like to discuss it with all my fellow members. It's the talented individuals who are getting impacted, mostly who are international students. Let's say in the UK, we have seen the rise of international students from 2019 to 2024 has been more than 70%. And it's not my statistics. This is what the newspaper says. This is what everybody says. And me being an international student, when I came to this country 9 years back, I have seen the kind of impact what the country is suffering from. I have seen talented individuals who used to get recruited for about, let's say, 17,000 pounds as chef. Now they are being recruited for 38,700. Small, medium-sized restaurants are not able to afford it. I recently spoke to a few of my clients who are having small Indian and Pakistani restaurants. They can't afford to get a chef from different parts of the world, especially from their own country. If we are saying that we are open to the world, if we are saying we are multi-dimensional, multicultural, we have got so many multis in our words, then why we are not open to, individuals from different part of the world? Why we cannot give the authenticity to people of United Kingdom, irrespective of wherever they come? And to answer your other question about the companies have been suffering way more than the individuals are suffering. Because individual comes on a rolling basis. Every year you see new faces. Every year you see people coming from different parts of the world through different routes. But as far as the companies are concerned, they are static. They are over here. There are different kind of industry. I would like to focus on care homes especially, that now the senior care workers and normal care workers are not allowed to get their dependents in the UK. It is them who help us in the country to make sure whether we are in our old age, whether we are disabled, to take care of ourselves, to look after ourselves. But those are the people who are without their families in this country. And I think it has become, a big liability, especially to employers, because they are suffering. They cannot expand their business. They just need to get restricted to labor, local market. Even if, I am not able to find somebody locally, I won't be able to expand my business. I won't be able to run my company. I won't be able to fund my employees. Under one company, there are so many families which are attached. And it is very disheartening to see. I work with hundreds of companies from different industries, and it is very disheartening to see that the problem is both the sides. It's not just the companies who are getting affected, but it's the individuals as well. So I think the impact is from both sides of the coin. We cannot say that there are only companies who are getting affected or there are any specific individual getting affected. The country itself is getting affected. You name the industry. I've just given you examples of hospitality and healthcare. We have seen into industries like HR, we have seen into industries like constructions. Though they have given some concession to hire people like roofers and bricklayers in the country who can get a salary of £31,000, but before the salary was just 21, 22,000 pounds a year. So there is a big impact which has happened recently, especially from 4th of April. And I would like to, keep this point in front of everyone that right now, as my fellow colleagues said about USA and Malta, that there are so many schemes to come here and get settled in the UK. I'm sure I won't be able to reborn again in the UK and get a British passport. But I think there are very few options available to people who really want to come and get settled into this country. Either it could be through skilled worker visa, where you can be on this visa for 5 years and get a British citizenship. Either you can get an innovator founder visa, where you can be in the country for 3 years and make sure you do an investment of £50,000, plus hire 5 employees who are resident workers in the UK, or born in the UK again. I'm sure that is not possible. Because all the other routes have been closed in terms of settlement. Nothing leads to settlement now. There were routes like global mobility routes, UK expansion workers. You can just come into the country and you can just be here for 2 years and 3 years and go back. And before the DJ starts the song, I would like to say, this is how it has impacted the entire market of United Kingdom. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. So we heard about open doors in Malta to closing the doors in UK. I'm curious to know how it is like in Cyprus, Evie. It looks like it's a little more open, so how are people immigrating there?
Thankfully, we are still keeping the doors quite open. We have abolished our citizenship by investment program. Most of you might have seen a nice video that was published 4 years ago. So Cyprus has abolished this, but there's still many, many routes to acquire residency in Cyprus, be it temporary, be it permanent, and through lawful residency in the Republic to be able to acquire citizenship. Well, Cyprus, we are neighbors of Malta, to be frank. We are also an EU country in the Mediterranean, enjoying as of now full Schengen privileges as well. We had ratified our Schengen visa with the EU back in June of this year. It has been now, all restrictions have been lifted. So why move to Cyprus? You could move to Cyprus and acquire residency either for leisure, for business, or retirement. The weather is brilliant most of the year round. People are friendly, we have a strong culture, we've got good wine, not mine, but there are some good wineries out there. The language of most of the people, they speak and understand, and also everything you can communicate in English. We have been a British colony and we are part of the Commonwealth. The Cypriot passport can give you visa-free travel up to 178 countries. There are equal programs to acquire residency in Cyprus for EU nationals and non-EU nationals alike. You can get a temporary residency which can be between 90 to 180 days, or you could extend it into a long form of residency if you wanted to be more than 180 days per year. Additionally, you could apply to get a registration certificate if you are from the EU, which is printed on a yellow piece of paper. That's why we call it yellow slip. So the yellow slip is given to all EU nationals who want to live in Cyprus. And again, this is in 2 different categories. The temporary one, which is called ME1, and gives you the right to reside in Cyprus and register for 5 years. And of course, if you are from the EU, then you also, by acquiring this yellow slip, you also have the ability to work in the Republic of Cyprus. Or the permanent yellow slip, which is called MEU3. So if you have been living in Cyprus lawfully for more than 5 years, you could extend your right as an EU national to reside permanently. Why reside permanently in Cyprus? You've got very good, an extended network of double tax treaty, very good tax rates, tax regimes. Pension income is only taxed at 4.25%. Corporation tax is only 12.5%. We've got non-dom rules, not like the UK ones, but our non-domicile rules for individuals enable them to receive other non-Cypriot sourced income tax-free. So they don't have to pay any other form of income tax or defense tax that a Cypriot might have paid. And now let's move to our third country nationals. We've got specific programs incorporated, with the last revision being last May 2023, which we call them the Residency program. In short, we refer to as the PR, or the temporary residency. PR, as the acronym entails, is for permanent residency. The easiest way to acquire permanent residency is by investment in real estate. So the island real estate market has boomed over the past few years, giving very good rates of return as well. If you are thinking of acquiring real estate in Cyprus, it has very good rates of return. So to get the permanent residency under the new criteria, one would need to invest for a property, if it's newly built from a developer, of 300,000 euros plus VAT. VAT depending on the type of asset and whether the individual or the family of the individual will utilize it as their primary property, is either 5% or 19%. The individuals need to indicate that they've got independent means to sustain themselves out financially that come out of Cyprus. The minimum income of the applicant is 50,000 euros, and they're dependent, if it's a spouse, 15,000 euros over the 50. Each dependent child, 10,000 euros. These economic criteria need to be provided to the authorities every 3 months, but once you've every 3 years. But once you've acquired the permanent status, is forever. You don't even have to stay in Cyprus as long as you visit the island for 1 time every 2 years. And like Malta, we also have the brought-in immigration doors for parents, grandparents, children, dependent children up to the age of 25. Yes, and even the only criteria is that if you wanted to have somewhere for your parents to stay, or if you had 10 children, for instance, then you need to prove that the house you bought has adequate space for them to live. That's in a nutshell.
So yes, so we heard the US is staying where it's staying. It hasn't changed. Our policies are what they always were. The UK is making it harder for immigrants to come. Malta and Cyprus are opening their doors. So it's amazing how certain countries are welcoming immigrants, and certain countries, the really developed ones, are closing their doors to immigrants. So now we want to go to Asia, and I'm curious to know, Nana, that in Malaysia, you know, what are you seeing? Are you seeing immigrants come in, and what are your policies? You know, is it an open door, and is it complex? So tell us about your country and how the immigration works there.
All right, thank you so much. Immigration matters is something that really close to my heart. Just want to share with you my experience, because while working, I also used to be teacher for Rohingya refugees in my country. So I know how hard their life is. I know how struggled they are to be accepted, even by their neighbors. So that makes me feel a little bit, I would say, close to my heart in terms of the topic of immigrations. I will explain further in terms of the issues that we have, so that we also could share what would be the specific measures that we can adopt from your countries and to be implemented in my countries. All right, so in terms of the immigration laws in Malaysia, like immigration can be defined as nation's border gatekeeper, right? Law, because it determines who can come to our countries, right? So basically the main legislations of the immigration law in Malaysia, we call it as Immigration Law 1965, that governs the admissions of people that comes to Malaysia and depart from the Malaysia. The arrival of the offences, the entry permit, everything's covered under these particular rules. Then we also have other rules that governs Malaysia immigration law, which rules of immigrations, Passport Act, and we have a lot of, I would say, stringent measures in governing immigration laws in Malaysia. And at the same time, the governing bodies that responsible in handling the immigration parts in Malaysia, we call it as immigration department, and they have the powers to make inquiries, even to detain a person. They have the powers to do that because we believe they have to do in terms of enforcement and supervision parts to ensure everything being guided properly under the law. And then, is Malaysia also part of any multilateral agreements with regards to between the country to facilitate the movement from one country to other country? Yes, Malaysia is a participant of Asia Pacific Economy, we call it as APEC, where in this APEC we have the scheme of business visiting that may apply business travel card under APEC. All right, so we are part of this, I would say, multilateral agreements under APEC countries. And also, since we also part of Asian companies, part of Asian countries, so we have this so-called under mutual recognition arrangement, MRA, that allows the skilled workers to come to the countries in Asia. So we have this so-called, I think, strategic partnership with all the Asian companies to ensure the movement from one Asian company to another Asian companies be monitored properly and being accepted globally. All right. So basically, in terms of the key things to understand about the immigration issues, I think this is applicable across other countries in the world, whereby we talk about the foreign laborers, where in Malaysia, roughly we have around 3 million immigrants, and in terms of the foreign laborers, but only 1.8 being registered. So the balance is illegal. They don't have permit, they come to Malaysia, but of course, the number is decreasing. But in terms of the supervision and enforcement part, this has caused a lot of troubles and makes people more difficult to accept these so-called immigrants. But then again, in terms of the enforcement action, I think everyone has to play their own roles in ensuring that these are not to be, affected other people's life. And the other parts of the issues is about the refugee issues, all right? Sadly to say, about the refugee issues, I think not all countries around the world open enough, give your wide arms to accept these people, because they cannot even return to their own countries, right? In Malaysia, our government is trying their best to give this so-called UNSCHR card. This card is guaranteed protection under the officer of UNCHR, but the protection is very limited because they still doesn't regard as Malaysian or so-called being accepted to be as a Malaysian. And in terms of the working permit, in terms of educations, opportunities is very restricted for them. So maybe in a sense that, of course, government policy will play a very crucial roles, in combating all these parts and ensuring that the part of immigration issues being solved, I think, equally, because we are human. We need to be treated equally. But because of the mindset is the main crucial problems. This has to be accepted widely, then you can execute effectively. If there are only a certain group of people saying that, yes, we have to accept it, but you don't have a strong commitment from the government, so it can't be materialized. So these are the issues. I think in Asian in general, we are quite struggling in ensuring these not just to be seen as a national issues, but to be seen as human issues. So these are the things that I always would like to address, and maybe you could also share in terms of the practices of your own country, so that we can discuss about it and further implement it in our country for a betterment of our nations in this global and widely accepted from everyone, and of course, truly from our heart.
Thank you. So we heard about what's happening in one of the Asian countries with immigration. Do we have time for questions? How are we doing?
We are not doing too well, time-wise.
Okay.
It really just depends how much time people need between the event ending and leaving, because the bus is outside and it has to leave at 6:30. So it is up to you. We could definitely do 5 minutes, but it would be a bit tricky to do more.
Okay, so let's see if anybody has
someone
any
has a
quick
pressing
questions that you
question.
want addressed. For 5 minutes, we can open up to questions, but all of us are available today, tomorrow, to answer individual questions about any country or any specific visas that you might be interested to know about for your businesses or any of your clients. Does anybody in the audience have? Yes?
Yes, India calls them the fly-in, fly-out permits or arrangements. I'm specifically asking this question on the behalf of arbitrators and mediators, because we have a few in the room. So when you want to come and do an arbitration, because it's usually 2 or 3 days, do you need a specific visa for that, or you're allowed to come into your country? I guess it goes to anyone who has answer.
So the question was, do you need a specific visa to come to a country for 2 to 3 days?
If I may.
For whatever purpose. So the only visa that we have open in the United States, short-term visa, would be the B1, B2, which is a visitor visa. You would have to get a B1, B2 visitor visa, which can be for 1 day all the way up to a maximum of 6 months, in which case you can come visit the country. But are you talking about working? If you're working in the US, you have to have a work permit. Now, there's another kind of visa called the O visa. I can talk to you about that. That is for people with certain skill sets, artists, musicians, and you have to have a specific talent, and you can get, but if you need to work in the US, you have to have a work permit. As a visitor, you cannot work there. But I'm not sure, are you talking about people coming politically? I think when you come through the UN, then you don't have to get work permits. So I think it would depend. But if you're actually working as a normal citizen, you would have to get a work permit. Otherwise, you come as a visitor.
If I may, for the Cyprus example, this last summer, actually, 2023, we have now incorporated an arbitration center where you can arbitrate in the English, use English as the arbitration language, and have your awards. And so the previous discussion about arbitration was very, very educative. So I will agree with my colleague from the US that you will need a temporary visitor's permit, which lasts you in Cyprus for 90 days. But if you are coming to work for an arbitration or as part of the arbitration procedure, then the Cypriot government will allow you for that as not qualifying you as employed in Cyprus, that you will have to have a worker's permit and social insurance contributions and everything else. And there is a catch that you might have to have the letter confirming that indeed you have to represent this arbitration and notification submitted when you file for your visitor's permit. If you are a third country national, if you are an EU national, the doors are always open.
If I may, if I talk about United Kingdom, in United Kingdom they have recently made rules a bit lenient for people who would like to come to events like this. They can come and attend, which is called short-term arrangement visa. One thing we need to understand in UK, even the visitor visa, the standard visitor visa has got about 10 different kind of genres now. It's not just limited to come and do sightseeing and see Big Ben and go back, but now it has been much more flexible in terms of people coming to short a movie in the UK, or maybe they would like to have a meeting or attend brilliant seminars like this. But I completely agree with Rachna and my other colleagues that if you would like to come and work in the UK, and if there is any financial transaction between the company and the employee, then definitely they would need something called a skilled worker visa, or maybe a temporary worker visa, which I think we have got in different parts of the world as well.
So I want to thank the entire panel for keeping it to the point, and we are available for questions, and this forum has been a great forum. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing some of you in the evening for the dinner, and we are all available for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much for such a fantastic, enthusiastic, and really quite fun panel to end what has been a brilliant day. So ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the culmination of this extraordinary day, I have two special announcements to share with you. Firstly, for those who have registered, it's time to elevate your evening and have that wonderful off-site dinner. If you haven't registered, you still can, but you do need to be quite quick. Please gather at the pre-function area by 6 p.m. sharp to embark on this culinary journey and evening of networking. If you haven't registered yet, but you would like to, as I said, you can still have a chance to attend. Secondly, as we look forward towards tomorrow, we have a 9 a.m. start for some of you. You'll be convening for the founders meeting of the International Court of Mediation. Shh. Only 30 seconds more of your time. This closed-door session will be a unique opportunity to shape the future of global mediation and excellence. If you're interested in joining and being part of that, the meeting would be on the ground level in the cinema room. Thank you so much for your time, your patience, and your attention. See you tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening tonight.